Chapter 9. My stay in Naples. It is short, but happy Don Antonio Casanova Don Lelio Carafai go to Rome in very agreeable company, and enter the service of Cardinal Acquaviva Barbaratestaxio Frescati. I had no difficulty in answering the various questions which Dr. Gennaro addressed to me, but I was surprised, and even displeased, at the constant peals of laughter with which he received my answers. The piteous description of miserable Calabria, and the picture of the sad situation of the Bishop of Martorano, appeared to me more likely to call forth tears than to excite hilarity. And, suspecting that some mystification was being played upon me, I was very near getting angry when, becoming more composed, he told me with feeling that I must kindly excuse him, that his laughter was a disease which seemed to be endemic in his family, for one of his uncles died of it. "What," I exclaimed, "died of laughing?" "Yes, this disease, which was not known to Hippocrates, is called Lee-Flatty." "What do you mean? Does an hypochondriac affection, which causes sadness and lowness in all those who suffer from it, render you cheerful?" "Yes, because most likely, my flatty, instead of influencing the hypochondrium, affects my spleen, which my physician asserts to be the organ of laughter. It is quite a discovery." "You are mistaken. It is a very ancient notion, and it is the only function which is ascribed to the spleen in our animal organization." "Well, we must discuss the matter at length, for I hope you will remain with us a few weeks." "I wish I could, but I must leave Naples tomorrow or the day after." "Have you got any money?" "I rely upon the 60 ducats you have to give me." At these words his peals of laughter began again, and as he could see that I was annoyed, he said, "I am amused at the idea that I can keep you here as long as I like. But be good enough to see my son. He writes pretty verses enough." And truly his son, although only 14, was already a great poet. A servant took me to the apartment of the young man, whom I found possessed of a pleasing countenance and engaging manners. He gave me a polite welcome, and begged to be excused if he could not attend to me altogether for the present, as he had to finish a song which he was composing for a relative of the Duchess de Ravino, who was taking the veil at the convent of St. Clare, and the printer was waiting for the manuscript. I told him that his excuse was a very good one, and I offered to assist him. He then read his song, and I found it so full of enthusiasm, and so truly in the style of Guidi, that I advised him to call it an ode. But as I had praised all the truly beautiful passages, I thought I could venture to point out the weak ones, and I replaced them by verses of my own composition. He was delighted, and thanked me warmly, inquiring whether I was Apollo. As he was writing his ode, I composed a sonnet on the same subject, and expressing his admiration for it, he begged me to sign it, and to allow him to send it with his poetry. While I was correcting and recopying my manuscript, he went to his father to find out who I was, which made the old man laugh until supper time. In the evening, I had the pleasure of seeing that my bed had been prepared in the young man's chamber. Dr. Gennaro's family was composed of this son and of a daughter unfortunately very plain, of his wife and of 2 elderly, devout sisters. Amongst the guests at the supper table I met several literary men, and the Marquis Gallieni, who was at that time annotating Vitruvius. He had a brother, an abbé whose acquaintance I made 20 years after in Paris, when he was Secretary of Embassy to Count Cantillana. The next day, at supper, I was presented to the celebrated Genovese. I had already sent him the letter of the Archbishop of Cosenza. He spoke to me of Apostolo Zeno and of the Abbé Conti. He remarked that it was considered a very venial sin for a regular priest to say 2 masses in one day for the sake of earning 2 carlini more, but that for the same sin, a secular priest would deserve to be burnt at the stake. The nun took the veil on the following day, and Gennaro's ode and my sonnet had the greatest success. A Neapolitan gentleman, whose name was the same as mine, expressed a wish to know me, and hearing that I resided at the doctor's, he called to congratulate him on the occasion of his feast day, which happened to fall on the day following the ceremony at St. Clare. Don Antonio Casanova, informing me of his name, inquired whether my family was originally from Venice. "I am, sir," I answered modestly, "the great-grandson of the unfortunate Marco Antonio Casanova, secretary to Cardinal Pompeo Colonna, who died of the plague in Rome in the year 1528 under the pontificate of Clement Roman VII. The words were scarcely out of my lips when he embraced me, calling me his cousin, but we all thought that Dr. Gennaro would actually die with laughter, for it seemed impossible to laugh so immoderately without risk of life. Madame Gennaro was very angry and told my newly found cousin that he might have avoided enacting such a scene before her husband, knowing his disease, but he answered that he never thought the circumstance likely to provoke mirth. I said nothing, for in reality, I felt that the recognition was very comic. Our poor laugher having recovered his composure, Casanova, who had remained very serious, invited me to dinner for the next day with my young friend Paul Gennaro, who had already become my alter ego. When we called at his house, my worthy cousin showed me his family tree, beginning with a Don Francisco, brother of Don Juan. In my pedigree, which I knew by heart, Don Juan, my direct ancestor, was a posthumous child. It was possible that there might have been a brother of Marco Antonio S., but when he heard that my genealogy began with Don Francisco, from Aragon, who had lived in the 14th century, and that consequently all the pedigree of the illustrious house of the Casanovas of Saragossa belonged to him, his joy knew no bounds. He did not know what to do to convince me that the same blood was flowing in his veins and in mine. He expressed some curiosity to know what lucky accident had brought me to Naples. I told him that, having embraced the ecclesiastical profession, I was going to Rome to seek my fortune. He then presented me to his family, and I thought that I could read on the countenance of my cousin, his dearly beloved wife, that she was not much pleased with the newly found relationship. But his pretty daughter, and a still prettier niece of his, might very easily have given me faith in the doctrine that blood is thicker than water, however fabulous it may be. After dinner, Don Antonio informed me that the Duchess de Bovino had expressed a wish to know the Abbé Casanova, who had written the sonnet in honor of her relative, and that he would be very happy to introduce me to her as his own cousin. As we were alone at that moment, I begged he would not insist on presenting me, as I was only provided with traveling suits, and had to be careful of my purse so as not to arrive in Rome without money. Delighted at my confidence, and approving my economy, he said, "I am rich, and you must not scruple to come with me to my tailor." And he accompanied his offer with an assurance that the circumstance would not be known to anyone, and that he would feel deeply mortified if I denied him the pleasure of serving me. I shook him warmly by the hand, and answered that I was ready to do anything he pleased. We went to a tailor who took my measure, and who brought me on the following day everything necessary to the toilet of the most elegant abbé. Don Antonio called on me, and remained to dine with Don Gennaro, after which he took me and my friend Paul to the Duchess. This lady, according to the Neapolitan fashion, called me thou in her very first compliment of welcome. Her daughter, then only 10 or 12 years old, was very handsome, and a few years later became Duchess de Maddalona. The Duchess presented me with a snuff-box in pale tortoiseshell with arabesque incrustations in gold, and she invited us to dine with her on the morrow, promising to take us after dinner to the convent of St. Clare to pay a visit to the new nun. As we came out of the palace of the Duchess, I left my friends and went alone to Panagiotti's to claim the barrel of muscatel wine. The manager was kind enough to have the barrel divided into 2 smaller casks of equal capacity, and I sent one to Don Antonio and the other to Don Gennaro. As I was leaving the shop, I met the worthy Panagiotti, who was glad to see me. Was I to blush at the sight of the good man I had at first deceived? No, for in his opinion I had acted very nobly towards him. Don Gennaro, as I returned home, managed to thank me for my handsome present without laughing, and the next day Don Antonio, to make up for the muscatel wine I had sent him, offered me a gold-headed cane, worth at least 15 ounces, and his tailor brought me a traveling suit and a blue greatcoat, with the buttonholes in gold lace. I therefore found myself splendidly equipped. At the Duchess de Bovino's dinner, I made the acquaintance of the wisest and most learned man in Naples, the illustrious Don Lelio Carafa, who belonged to the ducal family of Maddalona, and whom King Carlos honored with the title of friend. I spent 2 delightful hours in the convent parlor, coping successfully with the curiosity of all the nuns who were pressing against the grating. Had destiny allowed me to remain in Naples, my fortune would have been made. But, although I had no fixed plan, the voice of fate summoned me to Rome, and therefore I resisted all the entreaties of my cousin Antonio to accept the honorable position of tutor in several houses of the highest order. Don Antonio gave a splendid dinner in my honor, but he was annoyed and angry because he saw that his wife looked daggers at her new cousin. I thought that, more than once, she cast a glance at my new costume and then whispered to the guest next to her. Very likely she knew what had taken place. There are some positions in life to which I could never be reconciled. If in the most brilliant circle, there is one person who affects to stare at me, I lose all presence of mind. Self-dignity feels outraged, my wit dies away, and I play the part of a dolt. It is a weakness on my part, but a weakness I cannot overcome. Don Lelio Carafa offered me a very liberal salary if I would undertake the education of his nephew, the Duke de Maddalona, then 10 years of age. I expressed my gratitude and begged him to be my true benefactor in a different manner, namely, by giving me a few good letters of introduction for Rome, a favor which he granted at once. He gave me one for Cardinal Acquaviva and another for Father Georgi. I found out that the interest felt towards me by my friends had induced them to obtain for me the honor of kissing the hand of Her Majesty the Queen, and I hastened my preparations to leave Naples, for the Queen would certainly have asked me some questions, and I could not have avoided telling her that I had just left Martorano and the poor bishop whom she had sent there. The Queen likewise knew my mother. She would very likely have alluded to my mother's profession in Dresden. It would have mortified Don Antonio, and my pedigree would have been covered with ridicule. I knew the force of prejudice. I should have been ruined, and I felt I should do well to withdraw in good time. As I took leave of him, Don Antonio presented me with a fine gold watch and gave me a letter for Don Gaspar Vidaldi, whom he called his best friend. Don Gennaro paid me the 60 ducats, and his son, swearing eternal friendship, asked me to write to him. They all accompanied me to the coach, blending their tears with mine and loading me with good wishes and blessings. From my landing in Chiaza up to my arrival in Naples, fortune had seemed bent upon frowning on me. In Naples, it began to show itself less adverse, and on my return to that city, it entirely smiled upon me. Naples has always been a fortunate place for me, as the reader of my memoirs will discover. My readers must not forget that in Portici I was on the point of disgracing myself, and there is no remedy against the degradation of the mind, for nothing can restore it to its former standard. It is a case of disheartening atony for which there is no possible cure. I was not ungrateful to the good Bishop of Martorano, for, if he had unwittingly injured me by summoning me to his diocese, I felt that to his letter for M. Gennaro I was indebted for all the good fortune which had just befallen me. I wrote to him from Rome. I was wholly engaged in drying my tears as we were driving through the beautiful street of Toledo, and it was only after we had left Naples that I could find time to examine the countenance of my traveling companions. Next to me, I saw a man of from 40 to 50, with a pleasing face and a lively air, but opposite to me, two charming faces delighted my eyes. They belonged to two ladies, young and pretty, very well dressed, with a look of candor and modesty. This discovery was most agreeable, but I felt sad and I wanted calm and silence. We reached Avessa without one word being exchanged, and as the vetturino stopped there only to water his mules, we did not get out of the coach. From Avessa to Capua, my companions conversed almost without interruption, and, wonderful to relate, I did not open my lips once. I was amused by the Neapolitan jargon of the gentlemen, and by the pretty accent of the ladies, who were evidently Romans. It was a most wonderful feat for me to remain 5 hours before two charming women without addressing one word to them, without paying them one compliment. At Capua, where we were to spend the night, we put up at an inn, and were shown into a room with 2 beds, a very usual thing in Italy. The Neapolitan, addressing himself to me, said, "Am I to have the honor of sleeping with the reverend gentleman?" I answered in a very serious tone that it was for him to choose or to arrange it otherwise, if he liked. The answer made the 2 ladies smile, particularly the one whom I preferred, and it seemed to me a good omen. We were 5 at supper, for it is usual for the vetturino to supply his travelers with their meals, unless some private agreement is made otherwise, and to sit down at table with them. In the desultory talk which went on during the supper, I found in my traveling companions decorum, propriety, wit, and the manners of persons accustomed to good society. I became curious to know who they were, and going down with the driver after supper, I asked him. "The gentleman," he told me, "is an advocate, and one of the ladies is his wife, but I do not know which of the two. I went back to our room, and I was polite enough to go to bed first, in order to make it easier for the ladies to undress themselves with freedom. I likewise got up first in the morning, left the room, and only returned when I was called for breakfast. The coffee was delicious. I praised it highly, and the lady, the one who was my favorite, promised that I should have the same every morning during our journey. The barber came in after breakfast. The advocate was shaved, and the barber offered me his services, which I declined, but the rogue declared that it was slovenly to wear one's beard. When we had resumed our seats in the coach, the advocate made some remark upon the impudence of barbers in general. "But we ought to decide first," said the lady, "whether or not it is slovenly to go bearded." "Of course it is," said the advocate. "Beard is nothing but a dirty excrescence." "You may think so," I answered, "but everybody does not share your opinion. Do we consider as a dirty excrescence the hair of which we take so much care, and which is of the same nature as the beard? Far from it, we admire the length and the beauty of the hair." "Then," remarked the lady, "the barber is a fool." "But after all," I asked, "have I any beard?" "I thought you had," she answered. "In that case, I will begin to shave as soon as I reach Rome, for this is the first time that I have been convicted of having a beard." "My dear wife," exclaimed the advocate, "you should have held your tongue. Perhaps the Reverend Abbé is going to Rome with the intention of becoming a Capuchin friar." The pleasantry made me laugh, but unwilling that he should have the last word, I answered that he had guessed rightly, that such had been my intention, but that I had entirely altered my mind since I had seen his wife. "Oh, you are wrong," said the joyous Neapolitan, "for my wife is very fond of Capuchins, and if you wish to please her, you had better follow your original vocation." Our conversation continued in the same tone of pleasantry, and the day passed off in an agreeable manner. In the evening we had a very poor supper at Garelin, but we made up for it by cheerfulness and witty conversation. My dawning inclination for the advocate's wife borrowed strength from the affectionate manner she displayed towards me. The next day she asked me, after we had resumed our journey, whether I intended to make a long stay in Rome before returning to Venice. I answered that, having no acquaintances in Rome, I was afraid my life there would be very dull. "Strangers are liked in Rome," she said. "I feel certain that you will be pleased with your residence in that city." "May I hope, madam, that you will allow me to pay you my respects?" "We shall be honored by your calling on us," said the advocate. My eyes were fixed upon his charming wife. She blushed, but I did not appear to notice it. I kept up the conversation, and the day passed as pleasantly as the previous one. We stopped at Terracina, where they gave us a room with 3 beds, 2 single beds, and a large one between the 2 others. It was natural that the 2 sisters should take the large bed. They did so, and undressed themselves while the advocate and I went on talking at the table, with our backs turned to them. As soon as they had gone to rest, the advocate took the bed on which he found his nightcap, and I the other, which was only about 1 foot distant from the large bed. I remarked that the lady by whom I was captivated was on the side nearest my couch, and without much vanity, I could suppose that it was not owing only to chance. I put the light out and laid down, revolving in my mind a project which I could not abandon, and yet durst not execute. In vain did I court sleep. A very faint light enabled me to perceive the bed in which the pretty woman was lying, and my eyes would, in spite of myself, remain open. It would be difficult to guess what I might have done at last. I had already fought a hard battle with myself for more than an hour. When I saw her rise, get out of her bed, and go and lay herself down near her husband, who, most likely, did not wake up, and continued to sleep in peace, for I did not hear any noise. Vexed, disgusted, I tried to compose myself to sleep, and I woke only at daybreak. Seeing the beautiful wandering star in her own bed, I got up, dressed myself in haste, and went out, leaving all my companions fast asleep. I returned to the inn only at the time fixed for our departure, and I found the advocate and the 2 ladies already in the coach, waiting for me. The lady complained, in a very obliging manner, of my not having cared for her coffee. I pleaded as an excuse a desire for an early walk, and I took care not to honor her even with a look. I feigned to be suffering from the toothache, and remained in my corner dull and silent. At Piperno, she managed to whisper to me that my toothache was all sham. I was pleased with the reproach, because it heralded an explanation which I craved for, in spite of my vexation. During the afternoon, I continued my policy of the morning. I was morose and silent until we reached Serenanetta, where we were to pass the night. We arrived early, and the weather being fine, the lady said that she could enjoy a walk and asked me politely to offer her my arm. I did so, for it would have been rude to refuse. Besides, I had had enough of my sulking fit. An explanation could alone bring matters back to their original standing, but I did not know how to force it upon the lady. Her husband followed us at some distance with the sister. When we were far enough in advance, I ventured to ask her why she had supposed my toothache to have been feigned. "I am very candid," she said. "It is because the difference in your manner was so marked, and because you were so careful to avoid looking at me through the whole day. A toothache would not have prevented you from being polite, and therefore I thought it had been feigned for some purpose. But I am certain that not one of us can possibly have given you any grounds for such a rapid change in your manner. Yet something must have caused the change, and you, madam, are only half sincere." "You are mistaken, sir. I am entirely sincere, and if I have given you any motive for anger, I am, and must remain, ignorant of it. Be good enough to tell me what I have done." "Nothing, for I have no right to complain." "Yes, you have. You have a right, the same that I have myself, the right which good society grants to every one of its members. Speak, and show yourself as sincere as I am." "You are certainly bound not to know, or to pretend not to know the real cause, but you must acknowledge that my duty is to remain silent." "Very well, now it is all over. But if your duty bids you to conceal the cause of your bad humor, it also bids you not to show it. Delicacy sometimes enforces upon a polite gentleman the necessity of concealing certain feelings which might implicate either himself or others. It is a restraint for the mind, I confess, but it has some advantage when its effect is to render more amiable the man who forces himself to accept that restraint." Her close argument made me blush for shame, and carrying her beautiful hand to my lips, I confessed myself in the wrong. "You would see me at your feet," I exclaimed, "in token of my repentance were I not afraid of injuring you." "Do not let us allude to the matter any more," she answered. And pleased with my repentance, she gave me a look so expressive of forgiveness that, without being afraid of augmenting my guilt, I took my lips off her hand, and I raised them to her half-open, smiling mouth. Intoxicated with rapture, I passed so rapidly from a state of sadness to one of overwhelming cheerfulness that during our supper the advocate enjoyed 1,000 jokes upon my toothache, so quickly cured by the simple remedy of a walk. On the following day we dined at Velletri and slept in Marino, where, although the town was full of troops, we had 2 small rooms and a good supper. I could not have been on better terms with my charming Roman, for, although I had received but a rapid proof of her regard, it had been such a true one, such a tender one. In the coach our eyes could not say much, but I was opposite to her, and our feet spoke a very eloquent language. The advocate had told me that he was going to Rome on some ecclesiastical business, and that he intended to reside in the house of his mother-in-law, whom his wife had not seen since her marriage, 2 years ago, and her sister hoped to remain in Rome, where she expected to marry a clerk at the Spirito Santo Bank. He gave me their address, with a pressing invitation to call upon them, and I promised to devote all my spare time to them. We were enjoying our dessert, when my beautiful ladylove, admiring my snuff-box, told her husband that she wished she had one like it. "I will buy you one, dear." "Then buy mine," I said. "I will let you have it for 20 ounces, and you can give me a note of hand payable to bearer in payment. I owe that amount to an Englishman, and I will give it him to redeem my debt. Your snuff-box, my dear Abbé, is worth 20 ounces, but I cannot buy it unless you agree to receive payment in cash. I should be delighted to see it in my wife's possession, and she would keep it as a remembrance of you." His wife, thinking that I would not accept his offer, said that she had no objection to give me the note of hand. "But," exclaimed the advocate, "can you not guess the Englishman exists only in our friend's imagination? He would never enter an appearance, and we would have the snuff-box for nothing. Do not trust the abbé, my dear, he is a great cheat." "I had no idea," answered his wife, looking at me, "that the world contained rogues of this species." I affected a melancholy air, and said that I only wished myself rich enough to be often guilty of such cheating. When a man is in love, very little is enough to throw him into despair, and as little to enhance his joy to the utmost. There was but one bed in the room where supper had been served, and another in a small closet leading out of the room, but without a door. The ladies chose the closet, and the advocate retired to rest before me. I bid the ladies good night as soon as they had gone to bed. I looked at my dear mistress, and after undressing myself, I went to bed, intending not to sleep through the night. But the reader may imagine my rage when I found, as I got into the bed, that it creaked loud enough to wake the dead. I waited, however, quite motionless, until my companion should be fast asleep, and as soon as his snoring told me that he was entirely under the influence of Morpheus, I tried to slip out of the bed. But the infernal creaking which took place whenever I moved woke my companion, who felt about with his hand, and finding me near him, went to sleep again. Half an hour after, I tried a second time, but with the same result. I had to give it up in despair. Love is the most cunning of gods. In the midst of obstacles, he seems to be in his own element, but as his very existence depends upon the enjoyment of those who ardently worship him, the shrewd, all-seeing little blind god contrives to bring success out of the most desperate case. I had given up all hope for the night and had nearly gone to sleep when suddenly we hear a dreadful noise. Guns are fired in the street, people, screaming and howling, are running up and down the stairs. At last there is a loud knocking at our door. The advocate, frightened out of his slumbers, asks me what it can all mean. I pretend to be very indifferent and beg to be allowed to sleep. But the ladies are trembling with fear and loudly calling for a light. I remain very quiet. The advocate jumps out of bed and runs out of the room to obtain a candle. I rise at once. I follow him to shut the door, but I slam it rather too hard. The double spring of the lock gives way, and the door cannot be reopened without the key. I approach the ladies in order to calm their anxiety, telling them that the advocate would soon return with a light, and that we should then know the cause of the tumult, but I am not losing my time, and am at work while I am speaking. I meet with very little opposition, but leaning rather too heavily upon my fair lady, I break through the bottom of the bedstead, and we suddenly find ourselves, the two ladies and myself, all together in a heap on the floor. The advocate comes back and knocks at the door. The sister gets up. I obey the prayers of my charming friend, and feeling my way, reach the door and tell the advocate that I cannot open it, and that he must get the key. The two sisters are behind me. I extend my hand, but I am abruptly repulsed, and judge that I have addressed myself to the wrong quarter. I go to the other side, and there I am better received. But the husband returns. The noise of the key in the lock announces that the door is going to be opened, and we return to our respective beds. The advocate hurries to the bed of the two frightened ladies, thinking of relieving their anxiety, but when he sees them buried in their broken-down bedstead, he bursts into a loud laugh. He tells me to come and have a look at them, but I am very modest and decline the invitation. He then tells us that the alarm has been caused by a German detachment attacking suddenly the Spanish troops in the city, and that the Spaniards are running away. In a quarter of an hour the noise has ceased, and quiet is entirely re-established. The advocate complimented me upon my coolness, got into bed again, and was soon asleep. As for me, I was careful not to close my eyes, and as soon as I saw daylight I got up in order to perform certain ablutions and to change my shirt. It was an absolute necessity. I returned for breakfast, and while we were drinking the delicious coffee which Donna Lucrezia had made, as I thought, better than ever, I remarked that her sister frowned on me. But how little I cared for her anger when I saw the cheerful, happy countenance and the approving looks of my adored Lucrezia. I felt a delightful sensation run through the whole of my body. We reached Rome very early. We had taken breakfast at the Tour, and the advocate being in a very gay mood, I assumed the same tone, loading him with compliments, and predicting that a son would be born to him, I compelled his wife to promise it should be so. I did not forget the sister of my charming Lucrezia, and to make her change her hostile attitude towards me I addressed to her so many pretty compliments, and behaved in such a friendly manner that she was compelled to forgive the fall of the bed. As I took leave of them, I promised to give them a call on the following day. I was in Rome, with a good wardrobe, pretty well supplied with money and jewelry, not wanting in experience, and with excellent letters of introduction. I was free, my own master, and just reaching the age in which a man can have faith in his own fortune, provided he is not deficient in courage, and is blessed with a face likely to attract the sympathy of those he mixes with. I was not handsome, but I had something better than beauty, a striking expression which almost compelled a kind interest in my favor, and I felt myself ready for anything. I knew that Rome is the one city in which a man can begin from the lowest rung and reach the very top of the social ladder. This knowledge increased my courage, and I must confess that a most inveterate feeling of self-esteem which, on account of my inexperience, I could not distrust, enhanced wonderfully my confidence in myself. The man who intends to make his fortune in this ancient capital of the world must be a chameleon susceptible of reflecting all the colors of the atmosphere that surrounds him, a Proteus apt to assume every form, every shape. He must be supple, flexible, insinuating, close, inscrutable, often base, sometimes sincere, sometimes perfidious, always concealing a part of his knowledge, indulging in one tone of voice, patient, a perfect master of his own countenance, as cold as ice when any other man would be all fire. And if unfortunately he is not religious at heart, a very common occurrence for a soul possessing the above requisites, he must have religion in his mind, that is to say, on his face, on his lips, in his manners. He must suffer quietly, if he be an honest man, the necessity of knowing himself an arrant hypocrite. The man whose soul would loathe such a life should leave Rome and seek his fortune elsewhere. I do not know whether I am praising or excusing myself, but of all those qualities I possessed but one, namely, flexibility. For the rest, I was only an interesting, heedless young fellow, a pretty good blood horse, but not broken, or rather badly broken, and that is much worse. I began by delivering the letter I had received from Don Lelio for Father Jacques. The learned monk enjoyed the esteem of everyone in Rome, and the Pope himself had a great consideration for him because he disliked the Jesuits, and did not put a mask on to tear the mask from their faces, although they deemed themselves powerful enough to despise him. He read the letter with great attention and expressed himself disposed to be my adviser, and that consequently I might make him responsible for any evil which might befall me, as misfortune is not to be feared by a man who acts rightly. He asked me what I intended to do in Rome, and I answered that I wished him to tell me what to do. Perhaps I may, but in that case you must come and see me often, and never conceal from me anything, you understand, not anything, of what interests you, or of what happens to you. Don Lelio has likewise given me a letter for the Cardinal Acquaviva. I congratulate you. The cardinal's influence in Rome is greater even than that of the Pope. Must I deliver the letter at once? No, I will see him this evening and prepare him for your visit. Call on me tomorrow morning, and I will then tell you where and when you are to deliver your letter to the cardinal. Have you any money? Enough for all my wants during 1 year. That is well. Have you any acquaintances? Not one. Do not make any without first consulting me, and above all, avoid coffee houses and ordinaries, but if you should happen to frequent such places, listen and never speak. Be careful to form your judgment upon those who ask any questions from you, and if common civility obliges you to give an answer, give only an evasive one if any other is likely to commit you. Do you speak French? Not one word. I am sorry for that. You must learn French. Have you been a student? A poor one, but I have a sufficient smattering to converse with ordinary company. That is enough, but be very prudent, for Rome is the city in which smatterers unmask each other and are always at war amongst themselves. I hope you will take your letter to the cardinal, dressed like a modest abbé, and not in this elegant costume which is not likely to conjure fortune. Adieu, let me see you tomorrow. Highly pleased with the welcome I had received at his hands, and with all he had said to me, I left his house and proceeded towards Campo di Fiore to deliver the letter of my cousin Antonio to Don Gaspar Vivaldi, who received me in his library, where I met 2 respectable-looking priests. He gave me the most friendly welcome, asked for my address, and invited me to dinner for the next day. He praised Father Jacques most highly, and, accompanying me as far as the stairs, he told me that he would give me on the morrow the amount his friend Don Antonio requested him to hand me. More money which my generous cousin was bestowing on me? It is easy enough to give away when one possesses sufficient means to do it, but it is not every man who knows how to give. I found the proceeding of Don Antonio more delicate even than generous. I could not refuse his present. It was my duty to prove my gratitude by accepting it. Just after I had left M. Vivaldi's house, I found myself face to face with Stefano, and this extraordinary original loaded me with friendly caresses. I inwardly despised him, yet I could not feel hatred for him. I looked upon him as the instrument which Providence had been pleased to employ in order to save me from ruin. After telling me that he had obtained from the Pope all he wished, he advised me to avoid meeting the fatal constable who had advanced me 2 sequins in Saraval, because he had found out that I had deceived him and had sworn revenge against me. I asked Stefano to induce the man to leave my acknowledgement of the debt in the hands of a certain merchant whom we both knew, and that I would call there to discharge the amount. This was done, and it ended the affair. That evening I dined at the ordinary, which was frequented by Romans and foreigners, but I carefully followed the advice of Father Jacques. I heard a great deal of harsh language used against the Pope and against the cardinal minister, who had caused the Papal States to be inundated by 80,000 men, Germans as well as Spaniards. But I was much surprised when I saw that everybody was eating meat, although it was Saturday. But a stranger during the first few days after his arrival in Rome is surrounded with many things which at first cause surprise, and to which he soon gets accustomed. There is not a Catholic city in the world in which a man is half so free on religious matters as in Rome. The inhabitants of Rome are like the men employed at the government tobacco works, who are allowed to take gratis as much tobacco as they want for their own use. One can live in Rome with the most complete freedom, except that the Ordini Santissimi are as much to be dreaded as the famous letters, decachet before the Revolution came and destroyed them, and showed the whole world the general character of the French nation. The next day, the 1st of October, 1743, I made up my mind to be shaved. The down on my chin had become a beard, and I judged that it was time to renounce some of the privileges enjoyed by adolescence. I dressed myself completely in the Roman fashion, and Father Jacques was highly pleased when he saw me in that costume, which had been made by the tailor of my dear cousin, Don Antonio. Father Jacques invited me to take a cup of chocolate with him, and informed me that the cardinal had been apprised of my arrival by a letter from Don Lelio, and that His Eminence would receive me at noon at the Villa Negroni, where he would be taking a walk. I told Father Jacques that I had been invited to dinner by M. Vivaldi, and he advised me to cultivate his acquaintance. I proceeded to the Villa Negroni. The moment he saw me, the cardinal stopped to receive my letter, allowing 2 persons who accompanied him to walk forward. He put the letter in his pocket without reading it, examined me for 1 or 2 minutes, and inquired whether I felt any taste for politics. I answered that, until now, I had not felt in me any but frivolous tastes, but that I would make bold to answer for my readiness to execute all the orders which His Eminence might be pleased to lay upon me, if he should judge me worthy of entering his service. "Come to my office tomorrow morning," said the cardinal, "and ask for the Abbé Gama, to whom I will give my instructions. You must apply yourself diligently to the study of the French language. It is indispensable." He then inquired after Don Lelo's health, and after kissing his hand, I took my leave. I hastened to the house of M. Gaspar Vivaldi, where I dined amongst a well-chosen party of guests. M. Vivaldi was not married. Literature was his only passion. He loved Latin poetry even better than Italian, and Horace, whom I knew by heart, was his favorite poet. After dinner, we repaired to his study, and he handed me 100 Roman crowns and Don Antonio's present, and assured me that I would be most welcome whenever I would call to take a cup of chocolate with him. After I had taken leave of Don Gaspar, I proceeded towards the Minerva, for I longed to enjoy the surprise of my dear Lucrezia and of her sister. I inquired for Donna Cecilia Monti, their mother, and I saw, to my great astonishment, a young widow who looked like the sister of her 2 charming daughters. There was no need for me to give her my name. I had been announced, and she expected me. Her daughters soon came in, and their greeting caused me some amusement, for I did not appear to them to be the same individual. Donna Lucrezia presented me to her youngest sister, only 11 years of age, and to her brother, an abbé of 15, of charming appearance. I took care to behave so as to please the mother. I was modest, respectful, and showed a deep interest in everything I saw. The good advocate arrived, and was surprised at the change in my appearance. He launched out in his usual jokes, and I followed him on that ground. Yet I was careful not to give to my conversation the tone of levity which used to cause so much mirth in our traveling coach. So that, to pay me a compliment, he told me that, if I had had the sign of manhood shaved from my face, I had certainly transferred it to my mind. Donna Lucrezia did not know what to think of the change in my manners. Towards evening I saw, coming in rapid succession, 5 or 6 ordinary-looking ladies, and as many abbés, who appeared to me some of the volumes with which I was to begin my Roman education. They all listened attentively to the most insignificant word I uttered, and I was very careful to let them enjoy their conjectures about me. Donna Cecilia told the advocate that he was but a poor painter, and that his portraits were not like the originals. He answered that she could not judge, because the original was showing under a mask, and I pretended to be mortified by his answer. Donna Lucrezia said that she found me exactly the same, and her sister was of opinion that the air of Rome gave strangers a peculiar appearance. Everybody applauded, and Angelique turned red with satisfaction. After a visit of 4 hours I bowed myself out, and the advocate, following me, told me that his mother-in-law begged me to consider myself as a friend of the family, and to be certain of a welcome at any hour I liked to call. I thanked him gratefully and took my leave, trusting that I had pleased this amiable society as much as it had pleased me. The next day I presented myself to the Abbé Gama. He was a Portuguese, about 40 years old, handsome, and with a countenance full of candor, wit, and good temper. His affability claimed and obtained confidence. His manners and accent were quite Roman. He informed me, in the blandest manner, that His Eminence had himself given his instructions about me to his majordomo, that I would have a lodging in the cardinal's palace, that I would have my meals at the secretary's table, and that, until I learned French, I would have nothing to do but make extracts from letters that he would supply me with. He then gave me the address of the French teacher to whom he had already spoken in my behalf. He was a Roman advocate, Dalacqua by name, residing precisely opposite the palace. After this short explanation, and an assurance that I could at all times rely upon his friendship, he had me taken to the majordomo, who made me sign my name at the bottom of a page in a large book, already filled with other names, and counted out 60 Roman crowns which he paid me for 3 months' salary in advance. After this, he accompanied me, followed by a staffier to my apartment on the 3rd floor, which I found very comfortably furnished. The servant handed me the key, saying that he would come every morning to attend upon me, and the majordomo accompanied me to the gate to make me known to the gatekeeper. I immediately repaired to my inn, sent my luggage to the palace, and found myself established in a place in which a great fortune awaited me if I had only been able to lead a wise and prudent life, but unfortunately it was not in my nature. Volentem ducit, nolentem trahit. I naturally felt it my duty to call upon my mentor, Father Georgi, to whom I gave all my good news. He said I was on the right road, and that my fortune was in my hands. Recollect, added the good father, that to lead a blameless life you must curb your passions, and that whatever misfortune may befall you it cannot be ascribed by anyone to a want of good luck or attributed to fate. Those words are devoid of sense, and all the fault will rightly fall on your own head. I foresee, Reverend Father, that my youth and my want of experience will often make it necessary for me to disturb you. I am afraid of proving myself too heavy a charge for you, but you will find me docile and obedient. I suppose you will often think me rather too severe, but you are not likely to confide everything to me. Everything, without any exception. Allow me to feel somewhat doubtful. You have not told me where you spent 4 hours yesterday. Because I did not think it was worth mentioning. I made the acquaintance of those persons during my journey. I believe them to be worthy and respectable, and the right sort of people for me to visit, unless you should be of a different opinion. God forbid, it is a very respectable house, frequented by honest people. They are delighted at having made your acquaintance. You are much liked by everybody, and they hope to retain you as a friend. I have heard all about it this morning, but you must not go there too often and as a regular guest. Must I cease my visits at once, and without cause? No, it would be a want of politeness on your part. You may go there once or twice every week, but do not be a constant visitor. You are sighing, my son. No, I assure you not. I will obey you. I hope it may not be only a matter of obedience, and I trust your heart will not feel it a hardship, but if necessary, your heart must be conquered. Recollect that the heart is the greatest enemy of reason. Yet they can be made to agree. We often imagine so, but distrust the animism of your dear Horace. You know that there is no middle course with it. Nisi paret, imperat. I know it, but in the family of which we were speaking there is no danger for my heart. I am glad of it, because in that case it will be all the easier for you to abstain from frequent visits. Remember that I shall trust you. And I, Reverend Father, will listen to and follow your good advice. I will visit Donna Cecilia only now and then. Feeling most unhappy, I took his hand to press it against my lips, but he folded me in his arms as a father might have done, and turned himself round so as not to let me see that he was weeping. I dined at the Cardinal's palace and sat near the Abbé Gama. The table was laid for 12 persons, who all wore the costume of priests. For in Rome everyone is a priest or wishes to be thought a priest, and as there is no law to forbid anyone to dress like an ecclesiastic, that dress is adopted by all those who wish to be respected, noblemen excepted, even if they are not in the ecclesiastical profession. I felt very miserable and did not utter a word during the dinner. My silence was construed into a proof of my sagacity. As we rose from the table, the Abbé Gama invited me to spend the day with him, but I declined under pretense of letters to be written, and I truly did so for 7 hours. I wrote to Don Lelio, to Don Antonio, to my young friend Paul, and to the worthy Bishop of Martorano, who answered that he heartily wished himself in my place. Deeply enamored of Lucrezia and happy in my love, to give her up appeared to me a shameful action. In order to ensure the happiness of my future life, I was beginning to be the executioner of my present felicity and the tormentor of my heart. I revolted against such a necessity which I judged fictitious, and which I could not admit unless I stood guilty of vileness before the tribunal of my own reason. I thought that Father Georgi, if he wished to forbid my visiting that family, ought not to have said that it was worthy of respect. My sorrow would not have been so intense. The day and the whole of the night were spent in painful thoughts. In the morning, the Abbé Gama brought me a great book filled with ministerial letters from which I was to compile for my amusement. After a short time devoted to that occupation, I went out to take my first French lesson, after which I walked towards the Strada Condata. I intended to take a long walk when I heard myself called by my name. I saw the Abbé Gama in front of a coffee house. I whispered to him that Minerva had forbidden me the coffee rooms of Rome. Minerva, he answered, desires you to form some idea of such places. Sit down by me. I heard a young abbé telling aloud, but without bitterness, a story which attacked in a most direct manner the justice of his holiness. Everybody was laughing and echoing the story. Another, being asked why he had left the services of Cardinal B, answered that it was because his eminence did not think himself called upon to pay him a part for certain private services, and everybody laughed outright. Another came to the Abbé Gama and told him that, if he felt any inclination to spend the afternoon at the Villa Medicis, he would find him there with 2 young Roman girls who were satisfied with a quartino, a gold coin worth 1/4 of a sequin. Another abbé read an incendiary sonnet against the government, and several took a copy of it. Another read a satire of his own composition, in which he tore to pieces the honor of a family. In the middle of all that confusion, I saw a priest with a very attractive countenance come in. The size of his hips made me take him for a woman dressed in men's clothes, and I said so to Gama, who told me that he was the celebrated castrato, Peppino delta Mamana. The abbé called him to us, and told him with a laugh that I had taken him for a girl. The impudent fellow looked me full in the face, and said that, if I liked, he would show me whether I had been right or wrong. At the dinner table everyone spoke to me, and I fancied I had given proper answers to all. But when the repast was over, the Abbé Gama invited me to take coffee in his own apartment. The moment we were alone, he told me that all the guests I had met were worthy and honest men, and he asked me whether I believed that I had succeeded in pleasing the company. I flatter myself I have, I answered. You are wrong, said the abbé. You are flattering yourself. You have so conspicuously avoided the questions put to you that everybody in the room noticed your extreme reserve. In the future, no one will ask you any questions. I should be sorry if it should turn out so, but was I to expose my own concerns? No, but there is a medium in all things. Yes, the medium of Horace, but it is often a matter of great difficulty to hit it exactly. A man ought to know how to obtain affection and esteem at the same time. That is the very wish nearest to my heart. Today you have tried for the esteem much more than for the affection of your fellow creatures. It may be a noble aspiration, but you must prepare yourself to fight jealousy and her daughter, calumny. If those two monsters do not succeed in destroying you, the victory must be yours. Now, for instance, you thoroughly refuted Salisti today. Well, he is a physician, and what is more a Corsican, he must feel badly towards you. Could I grant that the longings of women during their pregnancy have no influence whatever on the skin of the fetus, when I know the reverse to be the case? Are you not of my opinion? I am for neither party. I have seen many children with some such marks, but I have no means of knowing with certainty whether those marks have their origin in some longing experienced by the mother while she was pregnant. But I can swear it is so. All the better for you if your conviction is based upon such evidence, and all the worse for Salisti if he denies the possibility of the thing without certain authority. But let him remain in error. It is better thus than to prove him in the wrong and to make a bitter enemy of him. In the evening I called upon Lucrezia. The family knew my success and warmly congratulated me. Lucrezia told me that I looked sad, and I answered that I was assisting at the funeral of my liberty, for I was no longer my own master. Her husband, always fond of a joke, told her that I was in love with her, and his mother-in-law advised him not to show so much intrepidity. I only remained an hour with those charming persons, and then took leave of them, but the very air around me was heated by the flame within my breast. When I reached my room, I began to write, and spent the night in composing an ode which I sent the next day to the advocate. I was certain that he would show it to his wife, who loved poetry, and who did not yet know that I was a poet. I abstained from seeing her again for 3 or 4 days. I was learning French and making extracts from ministerial letters. His Eminence was in the habit of receiving every evening, and his rooms were thronged with the highest nobility of Rome. I had never attended these receptions. The Abbé Gama told me that I ought to do so as well as he did, without any pretension. I followed his advice and went. Nobody spoke to me, but as I was unknown, everyone looked at me and inquired who I was. The Abbé Gama asked me which was the lady who appeared to me the most amiable, and I showed one to him, but I regretted having done so, for the courtier went to her, and of course informed her of what I had said. Soon afterwards, I saw her look at me through her eyeglass and smile kindly upon me. She was the Marchioness G, whose Cicisbeo was Cardinal SC. On the very day I had fixed to spend the evening with Donna Lucrezia, the worthy advocate called upon me. He told me that if I thought I was going to prove I was not in love with his wife by staying away, I was very much mistaken, and he invited me to accompany all the family to Testaxio, where they intended to have luncheon on the following Thursday. He added that his wife knew my ode by heart, and that she had read it to the intended husband of Angelique, who had a great wish to make my acquaintance. That gentleman was likewise a poet, and would be one of the party to Testaxio. I promised the advocate I would come to his house on the Thursday with a carriage for 2. At that time, every Thursday in the month of October was a festival day in Rome. I went to see Donna Cecilia in the evening, and we talked about the excursion the whole time. I felt certain that Donna Lucrezia looked forward to it with as much pleasure as I did myself. We had no fixed plan, we could not have any, but we trusted to the God of love, and tacitly placed our confidence in his protection. I took care that Father Georgi should not hear of that excursion before I mentioned it to him myself, and I hastened to him in order to obtain his permission to go. I confess that, to obtain his leave, I professed the most complete indifference about it, and the consequence was that the good man insisted upon my going, saying that it was a family party, and that it was quite right for me to visit the environs of Rome and to enjoy myself in a respectable way. I went to Donna Cecilia's in a carriage which I hired from a certain Roland, a native of Avignon, and if I insist here upon his name, it is because my readers will meet him again in 18 years, his acquaintance with me having had very important results. The charming widow introduced me to Don Francisco, her intended son-in-law, whom she represented as a great friend of literary men and very deeply learned himself. I accepted it as gospel and behaved accordingly, Yet I thought he looked rather heavy and not sufficiently elated for a young man on the point of marrying such a pretty girl as Angelique. But he had plenty of good nature and plenty of money, and these are better than learning and gallantry. As we were ready to get into the carriages, the advocate told me that he would ride with me in my carriage, and that the three ladies would go with Don Francisco in the other. I answered at once that he ought to keep Don Francisco company, and that I claimed the privilege of taking care of Donna Cecilia, adding that I should feel dishonored if things were arranged differently. Thereupon I offered my arm to the handsome widow, who thought the arrangement according to the rules of etiquette and good breeding, and an approving look of my Lucrezia gave me the most agreeable sensation. Yet the proposal of the advocate struck me somewhat unpleasantly, because it was in contradiction with his former behavior, and especially with what he had said to me in my room a few days before. Has he become jealous? I said to myself, that would have made me almost angry, but the hope of bringing him round during our stay at Testaxio cleared away the dark cloud on my mind, and I was very amiable to Donna Cecilia. What with lunching and walking, we contrived to pass the afternoon very pleasantly. I was very gay, and my love for Lucrezia was not once mentioned. I was all attention to her mother. I occasionally addressed myself to Lucrezia, but not once to the advocate, feeling this the best way to show him that he had insulted me. As we prepared to return, the advocate carried off Donna Cecilia and went with her to the carriage in which were already seated Angelique and Don Francisco. Scarcely able to control my delight, I offered my arm to Donna Lucrezia, paying her some absurd compliment, while the advocate laughed outright, and seemed to enjoy the trick he imagined he had played me. How many things we might have said to each other before giving ourselves up to the material enjoyment of our love, had not the instants been so precious. But, aware that we had only half an hour before us, we were sparing of the minutes. We were absorbed in voluptuous pleasure when suddenly Lucrezia exclaims, "Oh dear, how unhappy we are!" She pushes me back, composes herself, the carriage stops, and the servant opens the door. "What is the matter?" I inquire. "We are at home." Whenever I recollect the circumstance, it seems to me fabulous, for it is not possible to annihilate time, and the horses were regular old screws, but we were lucky all through. The night was dark, and my beloved angel happened to be on the right side to get out of the carriage first, so that, although the advocate was at the door of the brougham as soon as the footman, everything went right, owing to the slow manner in which Lucrezia alighted. I remained at Donna Cecilia's until midnight. When I got home again, I went to bed. But how could I sleep? I felt burning in me the flame which I had not been able to restore to its original source in the too short distance from Testaxio to Rome. It was consuming me. Oh, unhappy are those who believe that the pleasures of Cythera are worth having, unless they are enjoyed in the most perfect accord by two hearts overflowing with love. I only rose in time for my French lesson. My teacher had a pretty daughter, named Barbara, who was always present during my lessons, and who sometimes taught me herself with even more exactitude than her father. A good-looking young man, who likewise took lessons, was courting her, and I soon perceived that she loved him. This young man called often upon me, and I liked him, especially on account of his reserve, for, although I made him confess his love for Barbara, he always changed the subject, if I mentioned it in our conversation. I had made up my mind to respect his reserve, and had not alluded to his affection for several days. But all at once I remarked that he had ceased his visits both to me and to his teacher, and at the same time I observed that the young girl was no longer present at my lessons. I felt some curiosity to know what had happened, although it was not, after all, any concern of mine. A few days after, as I was returning from church, I met the young man and reproached him for keeping away from us all. He told me that great sorrow had befallen him, which had fairly turned his brain, and that he was a prey to the most intense despair. His eyes were wet with tears. As I was leaving him, he held me back, and I told him that I would no longer be his friend unless he opened his heart to me. He took me to one of the cloisters, and he spoke thus: "I have loved Barbara for the last 6 months, and for 3 months she has given me indisputable proofs of her affection. 5 days ago, we were betrayed by the servant, and the father caught us in a rather delicate position. He left the room without saying one word, and I followed him, thinking of throwing myself at his feet. But as I appeared before him, he took hold of me by the arm, pushed me roughly to the door, and forbade me ever to present myself again at his house. I cannot claim her hand in marriage, because one of my brothers is married, and my father is not rich. I have no profession, and my mistress has nothing. Alas, now that I have confessed all to you, tell me, I entreat you, how she is. I am certain that she is as miserable as I am myself. I cannot manage to get a letter delivered to her, for she does not leave the house, even to attend church. Unhappy wretch, what shall I do? I could but pity him, for, as a man of honor, it was impossible for me to interfere in such a business. I told him that I had not seen Barbara for 5 days, and not knowing what to say, I gave him the advice which is tendered by all fools under similar circumstances. I advised him to forget his mistress. We had then reached the quay of Ripetta, and, observing that he was casting dark looks towards the Tiber, I feared his despair might lead him to commit some foolish attempt against his own life, and, in order to calm his excited feelings, I promised to make some inquiries from the father about his mistress, and to inform him of all I heard. He felt quieted by my promise, and entreated me not to forget him. In spite of the fire which had been raging through my veins ever since the excursion to Testaxio, I had not seen my Lucrezia for 4 days. I dreaded Father Jorge's suave manner, and I was still more afraid of finding he had made up his mind to give me no more advice. But unable to resist my desires, I called upon Lucrezia after my French lesson, and found her alone, sad and dispirited. "Ah," she exclaimed, as soon as I was by her side, "I think you might find time to come and see me." "My beloved one, it is not that I cannot find time, but I am so jealous of my love that I would rather die than let it be known publicly. I have been thinking of inviting you all to dine with me at Frascati. I will send you a phaeton, and I trust that some lucky accident will smile upon our love." "Oh, yes, do, dearest. I am sure your invitation will be accepted." In a quarter of an hour, the rest of the family came in, and I proffered my invitation for the following Sunday, which happened to be the festival of Saint Ursula, patroness of Lucrezia's youngest sister. I begged Donna Cecilia to bring her as well as her son. My proposal being readily accepted, I gave notice that the phaeton would be at Donna Cecilia's door at 7 o'clock, and that I would come myself with a carriage for 2 persons. The next day I went to M. Dalacqua, and after my lesson, I saw Barbara who, passing from one room to another, dropped a paper and earnestly looked at me. I felt bound to pick it up, because a servant who was at hand might have seen it and taken it. It was a letter, enclosing another addressed to her lover. The note for me ran thus: "If you think it to be a sin to deliver the enclosed to your friend, burn it. Have pity on an unfortunate girl, and be discreet." The enclosed letter, which was unsealed, ran as follows: "If you love me as deeply as I love you, you cannot hope to be happy without me. We cannot correspond in any other way than the one I am bold enough to adopt. I am ready to do anything to unite our lives until death. Consider and decide." The cruel situation of the poor girl moved me almost to tears, yet I determined to return her letter the next day, and I enclosed it in a note in which I begged her to excuse me if I could not render her the service she required at my hands. I put it in my pocket ready for delivery. The next day I went for my lesson as usual, but not seeing Barbara, I had no opportunity of returning her letter, and postponed its delivery to the following day. Unfortunately, just after I had returned to my room, the unhappy lover made his appearance. His eyes were red from weeping, his voice hoarse. He drew such a vivid picture of his misery that, dreading some mad action counseled by despair, I could not withhold from him the consolation which I knew it was in my power to give. This was my first error in this fatal business. I was the victim of my own kindness. The poor fellow read the letter over and over. He kissed it with transports of joy. He wept, hugged me, and thanked me for saving his life, and finally entreated me to take charge of his answer, as his beloved mistress must be longing for consolation as much as he had been himself, assuring me that his letter could not in any way implicate me, and that I was at liberty to read it. And truly, although very long, his letter contained nothing but the assurance of everlasting love, and hopes which could not be realized. Yet I was wrong to accept the character of Mercury to the 2 young lovers. To refuse, I had only to recollect that Father Jorgi would certainly have disapproved of my easy compliance. The next day I found M. Dalacqua ill in bed. His daughter gave me my lesson in his room, and I thought that perhaps she had obtained her pardon. I contrived to give her her lover's letter, which she dexterously conveyed to her pocket, but her blushes would have easily betrayed her if her father had been looking that way. After the lesson, I gave M. Dalacqua notice that I would not come on the morrow, as it was the festival of Saint Ursula, one of the 11,000 princesses and martyr virgins. In the evening, at the reception of His Eminence, which I attended regularly, although persons of distinction seldom spoke to me, the cardinal beckoned to me. He was speaking to the beautiful Marchioness G., to whom Gama had indiscreetly confided that I thought her the handsomest woman amongst His Eminence's guests. "Her Grace," said the cardinal, "wishes to know whether you are making rapid progress in the French language, which she speaks admirably." I answered in Italian that I had learned a great deal, but that I was not yet bold enough to speak. "You should be bold," said the Marchioness, "but without showing any pretension. It is the best way to disarm criticism." My mind having almost unwittingly lent to the words, "You should be bold," a meaning which had very likely been far from the idea of the Marchioness, I turned very red, and the handsome speaker, observing it, changed the conversation and dismissed me. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, I was at Donna Cecilia's door. The phaeton was there as well as the carriage for 2 persons, which this time was an elegant vis-a-vis, so light and well hung that Donna Cecilia praised it highly when she took her seat. "I shall have my turn as we return to Rome," said Lucrezia, and I bowed to her as if in acceptance of her promise. Lucrezia thus set suspicion at defiance in order to prevent suspicion arising. My happiness was assured, and I gave way to my natural flow of spirits. I ordered a splendid dinner, and we all set out towards the Villa Ludovisi. As we might have missed each other during our ramblings, we agreed to meet again at the inn at 1 o'clock. The discreet widow took the arm of her son-in-law, Angelique remained with her sister, and Lucrezia was my delightful share. Ursula and her brother were running about together, and in less than a quarter of an hour I had Lucrezia entirely to myself. "Did you remark," she said, "with what candor I secured for us 2 hours of delightful tete-a-tete, and a tete-a-tete in a vis-a-vis, too? How clever love is." "Yes, darling, love has made but one of our 2 souls. I adore you, and if I have the courage to pass so many days without seeing you, it is in order to be rewarded by the freedom of one single day like this. I did not think it possible, but you have managed it all very well. You know too much for your age, dearest. A month ago, my beloved, I was but an ignorant child, and you are the first woman who has initiated me into the mysteries of love. Your departure will kill me, for I could not find another woman like you in all Italy. What, am I your first love? Alas, you will never be cured of it. Oh, why am I not entirely your own? You are also the first true love of my heart, and you will be the last. How great will be the happiness of my successor. I should not be jealous of her, but what suffering would be mine if I thought that her heart was not like mine." Lucrezia, seeing my eyes wet with tears, began to give way to her own, and seating ourselves on the grass, our lips drank our tears amidst the sweetest kisses. How sweet is the nectar of the tears shed by love, when that nectar is relished amidst the raptures of mutual ardor. I have often tasted them, those delicious tears, and I can say knowingly that the ancient physicians were right, and that the modern are wrong. In a moment of calm, seeing the disorder in which we both were, I told her that we might be surprised. "Do not fear, my best beloved," she said. "We are under the guardianship of our good angels." We were resting and reviving our strength by gazing into one another's eyes, when suddenly Lucrezia, casting a glance to the right, exclaimed, "Look there, idol of my heart, have I not told you so? Yes, the angels are watching over us. Ah, how he stares at us. He seems to try to give us confidence. Look at that little demon, admire him. He must certainly be your guardian's spirit or mine." I thought she was delirious. "What are you saying, dearest? I do not understand you. What am I to admire?" "Do you not see that beautiful serpent with the blazing skin, which lifts its head and seems to worship us?" I looked in the direction she indicated, and saw a serpent with changeable colors about 3 feet in length, which did seem to be looking at us. I was not particularly pleased at the sight, but I could not show myself less courageous than she was. "What," said I, "are you not afraid?" I tell you again that the sight is delightful to me, and I feel certain that it is a spirit with nothing but the shape, or rather the appearance, of a serpent. And if the spirit came gliding along the grass and hissed at you, I would hold you tighter against my bosom and set him at defiance. In your arms, Lucrezia is safe. Look, the spirit is going away. Quick, quick! He is warning us of the approach of some profane person and tells us to seek some other retreat to renew our pleasures. Let us go. We rose and slowly advanced towards Donna Cecilia and the advocate, who were just emerging from a neighboring alley. Without avoiding them, and without hurrying, just as if to meet one another was a very natural occurrence, I inquired of Donna Cecilia whether her daughter had any fear of serpents. In spite of all her strength of mind, she answered, she is dreadfully afraid of thunder, and she will scream with terror at the sight of the smallest snake. There are some here, but she need not be frightened, for they are not venomous. I was speechless with astonishment, for I discovered that I had just witnessed a wonderful love miracle. At that moment the children came up, and without ceremony, we again parted company. Tell me, wonderful being, bewitching woman, what would you have done if, instead of your pretty serpent, you had seen your husband and your mother? Nothing. Do you not know that, in moments of such rapture, lovers see and feel nothing but love? Do you doubt having possessed me wholly, entirely? Lucrezia, in speaking thus, was not composing a poetical ode. She was not feigning fictitious sentiments. Her looks, the sound of her voice, were truth itself. Are you certain, I inquired, that we are not suspected? My husband does not believe us to be in love with each other, or else he does not mind such trifling pleasures as youth is generally wont to indulge in. My mother is a clever woman, and perhaps she suspects the truth, but she is aware that it is no longer any concern of hers. As to my sister, she must know everything, for she cannot have forgotten the broken-down bed, but she is prudent, and besides, she has taken it into her head to pity me. She has no conception of the nature of my feelings towards you. If I had not met you, my beloved, I should probably have gone through life without realizing such feelings myself, for what I feel for my husband. Well, I have for him the obedience which my position as a wife imposes upon me. And yet he is most happy, and I envy him. He can clasp in his arms all your lovely person whenever he likes. There is no hateful veil to hide any of your charms from his gaze. Oh, where art thou, my dear serpent? Come to us, come and protect us against the surprise of the uninitiated, and this very instant I fulfill all the wishes of him I adore. We passed the morning in repeating that we loved each other, and in exchanging over and over again substantial proofs of our mutual passion. We had a delicious dinner, during which I was all attention for the amiable Donna Cecilia. My pretty tortoiseshell box, filled with excellent snuff, went more than once round the table. As it happened to be in the hands of Lucrezia, who was sitting on my left, her husband told her that, if I had no objection, she might give me her ring and keep the snuff-box in exchange. Thinking that the ring was not of as much value as my box, I immediately accepted, but I found the ring of greater value. Lucrezia would not, however, listen to anything on that subject. She put the box in her pocket and thus compelled me to keep her ring. Dessert was nearly over. The conversation was very animated, when suddenly the intended husband of Angelique claimed our attention for the reading of a sonnet which he had composed and dedicated to me. I thanked him, and placing the sonnet in my pocket promised to write one for him. This was not, however, what he wished. He expected that, stimulated by emulation, I would call for paper and pen, and sacrifice to Apollo hours which it was much more to my taste to employ in worshipping another god whom his cold nature knew only by name. We drank coffee, I paid the bill, and we went about rambling through the labyrinthine alleys of the Villa Aldobrandini. What sweet recollections that villa has left in my memory! It seemed as if I saw my divine Lucrezia for the first time. Our looks were full of ardent love, our hearts were beating in concert with the most tender impatience, and a natural instinct was leading us towards a solitary asylum which the hand of love seemed to have prepared on purpose for the mysteries of its secret worship. There, in the middle of a long avenue, and under a canopy of thick foliage, we found a wide sofa made of grass, and sheltered by a deep thicket. From that place our eyes could range over an immense plain, and view the avenue to such a distance right and left that we were perfectly secure against any surprise. We did not require to exchange one word at the sight of this beautiful temple, so favorable to our love. Our hearts spoke the same language. Without a word being spoken, our ready hands soon managed to get rid of all obstacles, and to expose in a state of nature all the beauties which are generally veiled by troublesome wearing apparel. 2 whole hours were devoted to the most delightful, loving ecstasies. At last we exclaimed together in mutual ecstasy, "O love, we thank thee." We slowly retraced our steps towards the carriages, reveling in our intense happiness. Lucrezia informed me that Angelique's suitor was wealthy, that he owned a splendid villa at Tivoli, and that most likely he would invite us all to dine and pass the night there. "I pray the god of love," she added, "to grant us a night as beautiful as this day has been." Then, looking sad, she said, "But alas! The ecclesiastical lawsuit, which has brought my husband to Rome, is progressing so favorably that I am mortally afraid he will obtain judgment all too soon." The journey back to the city lasted 2 hours. We were alone in my vis-a-vis, and we overtaxed nature, exacting more than it can possibly give. As we were getting near Rome, we were compelled to let the curtain fall before the denouement of the drama, which we had performed to the complete satisfaction of the actors. I returned home rather fatigued, but the sound sleep which was so natural at my age restored my full vigor, and in the morning I took my French lesson at the usual hour. Chapter 10. Benedict Roman 14 Excursion to Tivoli Departure of Lucrezia, the Marchioness G. Barbara d'Alacquae. Misfortunes, I leave Rome. M. d'Alacqua being very ill, his daughter Barbara gave me my lesson. When it was over, she seized an opportunity of slipping a letter into my pocket and immediately disappeared, so that I had no chance of refusing. The letter was addressed to me and expressed feelings of the warmest gratitude. She only desired me to inform her lover that her father had spoken to her again, and that most likely he would engage a new servant as soon as he had recovered from his illness. And she concluded her letter by assuring me that she never would implicate me in this business. Her father was compelled to keep his bed for a fortnight, and Barbara continued to give me my lesson every day. I felt for her an interest which, from me towards a young and pretty girl, was indeed quite a new sentiment. It was a feeling of pity, and I was proud of being able to help and comfort her. Her eyes never rested upon mine, her hand never met mine, I never saw in her toilet the slightest wish to please me. She was very pretty, and I knew she had a tender, loving nature. But nothing interfered with the respect and the regard which I was bound in honor and in good faith to feel towards her, and I was proud to remark that she never thought me capable of taking advantage of her weakness or of her position. When the father had recovered, he dismissed his servant and engaged another. Barbara entreated me to inform her friend of the circumstance, and likewise of her hope to gain the new servant to their interests, at least sufficiently to secure the possibility of carrying on some correspondence. I promised to do so, and as a mark of her gratitude she took my hand to carry it to her lips, but quickly withdrawing it I tried to kiss her. She turned her face away, blushing deeply. I was much pleased with her modesty. Barbara having succeeded in gaining the new servant over, I had nothing more to do with the intrigue, and I was very glad of it, for I knew my interference might have brought evil on my own head. Unfortunately, it was already too late. I seldom visited Don Gaspar. The study of the French language took up all my mornings, and it was only in the morning that I could see him. But I called every evening upon Father Georgi, and although I went to him only as one of his protégés, it gave me some reputation. I seldom spoke before his guests, yet I never felt weary, for in his circle his friends would criticize without slandering, discuss politics without stubbornness, literature without passion, and I profited by all. After my visit to the sagacious monk, I used to attend the assembly of the cardinal, my master, as a matter of duty. Almost every evening, when she happened to see me at her card table, the beautiful marchioness would address to me a few gracious words in French, and I always answered in Italian, not caring to make her laugh before so many persons. My feelings for her were of a singular kind. I must leave them to the analysis of the reader. I thought that woman charming, yet I avoided her. It was not because I was afraid of falling in love with her. I loved Lucrezia, and I firmly believed that such an affection was a shield against any other attachment, but it was because I feared that she might love me or have a passing fancy for me. Was it self-conceit or modesty, vice, or virtue? Perhaps neither one nor the other. One evening, she desired the Abbé Gama to call me to her. She was standing near the cardinal, my patron, and the moment I approached her, she caused me a strange feeling of surprise by asking me in Italian a question which I was far from anticipating. "How did you like Frascati?" "Very much, madam. I have never seen such a beautiful place." "But your company was still more beautiful, and your vis-a-vis was very smart." I only bowed low to the Marchioness, and a moment after Cardinal Acquaviva said to me, kindly, "You are astonished at your adventure being known." "No, my lord, but I am surprised that people should talk of it. I could not have believed Rome to be so much like a small village." "The longer you live in Rome," said His Eminence, "the more you will find it so. You have not yet presented yourself to kiss the foot of our Holy Father." "Not yet, my lord." "Then you must do so." I bowed in compliance to his wishes. The Abbé Gama told me to present myself to the Pope on the morrow, and he added, "Of course you have already shewn yourself in the Marchioness G's palace." "No, I have never been there." "You astonish me, but she often speaks to you." "I have no objection to go with you." "I never visit at her palace." "Yet she speaks to you likewise." "Yes, but you do not know Rome. Go alone. Believe me, you ought to go." "Will she receive me?" "You are joking, I suppose. Of course it is out of the question for you to be announced. You will call when the doors are wide open to everybody. You will meet there all those who pay homage to her." "Will she see me?" "No doubt of it." On the following day, I proceeded to Montecavallo, and I was at once led into the room where the Pope was alone. I threw myself on my knees and kissed the Holy Cross on his most holy slipper. The Pope inquiring who I was, I told him, and he answered that he knew me, congratulating me upon my being in the service of so eminent a cardinal. He asked me how I had succeeded in gaining the cardinal's favor. I answered with a faithful recital of my adventures from my arrival at Martorano. He laughed heartily at all I said respecting the poor and worthy bishop, and remarked that, instead of trying to address him in Tuscan, I could speak in the Venetian dialect, as he was himself speaking to me in the dialect of Bologna. I felt quite at my ease with him, and I told him so much news and amused him so well that the Holy Father kindly said that he would be glad to see me whenever I presented myself at Montecavallo. I begged his permission to read all forbidden books, and he granted it with his blessing, saying that I should have the permission in writing, but he forgot it. Benedict Roman XIV was a learned man, very amiable and fond of a joke. I saw him for the second time at the Villa Medicis. He called me to him and continued his walk, speaking of trifling things. He was then accompanied by Cardinal Albani and the ambassador from Venice. A man of modest appearance approached His Holiness, who asked what he required. The man said a few words in a low voice, and after listening to him, the Pope answered, "You are right, place your trust in God," and he gave him his blessing. The poor fellow went away very dejected, and the Holy Father continued his walk. "This man," I said, "Most Holy Father, has not been pleased with the answer of your Holiness." "Why?" "Because most likely he had already addressed himself to God before he ventured to apply to you, and when your Holiness sends him to God again, he finds himself sent back, as the proverb says, from Herod to Pilate." The Pope, as well as his two companions, laughed heartily, but I kept a serious countenance. "I cannot," continued the Pope, "do any good without God's assistance." "Very true, Holy Father, but the man is aware that you are God's prime minister, and it is easy to imagine his trouble now that the minister sends him again to the master. His only resource is to give money to the beggars of Rome, who for one bajocco will pray for him. They boast of their influence before the throne of the Almighty, but as I have faith only in your credit, I entreat your Holiness to deliver me of the heat which inflames my eyes by granting me permission to eat meat." "Eat meat, my son." "Holy Father, give me your blessing." He blessed me, adding that I was not dispensed from fasting. That very evening, at the Cardinal's assembly, I found that the news of my dialogue with the Pope was already known. Everybody was anxious to speak to me. I felt flattered, but I was much more delighted at the joy which Cardinal Acquaviva tried in vain to conceal. As I wished not to neglect Gama's advice, I presented myself at the mansion of the beautiful Marchioness at the hour at which everyone had free access to her ladyship. I saw her, I saw the cardinal and a great many abbés, but I might have supposed myself invisible, for no one honored me with a look, and no one spoke to me. I left after having performed for half an hour the character of a mute. 5 or 6 days afterwards, the Marchioness told me graciously that she had caught a sight of me in her reception rooms. I was there, it is true, madam, but I had no idea that I had had the honor to be seen by your ladyship. Oh, I see everybody. They tell me that you have wit. If it is not a mistake on the part of your informants, your ladyship gives me very good news. Oh, they are excellent judges. Then, madam, those persons must have honored me with their conversation. Otherwise, it is not likely that they would have been able to express such an opinion. No doubt, but let me see you often at my receptions. Our conversation had been overheard by those who were around. His Excellency the Cardinal told me that, when the Marchioness addressed herself particularly to me in French, my duty was to answer her in the same language, good or bad. The cunning politician Gama took me apart and remarked that my repartees were too smart, too cutting, and that, after a time, I would be sure to displease. I had made considerable progress in French. I had given up my lessons, and practice was all I required. I was then in the habit of calling sometimes upon Lucrezia in the morning, and of visiting in the evening Father Georgi, who was acquainted with the excursion to Frascati, and had not expressed any dissatisfaction. 2 days after the sort of command laid upon me by the Marchioness, I presented myself at her reception. As soon as she saw me, she favored me with a smile which I acknowledged by a deep reverence. That was all. In a quarter of an hour afterwards, I left the mansion. The Marchioness was beautiful, but she was powerful, and I could not make up my mind to crawl at the feet of power, and on that head, I felt disgusted with the manners of the Romans. One morning, towards the end of November, the advocate, accompanied by Angelique's intended, called on me. The latter gave me a pressing invitation to spend 24 hours at Tivoli with the friends I had entertained at Frascati. I accepted with great pleasure, for I had found no opportunity of being alone with Lucrezia since the festival of Saint Ursula. I promised to be at Donna Cecilia's house at daybreak with the same vis-a-vis. It was necessary to start very early, because Tivoli is 16 miles from Rome and has so many objects of interest that it requires many hours to see them all. As I had to sleep out that night, I craved permission to do so from the cardinal himself, who, hearing with whom I was going, told me that I was quite right not to lose such an opportunity of visiting that splendid place in such good society. The first dawn of day found me with my vis-a-vis and 4 at the door of Donna Cecilia, who came with me as before. The charming widow, notwithstanding her strict morality, was delighted at my love for her daughter. The family rode in a large phaeton hired by Don Francisco, which gave room for 6 persons. At 7:30 in the morning, we made a halt at a small place where had been prepared, by Don Francisco's orders, an excellent breakfast, which was intended to replace the dinner, and we all made a hearty meal, as we were not likely to find time for anything but supper at Tivoli. I wore on my finger the beautiful ring which Lucrezia had given me. At the back of the ring, I had had a piece of enamel placed. On it was delineated a Sadduceus, with 1 serpent between the letters Alpha and Omega. This ring was the subject of conversation during breakfast, and Don Francisco, as well as the advocate, exerted himself in vain to guess the meaning of the hieroglyphs, much to the amusement of Lucrezia, who understood the mysterious secret so well. We continued our road and reached Tivoli at 10 o'clock. We began by visiting Don Francisco's villa. It was a beautiful little house, and we spent the following 6 hours in examining together the antiquities of Tivoli. Lucrezia having occasion to whisper a few words to Don Francisco, I seized the opportunity of telling Angelique that after her marriage I should be happy to spend a few days of the fine season with her. "Sir," she answered, "I give you fair notice that the moment I become mistress in this house, you will be the very first person to be excluded. I feel greatly obliged to you, Signora, for your timely notice." But the most amusing part of the affair was that I construed Angelique's wanton insult into a declaration of love. I was astounded. Lucrezia, remarking the state I was in, touched my arm, inquiring what ailed me. I told her, and she said at once, "My darling, my happiness cannot last long. the cruel moment of our separation is drawing near. When I have gone, pray undertake the task of compelling her to acknowledge her error. Angelique pities me, be sure to avenge me. I have forgotten to mention that at Don Francisco's villa I happened to praise a very pretty room opening upon the orange house, and the amiable host, having heard me, came obligingly to me, and said that it should be my room that night. Lucrezia feigned not to hear, but it was to her Ariadne's clue, for, as we were to remain altogether during our visit to the beauties of Tivoli, we had no chance of a tete-a-tete through the day. I have said that we devoted 6 hours to an examination of the antiquities of Tivoli, but I am bound to confess here that I saw, for my part, very little of them, and it was only 28 years later that I made a thorough acquaintance with the beautiful spot. We returned to the villa towards evening, fatigued and very hungry, but an hour's rest before supper, a repast which lasted 2 hours, the most delicious dishes, the most exquisite wines, and particularly the excellent wine of Tivoli restored us so well that everybody wanted nothing more than a good bed, and the freedom to enjoy the bed according to his own taste. As everybody objected to sleep alone, Lucrezia said that she would sleep with Angelique in one of the rooms leading to the orange house, and proposed that her husband should share a room with the young abbé, his brother-in-law, and that Donna Cecilia should take her youngest daughter with her. The arrangement met with general approbation, and Don Francisco, taking a candle, escorted me to my pretty little room adjoining the one in which the 2 sisters were to sleep, and after showing me how I could lock myself in, he wished me good night and left me alone. Angelique had no idea that I was her near neighbor, but Lucrezia and I, without exchanging a single word on the subject, had perfectly understood each other. I watched through the keyhole and saw the 2 sisters come into their room, preceded by the polite Don Francisco, who carried a taper, and after lighting a night lamp, bade them good night and retired. Then my 2 beauties, their door once locked, sat down on the sofa and completed their night toilet, which, in that fortunate climate, is similar to the costume of our first mother. Lucrezia, knowing that I was waiting to come in, told her sister to lie down on the side towards the window, and the Virgin, having no idea that she was exposing her most secret beauties to my profane eyes, crossed the room in a state of complete nakedness. Lucrezia put out the lamp and lay down near her innocent sister. Happy moments which I can no longer enjoy, but the sweet remembrance of which death alone can make me lose. I believe I never undressed myself as quickly as I did that evening. I open the door and fall into the arms of my Lucrezia, who says to her sister, "It is my angel, my love, never mind him and go to sleep." What a delightful picture I could offer to my readers if it were possible for me to paint voluptuousness in its most enchanting colors. What ecstasies of love from the very onset. What delicious raptures succeed each other until the sweetest fatigue made us give way to the soothing influence of Morpheus. The first rays of the sun, piercing through the crevices of the shutters, wake us out of our refreshing slumbers, and like 2 valorous knights who have ceased fighting only to renew the contest with increased ardor, we lose no time in giving ourselves up to all the intensity of the flame which consumes us. Oh, my beloved Lucrezia, how supremely happy I am, but my darling, mind your sister, she might turn round and see us. Fear nothing, my life, my sister is kind, she loves me, she pities me. Do you not love me, my dear Angelique? Oh, turn round, see how happy your sister is, and know what felicity awaits you when you own the sway of love. Angelique, a young maiden of 17 summers, who must have suffered the torments of Tantalus during the night, and who only wishes for a pretext to show that she has forgiven her sister, turns round, and covering her sister with kisses, confesses that she has not closed her eyes through the night. Then forgive likewise, darling Angelique, forgive him who loves me and whom I adore, says Lucrezia. Unfathomable power of the god, who conquers all human beings. Angelique hates me, I say, I dare not. No, I do not hate you, answers the charming girl. Kiss her, dearest, says Lucrezia, pushing me towards her sister, and pleased to see her in my arms motionless and languid. But sentiment, still more than love, forbids me to deprive Lucrezia of the proof of my gratitude, and I turn to her with all the rapture of a beginner, feeling that my ardor is increased by Angelique's ecstasy, as for the first time she witnesses the amorous contest. Lucrezia, dying of enjoyment, entreats me to stop, but as I do not listen to her prayer, she tricks me, and the sweet Angelique makes her first sacrifice to the mother of love. It is thus very likely that when the gods inhabited this earth, the voluptuous Arcadia, in love with the soft and pleasing breath of Zephyrus, one day opened her arms and was fecundated. Lucrezia was astonished and delighted, and covered us both with kisses. Angelique, as happy as her sister, expired deliciously in my arms for the third time, and she seconded me with so much loving ardor that it seemed to me I was tasting happiness for the first time. Phoebus had left the nuptial couch, and his rays were already diffusing light over the universe. And that light, reaching us through the closed shutters, gave me warning to quit the place. We exchanged the most loving adieus. I left my two divinities and retired to my own room. A few minutes afterwards, the cheerful voice of the advocate was heard in the chamber of the sisters. He was reproaching them for sleeping too long. Then he knocked at my door, threatening to bring the ladies to me, and went away, saying that he would send me the hairdresser. After many ablutions and a careful toilet, I thought I could show my face, and I presented myself coolly in the drawing-room. The two sisters were there with the other members of our society, and I was delighted with their rosy cheeks. Lucrezia was frank and gay, and beamed with happiness. Angelique, as fresh as the morning dew, was more radiant than usual, but fidgety, and carefully avoided looking me in the face. I saw that my useless attempts to catch her eyes made her smile, and I remarked to her mother, rather mischievously, that it was a pity Angelique used paint for her face. She was duped by this stratagem, and compelled me to pass a handkerchief over her face, and was then obliged to look at me. I offered her my apologies, and Don Francisco appeared highly pleased that the complexion of his intended had met with such triumph. After breakfast, we took a walk through the garden, and, finding myself alone with Lucrezia, I expostulated tenderly with her for having almost thrown her sister in my arms. "Do not reproach me," she said, "when I deserve praise. I have brought light into the darkness of my charming sister's soul. I have initiated her in the sweetest of mysteries, and now, instead of pitying me, she must envy me. Far from having hatred for you, she must love you dearly, and as I am so unhappy as to have to part from you very soon, my beloved, I leave her to you. She will replace me." "Ah, Lucrezia, how can I love her? Is she not a charming girl?" "No doubt of it, but my adoration for you is a shield against any other love. Besides, Don Francisco must, of course, entirely monopolize her, and I do not wish to cause coolness between them or to ruin the peace of their home. I am certain your sister is not like you, and I would bet that, even now, she upbraids herself for having given way to the ardor of her temperament." "Most likely, but dearest, I am sorry to say my husband expects to obtain judgment in the course of this week, and then the short instants of happiness will forever be lost to me." This was sad news indeed, and to cause a diversion at the breakfast table I took much notice of the generous Don Francisco, and promised to compose a nuptial song for his wedding day, which had been fixed for the early part of January. We returned to Rome, and for the 3 hours that she was with me in my vis-a-vis, Lucrezia had no reason to think that my ardor was at all abated. But when we reached the city I was rather fatigued, and proceeded at once to the palace. Lucrezia had guessed rightly. Her husband obtained his judgment 3 or 4 days afterwards, and called upon me to announce their departure for the day after the morrow. He expressed his warm friendship for me, and by his invitation, I spent the 2 last evenings with Lucrezia, but we were always surrounded by the family. The day of her departure, wishing to cause her an agreeable surprise, I left Rome before them and waited for them at the place where I thought they would put up for the night. But the advocate, having been detained by several engagements, was detained in Rome, and they only reached the place next day for dinner. We dined together, we exchanged a sad, painful farewell, and they continued their journey while I returned to Rome. After the departure of this charming woman, I found myself in sort of solitude very natural to a young man whose heart is not full of hope. I passed whole days in my room, making extracts from the French letters written by the cardinal, and His Eminence was kind enough to tell me that my extracts were judiciously made, but that he insisted upon my not working so hard. The beautiful Marchioness was present when he paid me that compliment. Since my second visit to her, I had not presented myself at her house. She was consequently rather cool to me, and, glad of an opportunity of making me feel her displeasure, she remarked to His Eminence that very likely work was a consolation to me in the great void caused by the departure of Donna Lucrezia. I candidly confess, madam, that I have felt her loss deeply. She was kind and generous. Above all, she was indulgent when I did not call often upon her. My friendship for her was innocent. I have no doubt of it, although your ode was the work of a poet deeply in love. Oh, said the kindly cardinal, a poet cannot possibly write without professing to be in love. But, replied the Marchioness, if the poet is really in love, he has no need of professing a feeling which he possesses. As she was speaking, the Marchioness drew out of her pocket a paper, which she offered to His Eminence. This is the ode, she said. It does great honor to the poet, for it is admitted to be a masterpiece by all the literati in Rome, and Donna Lucrezia knows it by heart. The cardinal read it over and returned it, smiling and remarking that, as he had no taste for Italian poetry, she must give herself the pleasure of translating it into French rhyme if she wished him to admire it. I only write French prose, answered the Marchioness, and a prose translation destroys half the beauty of poetry. I am satisfied with writing occasionally a little Italian poetry without any pretension to poetical fame. Those words were accompanied by a very significant glance in my direction. I should consider myself fortunate, madam, if I could obtain the happiness of admiring some of your poetry. Here is a sonnet of her ladyship S., said Cardinal S.C. I took it respectfully, and I prepared to read it, but the amiable Marchioness told me to put it in my pocket and return it to the cardinal the next day, although she did not think the sonnet worth so much trouble. If you should happen to go out in the morning, said Cardinal S.C., you could bring it back and dine with me. Cardinal Acquaviva immediately answered for me, he will be sure to go out purposely. With a deep reverence, which expressed my thanks, I left the room quietly and returned to my apartment, very impatient to read the sonnet. Yet, before satisfying my wish, I could not help making some reflections on the situation. I began to think myself somebody since the gigantic stride I had made this evening at the cardinal's assembly. The Marchioness de G had shewn in the most open way the interest she felt in me, and under cover of her grandeur, had not hesitated to compromise herself publicly by the most flattering advances. But who would have thought of disapproving? A young abbé like me, without any importance whatever, who could scarcely pretend to her high protection. True, but she was precisely the woman to grant it to those who, feeling themselves unworthy of it, dared not show any pretensions to her patronage. On that head, my modesty must be evident to everyone, and the Marchioness would certainly have insulted me had she supposed me capable of sufficient vanity to fancy that she felt the slightest inclination for me. No, such a piece of self-conceit was not in accordance with my nature. Her cardinal himself had invited me to dinner. Would he have done so if he had admitted the possibility of the beautiful Marchioness feeling anything for me? Of course not, and he gave me an invitation to dine with him only because he had understood, from the very words of the lady, that I was just the sort of person with whom they could converse for a few hours without any risk. To be sure, without any risk whatever. Oh, Master Casanova, do you really think so? Well, why should I put on a mask before my readers? They may think me conceited if they please, but the fact of the matter is that I felt sure of having made a conquest of the Marchioness. I congratulated myself because she had taken the first, most difficult, and most important step. Had she not done so, I should never have dared to lay siege to her even in the most approved fashion. I should never have even ventured to dream of winning her. It was only this evening that I thought she might replace Lucrezia. She was beautiful, young, full of wit and talent. She was fond of literary pursuits and very powerful in Rome. What more was necessary? Yet I thought it would be good policy to appear ignorant of her inclination for me, and to let her suppose from the very next day that I was in love with her, but that my love appeared to me hopeless. I knew that such a plan was infallible, because it saved her dignity. It seemed to me that Father Georgi himself would be compelled to approve such an undertaking, and I had remarked with great satisfaction that Cardinal Acquaviva had expressed his delight at Cardinal S.C.'s invitation and honor, which he had never yet bestowed on me himself. This affair might have very important results for me. I read the Marchioness's sonnet and found it easy, flowing, and well written. It was composed in praise of the King of Prussia, who had just conquered Silesia by a masterly stroke. As I was copying it, the idea struck me to personify Silesia, and to make her, in answer to the sonnet, bewail that love, supposed to be the author of the sonnet of the Marchioness, could applaud the man who had conquered her, when that conqueror was the sworn enemy of love. It is impossible for a man accustomed to write poetry to abstain when a happy subject smiles upon his delighted imagination. If he attempted to smother the poetical flame running through his veins, it would consume him. I composed my sonnet, keeping the same rhymes as in the original, and, well pleased with my muse, I went to bed. The next morning, the Abbé Gama came in just as I had finished recopying my sonnet, and said he would breakfast with me. He complimented me upon the honor conferred on me by the invitation of Cardinal SC. But be prudent, he added, for His Eminence has the reputation of being jealous. I thanked him for his friendly advice, taking care to assure him that I had nothing to fear, because I did not feel the slightest inclination for the handsome Marchioness. Cardinal SC received me with great kindness mingled with dignity, to make me realize the importance of the favor he was bestowing upon me. "What do you think," he inquired, "of the sonnet?" "Monseigneur, it is perfectly written, and, what is more, it is a charming composition. Allow me to return it to you with my thanks. She has much talent. I wish to show you 10 stanzas of her composition, my dear Abbé, but you must promise to be very discreet about it." "Your Eminence may rely on me." He opened his bureau and brought forth the stanzas of which he was the subject. I read them, found them well written, but devoid of enthusiasm. They were the work of a poet, and expressed love in the words of passion, but were not pervaded by that peculiar feeling by which true love is so easily discovered. The worthy cardinal was doubtless guilty of a very great indiscretion, but self-love is the cause of so many injudicious steps. I asked His Eminence whether he had answered the stanzas. "No," he replied, "I have not, but would you feel disposed to lend me your poetical pen, always under the seal of secrecy?" "As to secrecy, Monseigneur, I promise it faithfully, but I am afraid the Marchioness will remark the difference between your style and mine." "She has nothing of my composition," said the cardinal. "I do not think she supposes me a fine poet, and for that reason your stanzas must be written in such a manner that she will not esteem them above my abilities. I will write them with pleasure, Monseigneur, and your Eminence can form an opinion. If they do not seem good enough to be worthy of you, they need not be given to the Marchioness." "That is well said. Will you write them at once?" "What now, Monseigneur? It is not like prose." "Well, well, try to let me have them tomorrow." We dined alone, and His Eminence complimented me upon my excellent appetite, which he remarked was as good as his own. But I was beginning to understand my eccentric host, and, to flatter him, I answered that he praised me more than I deserved, and that my appetite was inferior to his. The singular compliment delighted him, and I saw all the use I could make of His Eminence. Towards the end of the dinner, as we were conversing, the Marchioness made her appearance, and, as a matter of course, without being announced. Her looks threw me into raptures. I thought her a perfect beauty. She did not give the cardinal time to meet her, but sat down near him, while I remained standing, according to etiquette. Without appearing to notice me, the Marchioness ran wittily over various topics until coffee was brought in. Then, addressing herself to me, she told me to sit down, just as if she was bestowing charity upon me. "By the by, Abbé," she said a minute after, "have you read my sonnet?" "Yes, madam, and I have had the honor to return it to His Eminence. I have found it so perfect that I am certain it must have cost you a great deal of time." "Time?" exclaimed the cardinal. "Oh, you do not know the Marchioness." "Monseigneur," I replied, "nothing can be done well without time, and that is why I have not dared to show to your Eminence an answer to the sonnet which I have written in half an hour." "Let us see it, Abbé," said the Marchioness. "I want to read it." "Answer of Silesia to Love." This title brought the most fascinating blushes on her countenance. "But love is not mentioned in the sonnet," exclaimed the cardinal. "Wait," said the Marchioness, "we must respect the idea of the poet." She read the sonnet over and over, and thought that the reproaches addressed by Silesia to Love were very just. She explained my idea to the cardinal, making him understand why Silesia was offended at having been conquered by the King of Prussia. Ah, I see, exclaimed the cardinal, full of joy. Silesia is a woman, and the King of Prussia. Oh, that is really a fine idea, and the good cardinal laughed heartily for more than a quarter of an hour. I must copy that sonnet, he added. Indeed, I must have it. The abbé, said the obliging Marchioness, will save you the trouble. I will dictate it to him. I prepared to write, but His Eminence suddenly exclaimed, My dear Marchioness, this is wonderful. He has kept the same rhymes as in your own sonnet. Did you observe it? The beautiful Marchioness gave me then a look of such expression that she completed her conquest. I understood that she wanted me to know the cardinal as well as she knew him. It was a kind of partnership in which I was quite ready to play my part. As soon as I had written the sonnet under the charming woman's dictation, I took my leave, but not before the cardinal had told me that he expected me to dinner the next day. I had plenty of work before me, for the 10 stanzas I had to compose were of the most singular character, and I lost no time in shutting myself up in my room to think of them. I had to keep my balance between 2 points of equal difficulty, and I felt that great care was indispensable. I had to place the Marchioness in such a position that she could pretend to believe the cardinal the author of the stanzas, and, at the same time, compel her to find out that I had written them, and that I was aware of her knowing it. It was necessary to speak so carefully that not one expression should breathe even the faintest hope on my part, and yet to make my stanzas blaze with the ardent fire of my love under the thin veil of poetry. As for the cardinal, I knew well enough that the better the stanzas were written, the more disposed he would be to sign them. All I wanted was clearness, so difficult to obtain in poetry, while a little doubtful darkness would have been accounted sublime by my new Midas. But, although I wanted to please him, the cardinal was only a secondary consideration, and the handsome Marchioness the principal object. As the Marchioness in her verses had made a pompous enumeration of every physical and moral quality of His Eminence, it was of course natural that he should return the compliment, and here my task was easy. At last, having mastered my subject well, I began my work, and giving full career to my imagination and to my feelings, I composed the 10 stanzas, and gave the finishing stroke with these 2 beautiful lines from Ariosto. Le angelic belles, nate alcilo non si pano celer sato, alcum vilo. Rather pleased with my production, I presented it the next day to the cardinal, modestly saying that I doubted whether he would accept the authorship of so ordinary a composition. He read the stanzas twice over without taste or expression, and said at last that they were indeed not much, but exactly what he wanted. He thanked me particularly for the 2 lines from Ariosto, saying that they would assist in throwing the authorship upon himself, as they would prove to the lady for whom they were intended that he had not been able to write them without borrowing. And, as to offer me some consolation, he told me that, in recopying the lines, he would take care to make a few mistakes in the rhythm to complete the illusion. We dined earlier than the day before, and I withdrew immediately after dinner, so as to give him leisure to make a copy of the stanzas before the arrival of the lady. The next evening I met the Marchioness at the entrance of the palace, and offered her my arm to come out of her carriage. The instant she alighted, she said to me, If ever your stanzas and mine become known in Rome, you may be sure of my enmity. Madam, I do not understand what you mean. I expected you to answer me in this manner, replied the Marchioness, but recollect what I have said. I left her at the door of the reception-room, and thinking that she was really angry with me, I went away in despair. My stanzas, I said to myself, are too fiery, they compromise her dignity, and her pride is offended at my knowing the secret of her intrigue with Cardinal Sc. Yet, I feel certain that the dread she expresses of my want of discretion is only feigned. It is but a pretext to turn me out of her favor. She has not understood my reserve. What would she have done if I had painted her in the simple apparel of the golden age, without any of those veils which modesty imposes upon her sex? I was sorry I had not done so. I undressed and went to bed. My head was scarcely on the pillow when the Abbé Gama knocked at my door. I pulled the door string, and coming in, he said, My dear sir, the cardinal wishes to see you, and I am sent by the beautiful Marchioness and Cardinal Sc., who desire you to come down. I am very sorry, but I cannot go. Tell them the truth. I am ill in bed. As the abbé did not return, I judged that he had faithfully acquitted himself of the commission, and I spent a quiet night. I was not yet dressed in the morning when I received a note from Cardinal SC inviting me to dinner, saying that he had just been bled and that he wanted to speak to me. He concluded by entreating me to come to him early, even if I did not feel well. The invitation was pressing. I could not guess what had caused it, but the tone of the letter did not forebode anything unpleasant. I went to church, where I was sure that Cardinal Acquaviva would see me, and he did. After Mass, His Eminence beckoned to me. "Are you truly ill?" he inquired. "No, Monsignor, I was only sleepy." "I am very glad to hear it, but you are wrong, for you are loved. Cardinal SC has been bled this morning." "I know it, Monsignor. The Cardinal tells me so in this note, in which he invites me to dine with him, with your Excellency's permission." "Certainly, but this is amusing. I did not know that he wanted a third person." "Will there be a third person?" "I do not know, and I have no curiosity about it." The Cardinal left me, and everybody imagined that His Eminence had spoken to me of state affairs. I went to my new Maecenas, whom I found in bed. "I am compelled to observe strict diet," he said to me. "I shall have to let you dine alone, but you will not lose by it as my cook does not know it. What I wanted to tell you is that your stanzas are, I am afraid, too pretty, for the Marchioness adores them. If you had read them to me in the same way that she does, I could never have made up my mind to offer them. But she believes them to be written by your Eminence." "Of course. That is the essential point, Monsignor." "Yes, but what should I do if she took it into her head to compose some new stanzas for me?" "You would answer through the same pen, for you can dispose of me night and day, and rely upon the utmost secrecy. I beg of you to accept this small present. It is some Negrillo snuff from Habana, which Cardinal Acquaviva has given me." The snuff was excellent, but the object which contained it was still better. It was a splendid gold-enameled box. I received it with respect and with the expression of the deepest gratitude. If His Eminence did not know how to write poetry, at least he knew how to be generous, and in a delicate manner, and that science is, at least in my estimation, superior to the other for a great nobleman. At noon, and much to my surprise, the beautiful Marchioness made her appearance in the most elegant morning toilet. "If I had known you were in good company," she said to the Cardinal, "I would not have come. I am sure, dear Marchioness, you will not find our dear Abbé in the way." "No, for I believe him to be honest and true." I kept at a respectful distance, ready to go away with my splendid snuff-box at the first jest she might hurl at me. The Cardinal asked her if she intended to remain to dinner. "Yes," she answered, "but I shall not enjoy my dinner, for I hate to eat alone." "If you would honor him so far, the Abbé would keep you company." She gave me a gracious look, but without uttering one word. This was the first time I had anything to do with a woman of quality, and that air of patronage, whatever kindness might accompany it, always put me out of temper, for I thought it made love out of the question. However, as we were in the presence of the Cardinal, I fancied that she might be right in treating me in that fashion. The table was laid out near the Cardinal's bed, and the Marchioness, who ate hardly anything, encouraged me in my good appetite. "I have told you that the Abbé is equal to me in that respect," said SC. "I truly believe," answered the Marchioness, "that he does not remain far behind you, but," added she with flattery, "you are more dainty in your tastes." Would her ladyship be so good as to tell me in what I have appeared to her to be a mere glutton? For in all things I like only dainty and exquisite morsels. "Explain what you mean by saying in all things," said the Cardinal. Taking the liberty of laughing, I composed a few impromptu verses in which I named all I thought dainty and exquisite. The Marchioness applauded, saying that she admired my courage. "My courage, madam, is due to you, for I am as timid as a hare when I am not encouraged. You are the author of my impromptu." "I admire you. As for myself, were I encouraged by Apollo himself, I could not compose 4 lines without paper and ink." "Only give way boldly to your genius, madam, and you will produce poetry worthy of heaven." "That is my opinion, too," said the Cardinal. "I entreat you to give me permission to show your 10 stanzas to the Abbé. They are not very good, but I have no objection provided it remains between us." The Cardinal gave me, then, the stanzas composed by the Marchioness, and I read them aloud with all the expression, all the feeling necessary to such reading. "How well you have read those stanzas," said the Marchioness. "I can hardly believe them to be my own composition. I thank you very much. But have the goodness to give the benefit of your reading to the stanzas which His Eminence has written in answer to mine. They surpass them much." "Do not believe it, my dear Abbé," said the Cardinal, handing them to me. "Yet try not to let them lose anything through your reading." There was certainly no need of His Eminence enforcing upon me such a recommendation. It was my own poetry. I could not have read it otherwise than in my best style, especially when I had before me the beautiful woman who had inspired them, and when, besides, Bacchus was in me giving courage to Apollo as much as the beautiful eyes of the Marchioness were fanning into an ardent blaze the fire already burning through my whole being. I read the stanzas with so much expression that the Cardinal was enraptured, but I brought a deep carnation tint upon the cheeks of the lovely Marchioness when I came to the description of those beauties which the imagination of the poet is allowed to guess at, but which I could not, of course, have gazed upon. She snatched the paper from my hands with passion, saying that I was adding verses of my own. It was true, but I did not confess it. I was all aflame, and the fire was scorching her as well as me. The Cardinal having fallen asleep, she rose and went to take a seat on the balcony. I followed her. She had a rather high seat. I stood opposite to her, so that her knee touched the fob pocket in which was my watch. What a position! Taking hold gently of one of her hands, I told her that she had ignited in my soul a devouring flame, that I adored her, and that, unless some hope was left to me of finding her sensible to my sufferings, I was determined to fly away from her forever. "Yes, beautiful Marchioness, pronounce my sentence. I fear you are a libertine and an unfaithful lover." "I am neither one nor the other." With these words I folded her in my arms, and I pressed upon her lovely lips, as pure as a rose, an ardent kiss which she received with the best possible grace. This kiss, the forerunner of the most delicious pleasures, had imparted to my hands the greatest boldness. I was on the point of. But the Marchioness, changing her position, entreated me so sweetly to respect her, that, enjoying new voluptuousness through my very obedience, I not only abandoned an easy victory, but I even begged her pardon, which I soon read in the most loving look. She spoke of Lucrezia, and was pleased with my discretion. She then alluded to the Cardinal, doing her best to make me believe that there was nothing between them but a feeling of innocent friendship. Of course, I had my opinion on that subject, but it was my interest to appear to believe every word she uttered. We recited together lines from our best poets, and all the time she was still sitting down and I standing before her, with my looks wrapped in the contemplation of the most lovely charms, to which I remained insensible in appearance, for I had made up my mind not to press her that evening for greater favors than those I had already received. The Cardinal, waking from his long and peaceful siesta, got up and joined us in his nightcap, and good-naturedly inquired whether we had not felt impatient at his protracted sleep. I remained until dark and went home highly pleased with my day's work, but determined to keep my ardent desires in check until the opportunity for complete victory offered itself. From that day, the charming Marchioness never ceased to give me the marks of her particular esteem, without the slightest constraint. I was reckoning upon the carnival, which was close at hand, feeling certain that the more I should spare her delicacy, the more she would endeavor to find the opportunity of rewarding my loyalty, and of crowning with happiness my loving constancy. But fate ordained otherwise. Dame Fortune turned her back upon me at the very moment when the Pope and Cardinal Acquaviva were thinking of giving me a really good position. The Holy Father had congratulated me upon the beautiful snuff-box presented to me by Cardinal SC, but he had been careful never to name the Marchioness. Cardinal Acquaviva expressed openly his delight at his brother Cardinal having given me a taste of his Negrillo snuff in so splendid an envelope. The Abbé Gama, finding me so forward on the road to success, did not venture to counsel me any more, and the virtuous Father Georgi gave me but one piece of advice, namely, to cling to the lovely Marchioness and not to make any other acquaintances. Such was my position, truly a brilliant one, when, on Christmas Day, the lover of Barbara Dalacqua entered my room, locked the door, and threw himself on the sofa, exclaiming that I saw him for the last time. "I only come to beg of you some good advice." "On what subject can I advise you?" Take this and read it. It will explain everything. It was a letter from his mistress. The contents were these. I am pregnant of a child, the pledge of our mutual love. I can no longer have any doubt of it, my beloved, and I forewarn you that I have made up my mind to quit Rome alone, and to go away to die where it may please God, if you refuse to take care of me and save me. I would suffer anything, do anything, rather than let my father discover the truth. If you are a man of honor, I said, you cannot abandon the poor girl. Marry her in spite of your father, in spite of her own, and live together honestly. The eternal providence of God will watch over you and help you in your difficulties. My advice seemed to bring calm to his mind, and he left me more composed. At the beginning of January 1744, he called again, looking very cheerful. I have hired, he said, the top floor of the house next to Barbara's dwelling. She knows it, and tonight I will gain her apartment through one of the windows of the garret, and we will make all our arrangements to enable me to carry her off. I have made up my mind. I have decided upon taking her to Naples, and I will take with us the servant who, sleeping in the garret, had to be made a confidant of. God speed you, my friend. A week afterwards, towards 11 o'clock at night, he entered my room accompanied by an abbé. What do you want so late? I wish to introduce you to this handsome abbé. I looked up, and to my consternation, I recognized Barbara. Has anyone seen you enter the house? I inquired. No, and if we had been seen, what of it? It is only an abbé. We now pass every night together. I congratulate you. The servant is our friend. She has consented to follow us, and all our arrangements are completed. I wish you every happiness. Adieu, I beg you to leave me. 3 or 4 days after that visit, as I was walking with the Abbé Gama towards the Villa Medicis, he told me deliberately that there would be an execution during the night in the Piazza di Spagna. What kind of execution? The Bargello or his lieutenant will come to execute some ordine santissimo, or to visit some suspicious dwelling in order to arrest and carry off some person who does not expect anything of the sort. How do you know it? His Eminence has to know it, for the Pope would not venture to encroach upon his jurisdiction without asking his permission. And His Eminence has given it. Yes, one of the Holy Father's auditors came for that purpose this morning. But the Cardinal might have refused. Of course, but such a permission is never denied. And if the person to be arrested happened to be under the protection of the Cardinal, what then? His Eminence would give timely warning to that person. We changed the conversation, but the news had disturbed me. I fancied that the execution threatened Barbara and her lover, for her father's house was under the Spanish jurisdiction. I tried to see the young man, but I could not succeed in meeting him, and I was afraid lest a visit at his home or at M. Dalacqua's dwelling might implicate me. Yet it is certain that this last consideration would not have stopped me if I had been positively sure that they were threatened. Had I felt satisfied of their danger, I would have braved everything. About midnight, as I was ready to go to bed, and just as I was opening my door to take the key from outside, an abbé rushed panting into my room and threw himself on a chair. It was Barbara. I guessed what had taken place, and, foreseeing all the evil consequences her visit might have for me, deeply annoyed and very anxious, I upbraided her for having taken refuge in my room and entreated her to go away. Fool that I was! Knowing that I was only ruining myself without any chance of saving her, I ought to have compelled her to leave my room. I ought to have called for the servants if she had refused to withdraw. But I had not courage enough, or rather I voluntarily obeyed the decrees of destiny. When she heard my order to go away, she threw herself on her knees, and melting into tears, she begged, she entreated my pity. Where is the heart of steel which is not softened by the tears, by the prayers of a pretty and unfortunate woman? I gave way, but I told her that it was ruin for both of us. No one, she replied, has seen me, I am certain, when I entered the mansion and came up to your room, and I consider my visit here a week ago as most fortunate. Otherwise, I never could have known which was your room. Alas, how much better if you had never come, but what has become of your lover? The Esburi have carried him off as well as the servant. I will tell you all about it. My lover had informed me that a carriage would wait tonight at the foot of the flight of steps before the church of Trinita del Monte, and that he would be there himself. I entered his room through the garret window an hour ago. There I put on this disguise and, accompanied by the servant, proceeded to meet him. The servant walked a few yards before me and carried a parcel of my things. At the corner of the street, one of the buckles of my shoes being unfastened, I stopped an instant, and the servant went on, thinking that I was following her. She reached the carriage, got into it, and as I was getting nearer, the light from a lantern disclosed to me some 30 esbirri. At the same instant, one of them got on the driver's box and drove off at full speed, carrying off the servant, whom they must have mistaken for me, and my lover who was in the coach awaiting me. What could I do at such a fearful moment? I could not go back to my father's house, and I followed my first impulse which brought me here. And here I am. You tell me that my presence will cause your ruin. If it is so, tell me what to do. I feel I am dying, but find some expedient and I am ready to do anything, even to lay my life down, rather than be the cause of your ruin. But she wept more bitterly than ever. Her position was so sad that I thought it worse even than mine, although I could almost fancy I saw ruin before me despite my innocence. Let me, I said, conduct you to your father. I feel sure of obtaining your pardon. But my proposal only enhanced her fears. I am lost, she exclaimed. I know my father. Ah, reverend sir, turn me out into the street and abandon me to my miserable fate. No doubt I ought to have done so, and I would have done it if the consciousness of what was due to my own interest had been stronger than my feeling of pity. But her tears. I have often said it, and those amongst my readers who have experienced it must be of the same opinion. There is nothing on earth more irresistible than two beautiful eyes shedding tears, when the owner of those eyes is handsome, honest, and unhappy. I found myself physically unable to send her away. My poor girl, I said at last, when daylight comes, and that will not be long, for it is past midnight, what do you intend to do? I must leave the palace, she replied, sobbing. In this disguise no one can recognize me. I will leave Rome, and I will walk straight before me until I fall on the ground, dying with grief and fatigue. With these words she fell on the floor. She was choking, I could see her face turn blue, I was in the greatest distress. I took off her neckband, unlaced her stays under the abbé's dress, I threw cold water in her face, and I finally succeeded in bringing her back to consciousness. The night was extremely cold, and there was no fire in my room. I advised her to get into my bed, promising to respect her. Alas, reverend sir, pity is the only feeling with which I can now inspire anyone. And to speak the truth, I was too deeply moved, and at the same time, too full of anxiety, to leave room in me for any desire. Having induced her to go to bed, and her extreme weakness preventing her from doing anything for herself, I undressed her and put her to bed, thus proving once more that compassion will silence the most imperious requirements of nature, in spite of all the charms which would, under other circumstances, excite to the highest degree the senses of a man. I lay down near her in my clothes and woke her at daybreak. Her strength was somewhat restored, she dressed herself alone, and I left my room, telling her to keep quiet until my return. I intended to proceed to her father's house and to solicit her pardon, but, having perceived some suspicious-looking men loitering about the palace, I thought it wise to alter my mind and went to a coffee-house. I soon ascertained that a spy was watching my movements at a distance, but I did not appear to notice him, and having taken some chocolate and stored a few biscuits in my pocket, I returned towards the palace, apparently without any anxiety or hurry, always followed by the same individual. I judged that the Bargello, having failed in his project, was now reduced to guesswork, and I was strengthened in that view of the case when the gatekeeper of the palace told me, without my asking any question as I came in, that an arrest had been attempted during the night and had not succeeded. While he was speaking, one of the auditors of the Vicar General called to inquire when he could see the Abbé Gama. I saw that no time was to be lost, and went up to my room to decide upon what was to be done. I began by making the poor girl eat a couple of biscuits soaked in some Canary wine, and I took her afterwards to the top story of the palace, where, leaving her in a not very decent closet which was not used by anyone, I told her to wait for me. My servant came soon after, and I ordered him to lock the door of my room as soon as he finished cleaning it, and to bring me the key at the Abbé Gama's apartment, where I was going. I found Gama in conversation with the auditor sent by the Vicar General. As soon as he had dismissed him, he came to me, and ordered his servant to serve the chocolate. When we were left alone, he gave me an account of his interview with the auditor, who had come to entreat His Eminence to give orders to turn out of his palace a person who was supposed to have taken refuge in it about midnight. "We must wait," said the abbé, "until the cardinal is visible, but I am quite certain that, if anyone has taken refuge here unknown to him, His Eminence will compel that person to leave the palace." We then spoke of the weather and other trifles until my servant brought my key. Judging that I had at least an hour to spare, I bethought myself of a plan which alone could save Barbara from shame and misery. Feeling certain that I was unobserved, I went up to my poor prisoner and made her write the following words in French. "I am an honest girl, Monseigneur, though I am disguised in the dress of an abbé. I entreat your Eminence to allow me to give my name only to you and in person. I hope that, prompted by the great goodness of your soul, your Eminence will save me from dishonor." I gave her the necessary instructions as to sending the note to the cardinal, assuring her that he would have her brought to him as soon as he read it. "When you are in his presence," I added, "throw yourself on your knees, tell him everything without any concealment, except as regards your having passed the night in my room. You must be sure not to mention that circumstance, for the cardinal must remain in complete ignorance of my knowing anything whatever of this intrigue. Tell him that, seeing your lover carried off, you rushed to his palace and ran upstairs as far as you could go, and that after a most painful night, Heaven inspired you with the idea of writing to him to entreat his pity. I feel certain that, one way or the other, His Eminence will save you from dishonor, and it certainly is the only chance you have of being united to the man you love so dearly." She promised to follow my instructions faithfully, and, coming down, I had my hair dressed and went to church, where the cardinal saw me. I then went out and returned only for dinner, during which the only subject of conversation was the adventure of the night. Gama alone said nothing, and I followed his example, but I understood from all the talk going on round the table that the cardinal had taken my poor Barbara under his protection. That was all I wanted, and thinking that I had nothing more to fear, I congratulated myself, in petto, upon my stratagem, which had, I thought, proved a master-stroke. After dinner, finding myself alone with Gama, I asked him what was the meaning of it all, and this is what he told me. A father, whose name I do not know yet, had requested the assistance of the vicar general to prevent his son from carrying off a young girl, with whom he intended to leave the states of the church. The pair had arranged to meet at midnight in this very square, and the vicar, having previously obtained the consent of our cardinal, as I told you yesterday, gave orders to the Bargello to dispose his men in such a way as to catch the young people in the very act of running away and to arrest them. The orders were executed, but the Esbury found out, when they returned to the Bargello, that they had met with only a half success, the woman who got out of the carriage with the young man not belonging to that species likely to be carried off. Soon afterwards, a spy informed the Bargello that, at the very moment the arrest was executed, he had seen a young abbé run away very rapidly and take refuge in this palace, and the suspicion immediately arose that it might be the missing young lady in the disguise of an ecclesiastic. The Bargello reported to the vicar general the failure of his men, as well as the account given by the spy, and the prelate, sharing the suspicion of the police, sent to His Eminence our master, requesting him to have the person in question, man or woman, turned out of the palace, unless such persons should happen to be known to His Excellency, and therefore above suspicion. Cardinal Acquaviva was made acquainted with these circumstances at 9 this morning through the auditor you met in my room, and he promised to have the person sent away unless she belonged to his household. According to his promise, the cardinal ordered the palace to be searched, but in less than a quarter of an hour, the majordomo received orders to stop, and the only reason for these new instructions must be this. I am told by the majordomo that at 9 o'clock exactly a very handsome, young abbé, whom he immediately judged to be a girl in disguise, asked him to deliver a note to His Eminence, and that the cardinal, after reading it, had desired the said abbé be brought to his apartment, which he has not left since. As the order to stop searching the palace was given immediately after the introduction of the abbé to the cardinal, it is easy enough to suppose that this ecclesiastic is no other than the young girl missed by the police, who took refuge in the palace in which she must have passed the whole night. I suppose, said I, that His Eminence will give her up today, if not to the Bargello, at least to the Vicar General. No, not even to the Pope himself, answered Gama. You have not yet a right idea of the protection of our cardinal, and that protection is evidently granted to her, since the young person is not only in the palace of His Eminence, but also in his own apartment and under his own guardianship. The whole affair being in itself very interesting, my attention could not appear extraordinary to Gama, however suspicious he might be naturally, and I was certain that he would not have told me anything if he had guessed the share I had taken in the adventure, and the interest I must have felt in it. The next day, Gama came to my room with a radiant countenance, and informed me that the cardinal vicar was aware of the ravisher being my friend, and supposed that I was likewise the friend of the girl, as she was the daughter of my French teacher. Everybody, he added, is satisfied that you knew the whole affair, and it is natural to suspect that the poor girl spent the night in your room. I admire your prudent reserve during our conversation of yesterday. You kept so well on your guard that I would have sworn you knew nothing whatever of the affair. And it is the truth, I answered very seriously. I have only learned all the circumstances from you this moment. I know the girl, but I have not seen her for 6 weeks, since I gave up my French lessons. I am much better acquainted with the young man, but he never confided his project to me. However, people may believe whatever they please. You say that it is natural for the girl to have passed the night in my room, but you will not mind my laughing in the face of those who accept their own suppositions as realities. That, my dear friend, said the abbé, is one of the vices of the Romans. Happy those who can afford to laugh at it, but this slander may do you harm, even in the mind of our cardinal. As there was no performance at the opera that night, I went to the cardinal's reception. I found no difference towards me either in the cardinal's manners or in those of any other person, and the Marchioness was even more gracious than usual. After dinner, on the following day, Gama informed me that the cardinal had sent the young girl to a convent in which she would be well treated at His Eminence's expense, and that he was certain that she would leave it only to become the wife of the young doctor. I should be very happy if it should turn out so, I replied, for they are both most estimable people. 2 days afterwards, I called upon Father Georgi, and he told me with an air of sorrow that the great news of the day in Rome was the failure of the attempt to carry off Dalacqua's daughter, and that all the honor of the intrigue was given to me, which displeased him much. I told him what I had already told Gama, and he appeared to believe me, but he added that in Rome people did not want to know things as they truly were, but only as they wished them to be. It is known that you have been in the habit of going every morning to Dalacqua's house. It is known that the young man often called on you. That is quite enough. People do not care to know the circumstances which might counteract the slander, but only those likely to give it new force for slander is vastly relished in the Holy City. Your innocence will not prevent the whole adventure being booked to your account if, in 40 years' time, you were proposed as Pope in the conclave. During the following days, the fatal adventure began to cause me more annoyance than I could express, for everyone mentioned it to me, and I could see clearly that people pretended to believe what I said only because they did not dare to do otherwise. The Marchioness told me jeeringly that the Signora Dalacqua had contracted peculiar obligations towards me, but my sorrow was very great when, during the last days of the carnival, I remarked that Cardinal Acquaviva's manner had become constrained, although I was the only person who observed the change. The noise made by the affair was, however, beginning to subside, when, in the first days of Lent, the cardinal desired me to come to his private room and spoke as follows. The affair of the girl Dalacqua is now over. It is no longer spoken of, but the verdict of the public is that you and I have profited by the clumsiness of the young man who intended to carry her off. In reality, I care little for such a verdict, for, under similar circumstances, I should always act in a similar manner, and I do not wish to know that which no one can compel you to confess, and which, as a man of honor, you must not admit. If you had no previous knowledge of the intrigue, and had actually turned the girl out of your room, supposing she did come to you, you would have been guilty of a wrong and cowardly action, because you would have sealed her misery for the remainder of her days, and it would not have caused you to escape the suspicion of being an accomplice, while at the same time it would have attached to you the odium of dastardly treachery. Notwithstanding all I have just said, you can easily imagine that, in spite of my utter contempt for all gossiping fools, I cannot openly defy them. I therefore feel myself compelled to ask you not only to quit my service, but even to leave Rome. I undertake to supply you with an honorable pretext for your departure, so as to ensure you the continuation of the respect which you may have secured through the marks of esteem I have bestowed upon you. I promise you to whisper in the ear of any person you may choose, and even to inform everybody, that you are going on an important mission which I have entrusted to you. You have only to name the country where you want to go. I have friends everywhere, and can recommend you to such purpose that you will be sure to find employment. My letters of recommendation will be in my own handwriting, and nobody need know where you are going. Meet me tomorrow at the Villa Negroni, and let me know where my letters are to be addressed. You must be ready to start within a week. Believe me, I am sorry to lose you, but the sacrifice is forced upon me by the most absurd prejudice. Go now, and do not let me witness your grief." He spoke the last words because he saw my eyes filling with tears, and he did not give me time to answer. Before leaving his room, I had the strength of mind to compose myself, and I put on such an air of cheerfulness that the Abbé Gama, who took me to his room to drink some coffee, complimented me upon my happy looks. "I am sure," he said, "that they are caused by the conversation you have had with His Eminence." "You are right, but you do not know the sorrow at my heart, which I try not to show outwardly." "What sorrow?" "I am afraid of failing in a difficult mission, which the Cardinal has entrusted me with this morning. I am compelled to conceal how little confidence I feel in myself in order not to lessen the good opinion His Eminence is pleased to entertain of me. If my advice can be of any service to you, pray dispose of me, but you are quite right to show yourself calm and cheerful. Is it any business to transact in Rome?" "No, it is a journey I shall have to undertake in a week or 10 days." "Which way?" "Towards the west." "Oh, I am not curious to know." I went out alone and took a walk in the Villa Borghese, where I spent 2 hours wrapped in dark despair. I liked Rome, I was on the high road to fortune, and suddenly I found myself in the abyss, without knowing where to go, and with all my hopes scattered to the winds. I examined my conduct, I judged myself severely, I could not find myself guilty of any crime save of too much kindness, but I perceived how right the good Father Georgi had been. My duty was not only to take no part in the intrigue of the two love, but also to change my French teacher the moment I heard of it. But this was like calling in a doctor after death has struck the patient. Besides, young as I was, having no experience yet of misfortune, and still less of the wickedness of society, it was very difficult for me to have that prudence which a man gains only by long intercourse with the world. Where shall I go? This was the question which seemed to me impossible of solution. I thought of it all through the night and through the morning, but I thought in vain. After Rome, I was indifferent where I went to. In the evening, not caring for any supper, I had gone to my room. The Abbé Gama came to me with a request from the Cardinal not to accept any invitation to dinner for the next day, as he wanted to speak to me. I therefore waited upon His Eminence the next day at the Villa Negroni. He was walking with his secretary, whom he dismissed the moment he saw me. As soon as we were alone, I gave him all the particulars of the intrigue of the two lovers, and I expressed in the most vivid manner the sorrow I felt at leaving his service. "I have no hope of success," I added, "for I am certain that fortune will smile upon me only as long as I am near your Eminence." For nearly an hour I told him all the grief with which my heart was bursting, weeping bitterly, yet I could not move him from his decision. Kindly, but firmly, he pressed me to tell him to what part of Europe I wanted to go, and despair as much as vexation made me name Constantinople. "Constantinople," he exclaimed, moving back a step or two. "Yes, Monsignor, Constantinople," I repeated, wiping away my tears. The prelate, a man of great wit, but a Spaniard to the very backbone, after remaining silent a few minutes, said, with a smile, "I am glad you have not chosen Ispahan, as I should have felt rather embarrassed. When do you wish to go?" "This day week, as your Eminence has ordered me." "Do you intend to sail from Naples or from Venice?" "From Venice." "I will give you such a passport as will be needed, for you will find 2 armies in winter quarters in the Romagna. It strikes me that you may tell everybody that I sent you to Constantinople, for nobody will believe you." This diplomatic suggestion nearly made me smile. The cardinal told me that I should dine with him, and he left me to join his secretary. When I returned to the palace, thinking of the choice I had made, I said to myself, either I am mad or I am obeying the impulse of a mysterious genius which sends me to Constantinople to work out my fate. I was only astonished that the cardinal had so readily accepted my choice. Without any doubt, I thought, he did not wish me to believe that he had boasted of more than he could achieve in telling me that he had friends everywhere. But to whom can he recommend me in Constantinople? I have not the slightest idea, but to Constantinople I must go. I dined alone with His Eminence. He made a great show of peculiar kindness, and I of great satisfaction, for my self-pride, stronger even than my sorrow, forbade me to let anyone guess that I was in disgrace. My deepest grief was, however, to leave the Marchioness, with whom I was in love, and from whom I had not obtained any important favor. 2 days afterwards, the cardinal gave me a passport for Venice, and a sealed letter addressed to Osman Bonneville, Pacha of Caramania, in Constantinople. There was no need of my saying anything to anyone, but, as the cardinal had not forbidden me to do it, I showed the address on the letter to all my acquaintances. The Chevalier de Les, the Venetian ambassador, gave me a letter for a wealthy Turk, a very worthy man who had been his friend. Don Gaspar and Father Georgi asked me to write to them, but the Abbé Gams laughed and said he was quite sure I was not going to Constantinople. I went to take my farewell of Donna Cecilia, who had just received a letter from Lucrezia, imparting the news that she would soon be a mother. I also called upon Angelique and Don Francisco, who had lately been married and had not invited me to the wedding. When I called to take Cardinal Acquaviva's final instructions, he gave me a purse containing 100 ounces, worth 700 sequins. I had 300 more, so that my fortune amounted to 1,000 sequins. I kept 200, and for the rest I took a letter of exchange upon a Ragusan who was established in Ancona. I left Rome in the coach with a lady going to Our Lady of Loreto to fulfill a vow made during a severe illness of her daughter, who accompanied her. The young lady was ugly. My journey was a rather tedious one. Chapter 11. My short but rather too gay visit to Ancona Cecilia, Marina. Bellino, the Greek slave of the Lazaretto Bellino, discovers himself. I arrived in Ancona on the 25th of February, 1744, and put up at the best inn pleased with my room. I told mine host to prepare for me a good meat dinner. But he answered that during Lent all good Catholics eat nothing but fish. The Holy Father has granted me permission to eat meat. Let me see your permission. He gave it to me by word of mouth. Reverend sir, I am not obliged to believe you. You are a fool. I am master in my own house, and I beg you will go to some other inn. Such an answer, coupled to a most unexpected notice to quit, threw me into a violent passion. I was swearing, raving, screaming, when suddenly a grave-looking individual made his appearance in my room, and said to me, "Sir, you are wrong in calling for meat, when an Ancona fish is much better. You are wrong in expecting the landlord to believe you on your bare word. And if you have obtained the permission from the Pope, you have been wrong in soliciting it at your age. You have been wrong in not asking for such permission in writing. You are wrong in calling the host a fool, because it is a compliment that no man is likely to accept in his own house. And finally, you are wrong in making such an uproar." Far from increasing my bad temper, this individual, who had entered my room only to treat me to a sermon, made me laugh. "I willingly plead guilty, sir," I answered, "to all the counts which you allege against me. But it is raining, it is getting late, I am tired and hungry, and therefore you will easily understand that I do not feel disposed to change my quarters. Will you give me some supper, as the landlord refuses to do so?" "No," he replied with great composure, "because I am a good Catholic and fast. But I will undertake to make it all right for you with the landlord, who will give you a good supper." Thereupon he went downstairs, and I, comparing my hastiness to his calm, acknowledged the man worthy of teaching me some lessons. He soon came up again, informed me that peace was signed, and that I would be served immediately. "Will you not take supper with me?" No, but I will keep you company. I accepted his offer, and to learn who he was, I told him my name, giving myself the title of secretary to Cardinal Acquaviva. My name is Sancio Pico, he said. I am a Castilian and the proveditore of the army of HCM, which is commanded by Count de Gages under the orders of the Generalissimo, the Duke of Modena. My excellent appetite astonished him, and he inquired whether I had dined. No, said I, and I saw his countenance assume an air of satisfaction. Are you not afraid such a supper will hurt you? He said. On the contrary, I hope it will do me a great deal of good. Then you have deceived the Pope. No, for I did not tell him that I had no appetite, but only that I liked meat better than fish. If you feel disposed to hear some good music, he said a moment after, follow me to the next room. The prima donna of Ancona lives there. The words prima donna interested me at once, and I followed him. I saw, sitting before a table, a woman already somewhat advanced in age, with 2 young girls and 2 boys, but I looked in vain for the actress, whom Don Sancio Pico at last presented to me in the shape of one of the 2 boys, who was remarkably handsome and might have been 17. I thought he was a castrato, who, as is the custom in Rome, performed all the parts of a prima donna. The mother presented to me her other son, likewise very good-looking, but more manly than the castrato, although younger. His name was Petronio, and keeping up the transformations of the family, he was the first female dancer at the opera. The eldest girl, who was also introduced to me, was named Cecilia and studied music. She was 12 years old. The youngest, called Marina, was only 11, and like her brother Petronio, was consecrated to the worship of Terpsichore. Both the girls were very pretty. The family came from Bologna and lived upon the talent of its members. Cheerfulness and amiability replaced wealth with them. Bellino, such was the name of the castrato, yielding to the entreaties of Don Sancio, rose from the table, went to the harpsichord, and sang with the voice of an angel and with delightful grace. The Castilian listened with his eyes closed in an ecstasy of enjoyment, but I, far from closing my eyes, gazed into Bellino's, which seemed to dart amorous lightnings upon me. I could discover in him some of the features of Lucrezia and the graceful manner of the Marchioness, and everything betrayed a beautiful woman, for his dress concealed but imperfectly the most splendid bosom. The consequence was that, in spite of his having been introduced as a man, I fancied that the so-called Bellino was a disguised beauty, and my imagination taking at once the highest flight, I became thoroughly enamored. We spent 2 very pleasant hours, and I returned to my room accompanied by the Castilian. I intend to leave very early tomorrow morning, he said, for Sinigaglia with the Abbé Vilmarcati, but I expect to return for supper the day after tomorrow. I wished him a happy journey, saying that we would most likely meet on the road, as I should probably leave Ancona myself on the same day, after paying a visit to my banker. I went to bed thinking of Bellino and of the impression he had made upon me. I was sorry to go away without having proved to him that I was not the dupe of his disguise. Accordingly, I was well pleased to see him enter my room in the morning as soon as I had opened my door. He came to offer me the services of his young brother Petronio during my stay in Ancona, instead of my engaging a valet de place. I willingly agreed to the proposal and sent Petronio to get coffee for all the family. I asked Bellino to sit on my bed with the intention of making love to him and of treating him like a girl, but the 2 young sisters ran into my room and disturbed my plans. Yet the trio formed before me a very pleasing sight. They represented natural beauty and artless cheerfulness of 3 different kinds: unobtrusive familiarity, theatrical wit, pleasing playfulness, and pretty Bolognese manners, which I witnessed for the first time. All this would have sufficed to cheer me if I had been downcast. Cecilia and Marina were 2 sweet rosebuds, which, to bloom in all their beauty, required only the inspiration of love, and they would certainly have had the preference over Bellino if I had seen in him only the miserable outcast of mankind, or rather the pitiful victim of sacerdotal cruelty. For, in spite of their youth, the 2 amiable girls offered on their dawning bosom the precious image of womanhood. Petronio came with the coffee which he poured out, and I sent some to the mother, who never left her room. Petronio was a true male harlot by taste and by profession. The species is not scarce in Italy, where the offense is not regarded with the wild and ferocious intolerance of England and Spain. I had given him 1 sequin to pay for the coffee, and told him to keep the change, and to show me his gratitude, he gave me a voluptuous kiss with half-open lips, supposing in me a taste which I was very far from entertaining. I disabused him, but he did not seem the least ashamed. I told him to order dinner for 6 persons, but he remarked that he would order it only for 4, as he had to keep his dear mother company. She always took her dinner in bed. Everyone to his taste, I thought, and I let him do as he pleased. 2 minutes after he had gone, the landlord came to my room and said, "Reverend sir, the persons you have invited here have each the appetite of 2 men at least. I give you notice of it, because I must charge accordingly." "All right," I replied, "but let us have a good dinner." When I was dressed, I thought I ought to pay my compliments to the compliant mother. I went to her room and congratulated her upon her children. She thanked me for the present I had given to Petronio and began to make me the confidant of her distress. "The manager of the theater," she said, "is a miser who has given us only 50 Roman crowns for the whole carnival. We have spent them for our living, and, to return to Bologna, we shall have to walk and beg our way." Her confidence moved my pity, so I took a gold quadruple from my purse and offered it to her. She wept for joy and gratitude. "I promise you another gold quadruple, madam," I said, "if you will confide in me entirely. Confess that Bellino is a pretty woman in disguise." "I can assure you it is not so, although he has the appearance of a woman." "Not only the appearance, madam, but the tone, the manners, I am a good judge." "Nevertheless, he is a boy, for he has had to be examined before he could sing on the stage here." "And who examined him?" "My Lord Bishop's chaplain." "A chaplain?" "Yes, and you may satisfy yourself by inquiring from him." "The only way to clear my doubts would be to examine him myself." "You may, if he has no objection, but truly I cannot interfere, as I do not know what your intentions are." "They are quite natural." I returned to my room and sent Petronio for a bottle of Cyprus wine. He brought the wine and 7 sequins, the change for the doubloon I had given him. I divided them between Bellino, Cecilia, and Marina, and begged the 2 young girls to leave me alone with their brother. "Bellino, I am certain that your natural conformation is different from mine. My dear, you are a girl. I am a man, but a castrato. I have been examined. Allow me to examine you likewise, and I will give you a doubloon." "I cannot, for it is evident that you love me, and such love is condemned by religion." "You did not raise these objections with the bishop's chaplain." "He was an elderly priest, and besides, he only just glanced at me." "I will know the truth," said I, extending my hand boldly. But he repulsed me and rose from his chair. His obstinacy vexed me, for I had already spent 15 or 16 sequins to satisfy my curiosity. I began my dinner with a very bad humor, but the excellent appetite of my pretty guests brought me round, and I soon thought that, after all, cheerfulness was better than sulking, and I resolved to make up for my disappointment with the 2 charming sisters, who seemed well disposed to enjoy a frolic. I began by distributing a few innocent kisses right and left, as I sat between them near a good fire, eating chestnuts which we wetted with Cyprus wine. But very soon my greedy hands touched every part which my lips could not kiss, and Cecilia, as well as Marina, delighted in the game. Seeing that Bellino was smiling, I kissed him likewise, and his half-open ruffle attracting my hand, I ventured and went in without resistance. The chisel of Praxiteles had never carved a finer bosom. "Oh, this is enough," I exclaimed. "I can no longer doubt that you are a beautifully formed woman." "It is," he replied, "the defect of all castrati." "No, it is the perfection of all handsome women. Bellino, believe me, I am enough of a good judge to distinguish between the deformed breast of a castrato and that of a beautiful woman, and your alabaster bosom belongs to a young beauty of 17 summers. Who does not know that love, inflamed by all that can excite it, never stops in young people until it is satisfied, and that one favor granted kindles the wish for a greater one? I had begun well. I tried to go further and to smother with burning kisses that which my hand was pressing so ardently, but the false Bellino, as if he had only just been aware of the illicit pleasure I was enjoying, rose and ran away. Anger increased in me the ardor of love, and feeling the necessity of calming myself either by satisfying my ardent desires or by evaporating them, I begged Cecilia, Bellino's pupil, to sing a few Neapolitan airs. I then went out to call upon the banker, from whom I took a letter of exchange at sight upon Bologna, for the amount I had to receive from him, and on my return, after a light supper with the two young sisters, I prepared to go to bed, having previously instructed Petronio to order a carriage for the morning. I was just locking my door when Cecilia, half undressed, came in to say that Bellino begged me to take him to Rimini, where he was engaged to sing in an opera to be performed after Easter. Go and tell him, my dear little Seraph, that I am ready to do what he wishes, if he will only grant me in your presence what I desire. I want to know for a certainty whether he is a man or a woman. She left me and returned soon, saying that Bellino had gone to bed, but that if I would postpone my departure for one day only, he promised to satisfy me on the morrow. Tell me the truth, Cecilia, and I will give you 6 sequins. I cannot earn them, for I have never seen him naked, and I cannot swear to his being a girl. But he must be a man, otherwise he would not have been allowed to perform here. Well, I will remain until the day after tomorrow, provided you keep me company tonight. Do you love me very much? Very much indeed, if you show yourself very kind. I will be very kind, for I love you dearly likewise. I will go and tell my mother. Of course you have a lover. I never had one. She left my room and in a short time came back full of joy, saying that her mother believed me an honest man. She of course meant a generous one. Cecilia locked the door and throwing herself in my arms covered me with kisses. She was pretty, charming, but I was not in love with her, and I was not able to say to her as to Lucrezia, "You have made me so happy." But she said it herself, and I did not feel much flattered, although I pretended to believe her. When I woke up in the morning, I gave her a tender salutation, and presenting her with 3 doubloons, which must have particularly delighted the mother, I sent her away without losing my time in promising everlasting constancy, a promise as absurd as it is trifling, and which the most virtuous man ought never to make even to the most beautiful of women. After breakfast, I sent for mine host and ordered an excellent supper for 5 persons, feeling certain that Don Sancio, whom I expected in the evening, would not refuse to honor me by accepting my invitation, and with that idea, I made up my mind to go without my dinner. The Bolognese family did not require to imitate my diet to ensure a good appetite for the evening. I then summoned Bellino to my room and claimed the performance of his promise, but he laughed, remarked that the day was not past yet, and said that he was certain of traveling with me. I fairly warn you that you cannot accompany me unless I am fully satisfied. Well, I will satisfy you. Shall we go and take a walk together? Willingly, I will dress myself. While I was waiting for him, Marina came in with a dejected countenance, inquiring how she had deserved my contempt. Cecilia has passed the night with you. Bellino will go with you tomorrow. I am the most unfortunate of us all. Do you want money? No, for I love you. But Marinetta, you are too young. I am much stronger than my sister. Perhaps you have a lover. Oh, no. Very well, we can try this evening. Good, then I will tell mother to prepare clean sheets for tomorrow morning. Otherwise, everybody here would know that I slept with you. I could not help admiring the fruits of a theatrical education, and was much amused. Bellino came back, we went out together, and we took our walk towards the harbor. There were several vessels at anchor, and amongst them a Venetian ship and a Turkish tartan. We went on board the first, which we visited with interest, but not seeing any one of my acquaintance, we rowed towards the Turkish tartan, where the most romantic surprise awaited me. The first person I met on board was the beautiful Greek woman I had left in Ancona 7 months before, when I went away from the lazaretto. She was seated near the old captain, of whom I inquired, without appearing to notice his handsome slave, whether he had any fine goods to sell. He took us to his cabin, but as I cast a glance towards the charming Greek, she expressed by her looks all her delight at such an unexpected meeting. I pretended not to be pleased with the goods shewn by the Turk, and under the impulse of inspiration I told him that I would willingly buy something pretty which would take the fancy of his better half. He smiled, and the Greek slave having whispered a few words to him, he left the cabin. The moment he was out of sight, this new Aspasia threw herself in my arms, saying, "Now is your time." I would not be found wanting in courage, and taking the most convenient position in such a place, I did to her in one instant that which her old master had not done in 5 years. I had not yet reached the goal of my wishes, when the unfortunate girl, hearing her master, tore herself from my arms with a deep sigh, and placing herself cunningly in front of me, gave me time to repair the disorder of my dress, which might have cost me my life, or at least all I possessed to compromise the affair. In that curious situation, I was highly amused at the surprise of Bellino, who stood there trembling like an aspen leaf. The trifles chosen by the handsome slave cost me only 30 sequins. "Spaladies," she said to me in her own language, and the Turk telling her that she ought to kiss me, she covered her face with her hands and ran away. I left the ship more sad than pleased, for I regretted that, in spite of her courage, she should have enjoyed only an incomplete pleasure. As soon as we were in our rowboat, Bellino, who had recovered from his fright, told me that I had just made him acquainted with a phenomenon, the reality of which he could not admit, and which gave him a very strange idea of my nature. That, as far as the Greek girl was concerned, he could not make her out, unless I should assure him that every woman in her country was like her. "How unhappy they must be," he added. "Do you think," I asked, "that coquettes are happier?" "No, but I think that when a woman yields to love, she should not be conquered before she has fought with her own desires. She should not give way to the first impulse of a lustful desire and abandon herself to the first man who takes her fancy, like an animal the slave of sense. You must confess that the Greek woman has given you an evident proof that you had taken her fancy, but that she has at the same time given you a proof not less certain of her beastly lust, and of an effrontery which exposed her to the shame of being repulsed, for she could not possibly know whether you would feel as well disposed for her as she felt for you. She is very handsome, and it all turned out well, but the adventure has thrown me into a whirlpool of agitation which I cannot yet control. I might easily have put a stop to Bellino's perplexity and rectified the mistake he was laboring under. But such a confession would not have ministered to my self-love, and I held my peace. For, if Bellino happened to be a girl, as I suspected, I wanted her to be convinced that I attached, after all, but very little importance to the great affair, and that it was not worth while employing cunning expedients to obtain it. We returned to the inn, and, towards evening, hearing Don Sancio's traveling carriage roll into the yard, I hastened to meet him, and told him that I hoped he would excuse me if I had felt cert that he would not refuse me the honor of his company to supper with Bellino. He thanked me politely for the pleasure I was so delicately offering him, and accepted my invitation. The most exquisite dishes, the most delicious wines of Spain, and more than everything else, the cheerfulness and the charming voices of Bellino and of Cecilia, gave the Castilian 5 delightful hours. He left me at midnight, saying that he could not declare himself thoroughly pleased unless I promised to sup with him the next evening with the same guests. It would compel me to postpone my departure for another day, but I accepted. As soon as Don Sancio had gone, I called upon Bellino to fulfill his promise, but he answered that Morenetta was waiting for me, and that, as I was not going away the next day, he would find an opportunity of satisfying my doubts. And wishing me a good night, he left the room. Morenetta, as cheerful as a lark, ran to lock the door and came back to me, her eyes beaming with ardor. She was more formed than Cecilia, although 1 year younger, and seemed anxious to convince me of her superiority. But, thinking that the fatigue of the preceding night might have exhausted my strength, she unfolded all the amorous ideas of her mind, explained at length all she knew of the great mystery she was going to enact with me, and of all the contrivances she had had recourse to in order to acquire her imperfect knowledge, the whole interlarded with the foolish talk natural to her age. I made out that she was afraid of my not finding her a maiden, and of my reproaching her about it. Her anxiety pleased me, and I gave her a new confidence by telling her that nature had refused to many young girls what is called maidenhood, and that only a fool could be angry with a girl for such a reason. My science gave her courage and confidence, and I was compelled to acknowledge that she was very superior to her sister. "I am delighted you find me so," she said. "We must not sleep at all throughout the night. Sleep, my darling, will prove our friend, and our strength renewed by repose will reward you in the morning for what you may suppose lost time." And truly, after a quiet sleep, the morning was for her a succession of fresh triumphs, and I crowned her happiness by sending her away with 3 doubloons, which she took to her mother, and which gave the good woman an insatiable desire to contract new obligations towards Providence. I went out to get some money from the banker, as I did not know what might happen during my journey. I had enjoyed myself, but I had spent too much. Yet there was Bellino who, if a girl, was not to find me less generous than I had been with the 2 young sisters. It was to be decided during the day, and I fancied that I was sure of the result. There are some persons who pretend that life is only a succession of misfortunes, which is as much as to say that life itself is a misfortune. But if life is a misfortune, death must be exactly the reverse, and therefore death must be happiness, since death is the very reverse of life. That deduction may appear too finely drawn. But those who say that life is a succession of misfortunes are certainly either ill or poor. For, if they enjoyed good health, if they had cheerfulness in their heart and money in their purse, if they had for their enjoyment a Cecilia, a Marinetta, and even a more lovely beauty in perspective, they would soon entertain a very different opinion of life. I hold them to be a race of pessimists, recruited amongst beggarly philosophers and knavish, atrabilious theologians. If pleasure does exist, and if life is necessary to enjoy pleasure, then life is happiness. There are misfortunes, as I know by experience, but the very existence of such misfortunes proves that the sum total of happiness is greater. Because a few thorns are to be found in a basket full of roses, is the existence of those beautiful flowers to be denied? No, it is a slander to deny that life is happiness. When I am in a dark room, it pleases me greatly to see through a window an immense horizon before me. As supper time was drawing near, I went to Don Sancio, whom I found in magnificently furnished apartments. The table was loaded with silver plate, and his servants were in livery. He was alone, but all his guests arrived soon after me. Cecilia, Marina, and Bellino, who, either by caprice or from taste, was dressed as a woman. The 2 young sisters, prettily arranged, looked charming, but Bellino, in his female costume, so completely threw them into the shade that my last doubt vanished. "Are you satisfied?" I said to Don Sancio. "That Bellino is a woman." "Woman or man, what do I care? I think he is a very pretty castrato, and I have seen many as good-looking as he is." "But are you sure he is a castrato?" "Valgame Dios," answered the grave Castilian, "I have not the slightest wish to ascertain the truth." Oh, how widely different our thoughts were! I admired in him the wisdom of which I was so much in need, and did not venture upon any more indiscreet questions. During the supper, however, my greedy eyes could not leave that charming being. My vicious nature caused me to feel intense voluptuousness in believing him to be of that sex to which I wanted him to belong. Don Sancio's supper was excellent, and, as a matter of course, superior to mine. Otherwise the pride of the Castilian would have felt humbled. As a general rule, men are not satisfied with what is good. They want the best, or, to speak more to the point, the most. He gave us white truffles, several sorts of shellfish, the best fish of the Adriatic, dry champagne, Peralta, sherry, and Pedrick-Siemens wines. After that supper worthy of Lucullus, Bellino sang with a voice of such beauty that it deprived us of the small amount of reason left in us by the excellent wine. His movements, the expression of his looks, his gait, his walk, his countenance, his voice, and above all, my own instinct, which told me that I could not possibly feel for a castrato what I felt for Bellino, confirmed me in my hopes, yet it was necessary that my eyes should ascertain the truth. After many compliments and 1,000 thanks, we took leave of the grand Spaniard, and went to my room, where the mystery was at last to be unraveled. I called upon Bellino to keep his word, or I threatened to leave him alone the next morning at daybreak. I took him by the hand, and we seated ourselves near the fire. I dismissed Cecilia and Marina, and I said to him, "Bellino, everything must have an end. You have promised. It will soon be over. If you are what you represent yourself to be, I will let you go back to your own room. If you are what I believe you to be, and if you consent to remain with me tonight, I will give you 100 sequins, and we will start together tomorrow morning. You must go alone, and forgive me if I cannot fulfill my promise. I am what I told you, and I can neither reconcile myself to the idea of exposing my shame before you, nor lay myself open to the terrible consequences that might follow the solution of your doubts. There can be no consequences, since there will be an end to it at the moment I have assured myself that you are unfortunate enough to be what you say, and without ever mentioning the circumstances again, I promise to take you with me tomorrow and to leave you at Rimini. No, my mind is made up. I cannot satisfy your curiosity. Driven to madness by his words, I was very near using violence, but subduing my angry feelings, I endeavored to succeed by gentle means and by going straight to the spot where the mystery could be solved. I was very near it when his hand opposed a very strong resistance. I repeated my efforts, but Bellino, rising suddenly, repulsed me, and I found myself undone. After a few moments of calm, thinking I should take him by surprise, I extended my hand, but I drew back terrified, for I fancied that I had recognized in him a man, and a degraded man, contemptible less on account of his degradation than for the want of feeling I thought I could read on his countenance. Disgusted, confused, and almost blushing for myself, I sent him away. His sisters came to my room, but I dismissed them, sending word to their brother that he might go with me, without any fear of further indiscretion on my part. Yet, in spite of the conviction I thought I had acquired, Bellino, even such as I believe him to be, filled my thoughts. I could not make it out. Early the next morning I left Ancona with him, distracted by the tears of the two charming sisters, and loaded with the blessings of the mother who, with beads in hand, mumbled her paternoster, and repeated her constant theme, Dio provdera. The trust placed in Providence by most of those persons who earn their living by some profession forbidden by religion is neither absurd, nor false, nor deceitful. It is real and even godly, for it flows from an excellent source. Whatever may be the ways of Providence, human beings must always acknowledge it in its action, and those who call upon Providence independently of all external consideration must, at the bottom, be worthy, although guilty of transgressing its laws. Pulchra laverna domihai faller, de justo sanctoque vidri noctem peccatis, et fraudibus obgus nubum. Such was the way in which, in the days of Horace, robbers addressed their goddess, and I recollect a Jesuit who told me once that Horace would not have known his own language if he had said justo sanctoque. But there were ignorant men even amongst the Jesuits, and robbers most likely have but little respect for the rules of grammar. The next morning I started with Bellino, who, believing me to be undeceived, could suppose that I would not show any more curiosity about him. But we had not been a quarter of an hour together when he found out his mistake. For I could not let my looks fall upon his splendid eyes without feeling in me a fire which the sight of a man could not have ignited. I told him that all his features were those of a woman, and that I wanted the testimony of my eyes before I could feel perfectly satisfied, because the protuberance I had felt in a certain place might be only a freak of nature. Should it be the case, I added, I should have no difficulty in passing over a deformity which, in reality, is only laughable. Bellino, the impression you produce upon me, this sort of magnetism, your bosom worthy of Venus herself, which you have once abandoned to my eager hand, the sound of your voice, every movement of yours, assure me that you do not belong to my sex. Let me see for myself, and, if my conjectures are right, depend upon my faithful love. If, on the contrary, I find that I have been mistaken, you can rely upon my friendship. If you refuse me, I shall be compelled to believe that you are cruelly enjoying my misery, and that you have learned in the most accursed school that the best way of preventing a young man from curing himself of an amorous passion is to excite it constantly. But you must agree with me that, to put such tyranny in practice, it is necessary to hate the person it is practiced upon, and, if that be so, I ought to call upon my reason to give me the strength necessary to hate you likewise. I went on speaking for a long time. Bellino did not answer, but he seemed deeply moved. At last I told him that, in the fearful state to which I was reduced by his resistance, I should be compelled to treat him without any regard for his feelings and find out the truth by force. He answered with much warmth and dignity. Recollect that you are not my master, that I am in your hands because I had faith in your promise, and that, if you use violence, you will be guilty of murder. Order the postilion to stop, I will get out of the carriage, and you may rely upon my not complaining of your treatment. Those few words were followed by a torrent of tears, a sight which I never could resist. I felt myself moved in the inmost recesses of my soul, and I almost thought that I had been wrong. I say almost because, had I been convinced of it, I would have thrown myself at his feet entreating pardon. But not feeling myself competent to stand in judgment in my own cause, I satisfied myself by remaining dull and silent, and I never uttered one word until we were only half a mile from Sinigaglia, where I intended to take supper and to remain for the night. Having fought long enough with my own feelings, I said to him, "We might have spent a little time in Rimini like good friends, if you had felt any friendship for me, for, with a little kind compliance, you could have easily cured me of my passion." "It would not cure you," answered Bellino, courageously, but with a sweetness of tone which surprised me. "No, you would not be cured, whether you found me to be man or woman, for you are in love with me independently of my sex, and the certainty you would acquire would make you furious. In such a state, should you find me inexorable, you would very likely give way to excesses which would afterwards cause you deep sorrow. You expect to make me admit that you are right, but you are completely mistaken, for I feel that I should remain perfectly calm, and that by complying with my wishes you would gain my friendship. I tell you again that you would become furious. Bellino, that which has made me furious is the sight of your charms, either too real or too completely deceiving, the power of which you cannot affect to ignore. You have not been afraid to ignite my amorous fury. How can you expect me to believe you now, when you pretend to fear it, and when I am only asking you to let me touch a thing, which, if it be as you say, will only disgust me? Ah, disgust you, I am quite certain of the contrary. Listen to me. Were I a girl, I feel I could not resist loving you, but being a man, it is my duty not to grant what you desire, for your passion, now very natural, would then become monstrous. Your ardent nature would be stronger than your reason, and your reason itself would easily come to the assistance of your senses and of your nature. That violent clearing up of the mystery, were you to obtain it, would leave you deprived of all control over yourself. Disappointed in not finding what you had expected, you would satisfy your passion upon that which you would find, and the result would, of course, be an abomination. How can you, intelligent as you are, flatter yourself that, finding me to be a man, you could all at once cease to love me? Would the charms which you now see in me cease to exist then? Perhaps their power would, on the contrary, be enhanced, and your passion, becoming brutal, would lead you to take any means your imagination suggested to gratify it. You would persuade yourself that you might change me into a woman, or, what is worse, that you might change yourself into one. Your passion would invent 1,000 sophisms to justify your love, decorated with the fine appellation of friendship, and you would not fail to allege hundreds of similarly disgusting cases in order to excuse your conduct. You would certainly never find me compliant, and how am I to know that you would not threaten me with death? Nothing of the sort would happen, Bellino, I answered, rather tired of the length of his argument. Positively nothing, and I am sure you are exaggerating your fears. Yet I am bound to tell you that, even if all you say should happen, it seems to me that to allow what can strictly be considered only as a temporary fit of insanity would prove a less evil than to render incurable a disease of the mind which reason would soon cut short. Thus does a poor philosopher reason when he takes it into his head to argue at those periods during which a passion raging in his soul makes all its faculties wander. To reason well, we must be under the sway neither of love nor of anger. For those two passions have one thing in common, which is that, in their excess, they lower us to the condition of brutes acting only under the influence of their predominating instinct. And, unfortunately, we are never more disposed to argue than when we feel ourselves under the influence of either of those two powerful human passions. We arrived at Sinigaglia late at night, and I went to the best inn, and after choosing a comfortable room, ordered supper. As there was but one bed in the room, I asked Bellino, in as calm a tone as I could assume, whether he would have a fire lighted in another chamber, and my surprise may be imagined when he answered quietly that he had no objection to sleep in the same bed with me. Such an answer, however, unexpected, was necessary to dispel the angry feelings under which I was laboring. I guessed that I was near the denouement of the romance, but I was very far from congratulating myself, for I did not know whether the denouement would prove agreeable or not. I felt, however, a real satisfaction at having conquered and was sure of my self-control, in case the senses, my natural instinct, led me astray. But if I found myself in the right, I thought I could expect the most precious favors. We sat down to supper opposite each other, and during the meal, his words, his countenance, the expression of his beautiful eyes, his sweet and voluptuous smile, Everything seemed to announce that he had had enough of playing a part which must have proved as painful to him as to me. A weight was lifted off my mind, and I managed to shorten the supper as much as possible. As soon as we had left the table, my amiable companion called for a night lamp, undressed himself, and went to bed. I was not long in following him, and the reader will soon know the nature of a denouement so long and so ardently desired. In the meantime, I begged to wish him as happy a night as the one which was then awaiting me. Chapter 12. Bellino's history. I am put under arrest. I run away against my will. My return to Rimini, and my arrival in Bologna. Dear reader, I said enough at the end of the last chapter to make you guess what happened, but no language would be powerful enough to make you realize all the voluptuousness which that charming being had in store for me. She came close to me the moment I was in bed. Without uttering one word, our lips met, and I found myself in the ecstasy of enjoyment before I had had time to seek for it. After so complete a victory, what would my eyes and my fingers have gained from investigations which could not give me more certainty than I had already obtained? I could not take my gaze off that beautiful face, which was all aflame with the ardor of love. After a moment of quiet rapture, a spark lighted up in our veins, a fresh conflagration, which we drowned in a sea of new delights. Bellino felt bound to make me forget my sufferings, and to reward me by an ardor equal to the fire kindled by her charms. The happiness I gave her increased mine twofold, for it has always been my weakness to compose the 4/5 of my enjoyment from the sum total of the happiness which I gave the charming being from whom I derived it. But such a feeling must necessarily cause hatred for old age, which can still receive pleasure, but can no longer give enjoyment to another. And youth runs away from old age because it is its most cruel enemy. An interval of repose became necessary in consequence of the activity of our enjoyment. Our senses were not tired out, but they required the rest which renews their sensitiveness and restores the buoyancy necessary to active service. Bellino was the first to break our silence. "Dearest," she said, "are you satisfied now? Have you found me truly loving?" "Truly loving? Ah, traitress that you are! Do you, then, confess that I was not mistaken when I guessed that you were a charming woman? And if you truly loved me, tell me how you could contrive to defer your happiness and mine so long. But is it quite certain that I did not make a mistake? I am yours all over, see for yourself. Oh, what delightful survey! What charming beauties! What an ocean of enjoyment! But I could not find any trace of the protuberance which had so much terrified and disgusted me. What has become, I said, of that dreadful monstrosity? Listen to me, she replied, and I will tell you everything. My name is Therese. My father, a poor clerk in the Institute of Bologna, had let an apartment in his house to the celebrated Salimbri, a castrato, and a delightful musician. He was young and handsome, he became attached to me, and I felt flattered by his affection and by the praise he lavished upon me. I was only 12 years of age. He proposed to teach me music, and finding that I had a fine voice, he cultivated it carefully, and in less than a year I could accompany myself on the harpsichord. His reward was that which his love for me induced him to ask, and I granted the reward without feeling any humiliation, for I worshipped him. Of course, men like yourself are much above men of his species, but Salisbury was an exception. His beauty, his manners, his talent, and the rare qualities of his soul made him superior in my eyes to all the men I had seen until then. He was modest and reserved, rich and generous, and I doubt whether he could have found a woman able to resist him, yet I never heard him boast of having seduced any. The mutilation practiced upon his body had made him a monster, but he was an angel by his rare qualities and endowments. Salisbury was at that time educating a boy of the same age as myself, who was in Rimini with a music teacher. The father of the boy, who was poor and had a large family, seeing himself near death, had thought of having his unfortunate son maimed so that he should become the support of his brothers with his voice. The name of the boy was Bellino. The good woman whom you have just seen in Ancona was his mother, and everybody believes that she is mine. I had belonged to Salisbury for about a year, when he announced to me one day, weeping bitterly, that he was compelled to leave me to go to Rome, but he promised to see me again. The news threw me into despair. He had arranged everything for the continuation of my musical education, But as he was preparing himself for his departure, my father died very suddenly, after a short illness, and I was left an orphan. Salimbury had not courage enough to resist my tears and my entreaties. He made up his mind to take me to Rimini, and to place me in the same house where his young protégé was educated. We reached Rimini and put up at an inn. After a short rest, Salimbury left me to call upon the teacher of music, and to make all necessary arrangements respecting me with him. But he soon returned, looking sad and unhappy. Bellino had died the day before. As he was thinking of the grief which the loss of the young man would cause his mother, he was struck with the idea of bringing me back to Bologna under the name of Bellino, where he could arrange for my board with the mother of the deceased Bellino, who, being very poor, would find it to her advantage to keep the secret. "I will give her," he said, "everything necessary for the completion of your musical education, and in 4 years I will take you to Dresden." He was in the service of the Elector of Saxony, King of Poland, not as a girl, but as a castrato. "There we will live together without giving anyone cause for scandal, and you will remain with me and minister to my happiness until I die. All we have to do is to represent you as Bellino, and it is very easy, as nobody knows you in Bologna. Bellino's mother will alone know the secret. Her other children have seen their brother only when he was very young and can have no suspicion. But if you love me, you must renounce your sex, lose even the remembrance of it, and leave immediately for Bologna, dressed as a boy, and under the name of Bellino. You must be very careful lest anyone should find out that you are a girl. You must sleep alone, dress yourself in private, and when your bosom is formed, as it will be in a year or 2, it will only be thought a deformity not uncommon amongst castrati. Besides, before leaving you, I will give you a small instrument, and teach how to fix it in such manner that, if you had at any time to submit to an examination, you would easily be mistaken for a man. If you accept my plan, I feel certain that we can live together in Dresden without losing the good graces of the Queen, who is very religious. Tell me, now, whether you will accept my proposal." He could not entertain any doubt of my consent, for I adored him. As soon as he had made a boy of me, we left Rimini for Bologna, where we arrived late in the evening. A little gold made everything right with Bellino's mother. I gave her the name of mother, and she kissed me, calling me her dear son. Salimbury left us, and returned a short time afterwards with the instrument which would complete my transformation. He taught me, in the presence of my new mother, how to fix it with some tragacanth gum, and I found myself exactly like my friend. I would have laughed at it, had not my heart been deeply grieved at the departure of my beloved Salimbury, for he bade me farewell as soon as the curious operation was completed. People laugh at forebodings. I do not believe in them myself, but the foreboding of evil, which almost broke my heart as he gave me his farewell kiss, did not deceive me. I felt the cold shivering of death run through me. I felt I was looking at him for the last time, and I fainted away. Alas, my fears proved only too prophetic. Salimbury died a year ago in the Tyrol in the prime of life, with the calmness of a true philosopher. His death compelled me to earn my living with the assistance of my musical talent. My mother advised me to continue to give myself out as a castrato, in the hope of being able to take me to Rome. I agreed to do so, for I did not feel sufficient energy to decide upon any other plan. In the meantime, she accepted an offer for the Ancona Theatre, and Petronio took the part of first female dancer. In this way, we played the comedy of the world turned upside down. After Salimbury, you are the only man I have known, and if you like, you can restore me to my original state, and make me give up the name of Bellino, which I hate since the death of my protector, and which begins to inconvenience me. I have only appeared at 2 theaters, and each time I have been compelled to submit to the scandalous, degrading examination, because everywhere I am thought to have too much the appearance of a girl, and I am admitted only after the shameful test has brought conviction. Until now, fortunately, I have had to deal only with old priests who, in their good faith, have been satisfied with a very slight examination, and have made a favorable report to the bishop. But I might fall into the hands of some young abbé, and the test would then become a more severe one. Besides, I find myself exposed to the daily persecutions of 2 sorts of beings: those who, like you, cannot and will not believe me to be a man, and those who, for the satisfaction of their disgusting propensities, are delighted at my being so, or find it advantageous to suppose me so. The last particularly annoy me. Their tastes are so infamous, their habits so low, that I fear I shall murder one of them some day, when I can no longer control the rage in which their obscene language throws me. Out of pity, my beloved angel, be generous, and if you love me, oh, free me from this state of shame and degradation. Take me with you. I do not ask to become your wife, that would be too much happiness. I will only be your friend, your mistress, as I would have been Salambury's. My heart is pure and innocent. I feel that I can remain faithful to my lover through my whole life. Do not abandon me. The love I have for you is sincere. My affection for Salambury was innocent. It was born of my inexperience and of my gratitude, and it is only with you that I have felt myself truly a woman. Her emotion, an inexpressible charm which seemed to flow from her lips and to enforce conviction, made me shed tears of love and sympathy. I blended my tears with those falling from her beautiful eyes, and deeply moved, I promised not to abandon her and to make her the sharer of my fate. Interested in the history, as singular as extraordinary, that she had just narrated, and having seen nothing in it that did not bear the stamp of truth, I felt really disposed to make her happy, but I could not believe that I had inspired her with a very deep passion during my short stay in Ancona. Many circumstances of which might, on the contrary, have had an opposite effect upon her heart. If you loved me truly, I said, how could you let me sleep with your sisters, out of spite at your resistance? Alas, dearest, think of our great poverty and how difficult it was for me to discover myself. I loved you, but was it not natural that I should suppose your inclination for me only a passing caprice? When I saw you go so easily from Cecilia to Marinetta, I thought that you would treat me in the same manner as soon as your desires were satisfied. I was likewise confirmed in my opinion of your want of constancy, and of the little importance you attached to the delicacy of the sentiment of love, when I witnessed what you did on board the Turkish vessel without being hindered by my presence. Had you loved me, I thought my being present would have made you uncomfortable. I feared to be soon despised, and God knows how much I suffered. You have insulted me, darling, in many different ways, but my heart pleaded in your favor, because I knew you were excited, angry, and thirsting for revenge. Did you not threaten me this very day in your carriage? I confess you greatly frightened me, but do not fancy that I gave myself to you out of fear. No, I had made up my mind to be yours from the moment you sent me word by Cecilia that you would take me to Rimini, and your control over your own feelings during a part of our journey confirmed me in my resolution, for I thought I could trust myself to your honor, to your delicacy. Throw up, I said, the engagement you have in Rimini, let us proceed on our journey, and after remaining a couple of days in Bologna, you will go with me to Venice. Dressed as a woman, and with another name, I would challenge the manager here to find you out. I accept, your will shall always be my law. I am my own mistress, and I give myself to you without any reserve or restriction. My heart belongs to you, and I trust to keep yours. Man has in himself a moral force of action which always makes him overstep the line on which he is standing. I had obtained everything, I wanted more. Show me, I said, how you were when I mistook you for a man. She got out of bed, opened her trunk, took out the instrument and fixed it with the gum. I was compelled to admire the ingenuity of the contrivance. My curiosity was satisfied, and I passed a most delightful night in her arms. When I woke up in the morning, I admired her lovely face while she was sleeping. All I knew of her came back to my mind. The words which had been spoken by her bewitching mouth, her rare talent, her candor, her feelings so full of delicacy, and her misfortunes, the heaviest of which must have been the false character she had been compelled to assume, and which exposed her to humiliation and shame, everything strengthened my resolution to make her the companion of my destiny, whatever it might be, or to follow her fate, for our positions were very nearly the same. And wishing truly to attach myself seriously to that interesting being, I determined to give to our union the sanction of religion and of law, and to take her legally for my wife. Such a step, as I then thought, could but strengthen our love, increase our mutual esteem, and ensure the approbation of society, which could not accept our union unless it was sanctioned in the usual manner. The talents of Therese precluded the fear of our being ever in want of the necessaries of life, and, although I did not know in what way my own talents might be made available, I had faith in myself. Our love might have been lessened, she would have enjoyed two great advantages over me, and my self-dignity would have too deeply suffered if I had allowed myself to be supported by her earnings only. It might, after a time, have altered the nature of our feelings. My wife, no longer thinking herself under any obligation to me, might have fancied herself the protecting instead of the protected party, and I felt that my love would soon have turned into utter contempt if it had been my misfortune to find her harboring such thoughts. Although I trusted it would not be so, I wanted, before taking the important step of marriage, to probe her heart, and I resolved to try an experiment which would at once enable me to judge the real feelings of her inmost soul. As soon as she was awake, I spoke to her thus. "Dearest Therese, all you have told me leaves me no doubt of your love for me, and the consciousness you feel of being the mistress of my heart enhances my love for you to such a degree that I am ready to do everything to convince you that you were not mistaken in thinking that you had entirely conquered me. I wish to prove to you that I am worthy of the noble confidence you have reposed in me by trusting you with equal sincerity. Our hearts must be on a footing of perfect equality. I know you, my dearest Therese, but you do not know me yet. I can read in your eyes that you do not mind it, and it proves our great love, but that feeling places me too much below you, and I do not wish you to have so great an advantage over me. I feel certain that my confidence is not necessary to your love, that you only care to be mine, that your only wish is to possess my heart, and I admire you, my Therese. But I should feel humiliated if I found myself either too much above or too much below you. You have entrusted your secrets to me, now listen to mine. But before I begin, promise me that, when you know everything that concerns me, you will tell me candidly if any change has taken place either in your feelings or in your hopes. I promise it faithfully. I promise not to conceal anything from you, but be upright enough not to tell me anything that is not perfectly true, for I warn you that it would be useless. If you tried any artifice in order to find me less worthy of you than I am in reality, you would only succeed in lowering yourself in my estimation. I should be very sorry to see you guilty of any cunning towards me. Have no more suspicion of me than I have of you. Tell me the whole truth. Here it is. You suppose me wealthy, and I am not so. As soon as what there is now in my purse is spent, I shall have nothing left. You may fancy that I was born a patrician, but my social condition is really inferior to your own. I have no lucrative talents, no profession, nothing to give me the assurance that I am able to earn my living. I have neither relatives nor friends, nor claims upon anyone, and I have no serious plan or purpose before me. All I possess is youth, health, courage, some intelligence, honor, honesty, and some tincture of letters. My greatest treasure consists in being my own master, perfectly independent and not afraid of misfortune. With all that, I am naturally inclined to extravagance. Lovely Therese, you have my portrait. What is your answer? In the first place, dearest, let me assure you that I believe every word you have just uttered, as I would believe in the gospel. In the second, allow me to tell you that several times in Ancona, I have judged you such as you have just described yourself, but far from being displeased at such a knowledge of your nature, I was only afraid of some illusion on my part, for I could hope to win you if you were what I thought you to be. In one word, dear one, if it is true that you are poor and a very bad hand at economy, allow me to tell you that I feel delighted, because if you love me, you will not refuse a present from me or despise me for offering it. The present consists of myself, such as I am and with all my faculties. I give myself to you without any condition, with no restriction. I am yours, I will take care of you. For the future, think only of your love for me, but love me exclusively. From this moment, I am no longer Bellino. Let us go to Venice, where my talent will keep us both comfortably. If you wish to go anywhere else, let us go where you please. I must go to Constantinople. Then let us proceed to Constantinople. If you are afraid to lose me through want of constancy, marry me, and your right over me will be strengthened by law. I should not love you better than I do now, but I should be happy to be your wife. It is my intention to marry you, and I am delighted that we agree in that respect. The day after tomorrow, in Bologna, you shall be made my legal wife before the altar of God. I swear it to you here in the presence of love. I want you to be mine, I want to be yours, I want us to be united by the most holy ties. I am the happiest of women. We have nothing to do in Rimini. Suppose we do not get up. We can have our dinner in bed and go away tomorrow well rested after our fatigues. We left Rimini the next day and stayed for breakfast at Pesaro. As we were getting into the carriage to leave that place, an officer, accompanied by 2 soldiers, presented himself, inquired for our names, and demanded our passports. Bellino had one and gave it, but I looked in vain for mine. I could not find it. The officer, a corporal, orders the postilion to wait and goes to make his report. Half an hour afterwards, he returns, gives Bellino his passport, saying that he can continue his journey, but tells me that his orders are to escort me to the commanding officer, and I follow him. "What have you done with your passport?" inquires that officer. "I have lost it." "A passport is not so easily lost." "Well, I have lost mine." "You cannot proceed any further." "I come from Rome, and I am going to Constantinople, bearing a letter from Cardinal Acquaviva. Here is the letter stamped with his seal. All I can do for you is to send you to M. de Gage's." I found the famous general standing, surrounded by his staff. I told him all I had already explained to the officer, and begged him to let me continue my journey. "The only favor I can grant you is to put you under arrest till you receive another passport from Rome delivered under the same name as the one you have given here. To lose a passport is a misfortune which befalls only a thoughtless, giddy man, and the cardinal will for the future know better than to put his confidence in a giddy fellow like you." With these words, he gave orders to take me to the guardhouse at St. Mary's Gate, outside the city, as soon as I should have written to the cardinal for a new passport. His orders were executed. I was brought back to the inn, where I wrote my letter, and I sent it by express to His Eminence, entreating him to forward the document, without loss of time, direct to the War Office. Then I embraced Therese, who was weeping, and telling her to go to Rimini and to wait there for my return, I made her take 100 sequins. She wished to remain in Pesaro, but I would not hear of it. I had my trunk brought out, I saw Therese go away from the inn, and was taken to the place appointed by the general. It is undoubtedly under such circumstances that the most determined optimist finds himself at a loss, but an easy stoicism can blunt the too sharp edge of misfortune. My greatest sorrow was the heart grief of Therese, who, seeing me torn from her arms at the very moment of our union, was suffocated by the tears which she tried to repress. She would not have left me if I had not made her understand that she could not remain in Pesaro, and if I had not promised to join her within 10 days, never to be parted again. But fate had decided otherwise. When we reached the gate, the officer confined me immediately in the guardhouse, and I sat down on my trunk. The officer was a taciturn Spaniard who did not even condescend to honor me with an answer, when I told him that I had money and would like to have someone to wait on me. I had to pass the night on a little straw, and without food, in the midst of the Spanish soldiers. It was the second night of the sort that my destiny had condemned me to, immediately after 2 delightful nights. My good angel doubtless found some pleasure in bringing such conjunctions before my mind for the benefit of my instruction. At all events, teachings of that description have an infallible effect upon natures of a peculiar stamp. If you should wish to close the lips of a logician calling himself a philosopher, who dares to argue that in this life grief overbalances pleasure, ask him whether he would accept a life entirely without sorrow and happiness. Be certain that he will not answer you, or he will shuffle, because, if he says no, he proves that he likes life such as it is, and if he likes it, he must find it agreeable, which is an utter impossibility if life is painful. Should he, on the contrary, answer in the affirmative, he would declare himself a fool, for it would be as much as to say that he can conceive pleasure arising from indifference, which is absurd nonsense. Suffering is inherent in human nature, but we never suffer without entertaining the hope of recovery, or, at least, very seldom without such hope, and hope itself is a pleasure. If it happens sometimes that man suffers without any expectation of a cure, he necessarily finds pleasure in the complete certainty of the end of his life. For the worst, in all cases, must be either a sleep arising from extreme dejection, during which we have the consolation of happy dreams or the loss of all sensitiveness. But when we are happy, our happiness is never disturbed by the thought that it will be followed by grief. Therefore pleasure, during its active period, is always complete, without alloy. Grief is always soothed by hope. I suppose you, dear reader, at the age of 20, and devoting yourself to the task of making a man of yourself by furnishing your mind with all the knowledge necessary to render you a useful being through the activity of your brain. Someone comes in and tells you, I bring you 30 years of existence. It is the immutable decree of fate. 15 consecutive years must be happy, and 15 years unhappy. You are at liberty to choose the half by which you wish to begin. Confess it candidly, dear reader. You will not require much more consideration to decide, and you will certainly begin by the unhappy series of years, because you will feel that the expectation of 15 delightful years cannot fail to brace you up with the courage necessary to bear the unfortunate years you have to go through. And we can even surmise, with every probability of being right, that the certainty of future happiness will soothe to a considerable extent the misery of the first period. You have already guessed, I have no doubt, the purpose of this lengthy argument. The sagacious man, believe me, can never be utterly miserable, and I most willingly agree with my friend Horace, who says that, on the contrary, such a man is always happy. Nisi quam pituita molesta est. But pray where is the man who is always suffering from a rheum? The fact is that the fearful night I passed in the guardhouse of St. Mary resulted for me in a slight loss and in a great gain. The small loss was to be away from my dear Therese, but being certain of seeing her within 10 days, the misfortune was not very great. As to the gain, it was in experience the true school for a man. I gained a complete system against thoughtlessness, a system of foresight. You may safely bet 100 to 1 that a young man who has once lost his purse or his passport will not lose either a second time. Each of those misfortunes has befallen me once only, and I might have been very often the victim of them, if experience had not taught me how much they were to be dreaded. A thoughtless fellow is a man who has not yet found the word dread in the dictionary of his life. The officer who relieved my cross-grained Castilian on the following day seemed of a different nature altogether. His prepossessing countenance pleased me much. He was a Frenchman, and I must say that I have always liked the French and never the Spaniards. There is in the manners of the first something so engaging, so obliging, that you feel attracted towards them as towards a friend, whilst an air of unbecoming haughtiness gives to the second a dark, forbidding countenance which certainly does not prepossess in their favor. Yet I have often been duped by Frenchmen, and never by Spaniards a proof that we ought to mistrust our tastes. The new officer, approaching me very politely, said to me, To what chance, reverend sir, am I indebted for the honor of having you in my custody? Ah, here was a way of speaking which restored to my lungs all their elasticity. I gave him all the particulars of my misfortune, and he found the mishap very amusing. But a man disposed to laugh at my disappointment could not be disagreeable to me, for it proved that the turn of his mind had more than one point of resemblance with mine. He gave me at once a soldier to serve me, and I had very quickly a bed, a table, and a few chairs. He was kind enough to have my bed placed in his own room, and I felt very grateful to him for that delicate attention. He gave me an invitation to share his dinner, and proposed a game of piquet afterwards, but from the very beginning he saw that I was no match for him. He told me so, and he warned me that the officer who would relieve him the next day was a better player even than he was himself. I lost 3 or 4 ducats. He advised me to abstain from playing on the following day, and I followed his advice. He told me also that he would have company to supper, that there would be a game of faro, but that the banker being a Greek and a crafty player, I ought not to play. I thought his advice very considerate, particularly when I saw that all the punters lost, and that the Greek, very calm in the midst of the insulting treatment of those he had duped, was pocketing his money after handing a share to the officer who had taken an interest in the bank. The name of the banker was Don Pepe il Cadetto, and by his accent I knew he was a Neapolitan. I communicated my discovery to the officer, asking him why he had told me that the man was a Greek. He explained to me the meaning of the word Greek applied to a gambler, and the lesson which followed his explanation proved very useful to me in after years. During the 5 following days, my life was uniform and rather dull, but on the 6th day the same French officer was on guard, and I was very glad to see him. He told me, with a hearty laugh, that he was delighted to find me still in the guardhouse, and I accepted the compliment for what it was worth. In the evening, we had the same bank at faro, with the same result as the first time, except a violent blow from the stick of one of the punters upon the back of the banker, of which the Greek stoically feigned to take no notice. I saw the same man again 9 years afterwards in Vienna, captain in the service of Maria Theresa. He then called himself de Flisso. 10 years later, I found him a colonel, and some time after worth 1 million. But the last time I saw him, some 13 or 14 years ago, he was a galley slave. He was handsome, but rather a singular thing. In spite of his beauty, he had a gallows look. I have seen others with the same stamp, Cagliostro, for instance, and another who has not yet been sent to the galleys, but who cannot fail to pay them a visit. Should the reader feel any curiosity about it, I can whisper the name in his ear. Towards the 9th or 10th day, everyone in the army knew and liked me, and I was expecting the passport, which could not be delayed much longer. I was almost free, and I would often walk about even out of sight of the sentinel. They were quite right not to fear my running away, and I should have been wrong if I had thought of escaping, but the most singular adventure of my life happened to me then, and most unexpectedly. It was about 6 in the morning. I was taking a walk within 100 yards of the sentinel, when an officer arrived and alighted from his horse, threw the bridle on the neck of his steed, and walked off. Admiring the docility of the horse, standing there like a faithful servant to whom his master has given orders to wait for him, I got up to him, and without any purpose I get hold of the bridle, put my foot in the stirrup, and find myself in the saddle. I was on horseback for the first time in my life. I do not know whether I touched the horse with my cane or with my heels, but suddenly the animal starts at full speed. My right foot having slipped out of the stirrup, I press against the horse with my heels, and, feeling the pressure, it gallops faster and faster, for I did not know how to check it. At the last advanced post the sentinels call out to me to stop, but I cannot obey the order, and the horse carrying me away faster than ever, I hear the whizzing of a few musket balls, the natural consequence of my involuntary disobedience. At last, when I reach the first advanced picket of the Austrians, the horse is stopped, and I get off his back thanking God. An officer of hussars asks where I am running so fast, and my tongue, quicker than my thought, answers without any privity on my part, that I can render no account but to Prince Lobkowitz, commander-in-chief of the army, whose headquarters were at Rimini. Hearing my answer, the officer gave orders for 2 hussars to get on horseback. A fresh one is given me, and I am taken at full gallop to Rimini, where the officer on guard has me escorted at once to the prince. I find His Highness alone, and I tell him candidly what has just happened to me. My story makes him laugh, although he observes that it is hardly credible. I ought, he says, to put you under arrest, but I am willing to save you that unpleasantness. With that he called one of his officers and ordered him to escort me through the Cesena gate. Then you can go wherever you please, he added, turning round to me, but take care not to again enter the lines of my army without a passport, or you might fare badly. I asked him to let me have the horse again, but he answered that the animal did not belong to me. I forgot to ask him to send me back to the place I had come from, and I regretted it, but after all perhaps I did for the best. The officer who accompanied me asked me, as we were passing a coffee house, whether I would like to take some chocolate, and we went in. At that moment I saw Petronio going by, and availing myself of a moment when the officer was talking to someone, I told him not to appear to be acquainted with me, but to tell me where he lived. When we had taken our chocolate, the officer paid, and we went out. Along the road we kept up the conversation. He told me his name, I gave him mine, and I explained how I found myself in Rimini. He asked me whether I had not remained some time in Ancona. I answered in the affirmative, and he smiled and said I could get a passport in Bologna, return to Rimini and to Pesaro without any fear, and recover my trunk by paying the officer for the horse he had lost. We reached the gate, he wished me a pleasant journey, and we parted company. I found myself free, with gold and jewels, but without my trunk. Therese was in Rimini, and I could not enter that city. I made up my mind to go to Bologna as quickly as possible in order to get a passport, and to return to Pesaro, where I should find my passport from Rome, for I could not make up my mind to lose my trunk, and I did not want to be separated from Therese until the end of her engagement with the manager of the Rimini Theatre. It was raining, I had silk stockings on, and I longed for a carriage. I took shelter under the portal of a church and turned my fine overcoat inside out so as not to look like an abbé. At that moment, a peasant happened to come along, and I asked him if a carriage could be had to drive me to Cesena. I have one, sir, he said, but I live half a league from here. Go and get it, I will wait for you here. While I was waiting for the return of the peasant with his vehicle, some 40 mules laden with provisions came along the road towards Rimini. It was still raining fast, and the mules passing close by me, I placed my hand mechanically upon the neck of one of them, and following the slow pace of the animals, I re-entered Rimini without the slightest notice being taken of me, even by the drivers of the mules. I gave some money to the first street urchin I met, and he took me to Therese's house. With my hair fastened under a nightcap, my hat pulled down over my face, and my fine cane concealed under my coat, I did not look a very elegant figure. I inquired for Bellino's mother, and the mistress of the house took me to a room where I found all the family and Therese in a woman's dress. I had reckoned upon surprising them, but Petronio had told them of our meeting, and they were expecting me. I gave a full account of my adventures, but Therese, frightened at the danger that threatened me, and in spite of her love, told me that it was absolutely necessary for me to go to Bologna, as I had been advised by Memoirs, the officer. "I know him," she said, "and he is a worthy man, but he comes here every evening, and you must conceal yourself." It was only 8 o'clock in the morning. We had the whole day before us, and everyone promised to be discreet. I allayed Therese's anxiety by telling her that I could easily contrive to leave the city without being observed. Therese took me to her own room, where she told me that she had met the manager of the theater on her arrival in Rimini, and that he had taken her at once to the apartments engaged for the family. She had informed him that she was a woman, and that she had made up her mind not to appear as a castrato anymore. He had expressed himself delighted at such news, because women could appear on the stage at Rimini, which was not under the same legate as Ancona. She added that her engagement would be at an end by the 1st of May, and that she would meet me wherever it would be agreeable to me to wait for her. "As soon as I can get a passport," I said, "there is nothing to hinder me from remaining near you until the end of your engagement. But as M. Vyse calls upon you, tell me whether you have informed him of my having spent a few days in Ancona." "I did, and I even told him that you had been arrested because you had lost your passport." I understood why the officer had smiled as he was talking with me. After my conversation with Therese, I received the compliments of the mother and of the young sisters, who appeared to me less cheerful and less free than they had been in Ancona. They felt that Bellino, transformed into Therese, was too formidable a rival. I listened patiently to all the complaints of the mother, who maintained that, in giving up the character of castrato, Therese had bidden adieu to fortune, because she might have earned 1,000 sequins a year in Rome. "In Rome, my good woman," I said, "the false Bellino would have been found out, and Therese would have been consigned to a miserable convent for which she was never made." Notwithstanding the danger of my position, I spent the whole of the day alone with my beloved mistress, and it seemed that every moment gave her fresh beauties and increased my love. At 8 o'clock in the evening, hearing someone coming in, she left me, and I remained in the dark, but in such a position that I could see everything and hear every word. The Baron Vyse came in, and Therese gave him her hand with the grace of a pretty woman and the dignity of a princess. The first thing he told her was the news about me. She appeared to be pleased, and listened with well-feigned indifference when he said that he had advised me to return with a passport. He spent an hour with her, and I was thoroughly well pleased with her manners and behavior, which had been such as to leave me no room for the slightest feeling of jealousy. Marina lighted him out, and Therese returned to me. We had a joyous supper together, and, as we were getting ready to go to bed, Petronio came to inform me that 10 muleteers would start for Cesena 2 hours before daybreak, and that he was sure I could leave the city with them if I would go and meet them a quarter of an hour before their departure, and treat them to something to drink. I was of the same opinion, and made up my mind to make the attempt. I asked Petronio to sit up and to wake me in good time. It proved an unnecessary precaution, for I was ready before the time, and left Therese satisfied with my love, without any doubt of my constancy, but rather anxious as to my success in attempting to leave Rimini. She had 60 sequins which she wanted to force back upon me, but I asked her what opinion she would have of me if I accepted them, and we said no more about it. I went to the stable, and having treated one of the muleteers to some drink, I told him that I would willingly ride one of his mules as far as Sarignan. "You are welcome to the ride," said the good fellow, "but I would advise you not to get on the mule till we are outside the city, and to pass through the gate on foot as if you were one of the drivers. It was exactly what I wanted. Petronio accompanied me as far as the gate, where I gave him a substantial proof of my gratitude. I got out of the city without the slightest difficulty and left the muleteers at Sarignan, whence I posted to Bologna. I found out that I could not obtain a passport, for the simple reason that the authorities of the city persisted that it was not necessary, but I knew better, and it was not for me to tell them why. I resolved to write to the French officer who had treated me so well at the guardhouse. I begged him to inquire at the War Office whether my passport had arrived from Rome, and, if so, to forward it to me. I also asked him to find out the owner of the horse who had run away with me, offering to pay for it. I made up my mind to wait for Therese in Bologna, and I informed her of my decision, entreating her to write very often. The reader will soon know the new resolution I took on the very same day. Episode 3, Military Career. Chapter 13. I renounce the clerical profession, and enter the military service. Therese leaves for Naples, and I go to Venice. I am appointed ensign in the army of my native country. I embark for Corfu, and land at Orsera to take a walk. I had been careful, on my arrival in Bologna, to take up my quarters at a small inn, so as not to attract any notice, and as soon as I had dispatched my letters to Therese and the French officer, I thought of purchasing some linen, as it was at least doubtful whether I should ever get my trunk. I deemed it expedient to order some clothes likewise. I was thus ruminating, when it suddenly struck me that I was not likely now to succeed in the church, but feeling great uncertainty as to the profession I ought to adopt, I took a fancy to transform myself into an officer, as it was evident that I had not to account to anyone for my actions. It was a very natural fancy at my age, for I had just passed through 2 armies in which I had seen no respect paid to any garb but to the military uniform, and I did not see why I should not cause myself to be respected likewise. Besides, I was thinking of returning to Venice, and felt great delight at the idea of showing myself there in the garb of honor, for I had been rather ill-treated in that of religion. I inquired for a good tailor. Death was brought to me, for the tailor sent to me was named Mort. I explained to him how I wanted my uniform made, I chose the cloth, he took my measure, and the next day I was transformed into a follower of Mars. I procured a long sword, and with my fine cane in hand, with a well-brushed hat ornamented with a black cockade, and wearing a long false pigtail, I sallied forth and walked all over the city. I bethought myself that the importance of my new calling required a better and more showy lodging than the one I had secured on my arrival, and I moved to the best inn. I like even now to recollect the pleasing impression I felt when I was able to admire myself full length in a large mirror. I was highly pleased with my own person. I thought myself made by nature to wear and to honor the military costume, which I had adopted through the most fortunate impulse. Certain that nobody knew me, I enjoyed by anticipation all the conjectures which people would indulge in respecting me, when I made my first appearance in the most fashionable café of the town. My uniform was white, the vest blue, a gold and silver shoulder knot, and a sword knot of the same material. Very well pleased with my grand appearance, I went to the coffee room, and taking some chocolate began to read the newspapers, quite at my ease and delighted to see that everybody was puzzled. A bold individual, in the hope of getting me into conversation, came to me and addressed me. I answered him with a monosyllable, and I observed that everyone was at a loss what to make of me. When I had sufficiently enjoyed public admiration in the coffee room, I promenaded in the busiest thoroughfares of the city and returned to the inn, where I had dinner by myself. I had just concluded my repast when my landlord presented himself with the traveler's book, in which he wanted to register my name. Casanova. Your profession, if you please, sir. Officer. In which service? None. Your native place? Venice. Where do you come from? That is no business of yours. This answer, which I thought was in keeping with my external appearance, had the desired effect. The landlord bowed himself out, and I felt highly pleased with myself, for I knew that I should enjoy perfect freedom in Bologna, and I was certain that mine host had visited me at the instance of some curious person eager to know who I was. The next day I called on M. Orsi, the banker, to cash my bill of exchange, and took another for 600 sequins on Venice and 100 sequins in gold, after which I again exhibited myself in the public places. 2 days afterwards, whilst I was taking my coffee after dinner, the banker Orsi was announced. I desired him to be shewn in, and he made his appearance accompanied by Monsignor Cornaro, whom I feign not to know. Orsi remarked that he had called to offer me his services for my letters of exchange and introduced the prelate. I rose and expressed my gratification at making his acquaintance. "But we have met before," he replied, "at Venice and Rome." Assuming an air of blank surprise, I told him he must certainly be mistaken. The prelate, thinking he could guess the reason of my reserve, did not insist and apologized. I offered him a cup of coffee, which he accepted, and on leaving me, he begged the honor of my company to breakfast the next day. I made up my mind to persist in my denials and called upon the prelate, who gave me a polite welcome. He was then apostolic prothonotary in Bologna. Breakfast was served, and as we were sipping our chocolate, he told me that I had most likely some good reasons to warrant my reserve, but that I was wrong not to trust him, the more so that the affair in question did me great honor. "I do not know," said I, "what affair you are alluding to." He then handed me a newspaper, telling me to read a paragraph which he pointed out. My astonishment may be imagined when I read the following correspondence from Pesaro. M. de Casanova, an officer in the service of the Queen, has deserted after having killed his captain in a duel. The circumstances of the duel are not known. All that has been ascertained is that M. de Casanova has taken the road to Rimini, riding the horse belonging to the captain, who was killed on the spot. In spite of my surprise, and of the difficulty I had in keeping my gravity at the reading of the paragraph, in which so much untruth was blended with so little that was real, I managed to keep a serious countenance, and I told the prelate that the Casanova spoken of in the newspaper must be another man. "That may be, but you are certainly the Casanova I knew a month ago at Cardinal Acquaviva and 2 years ago at the house of my sister, Madame Lovedon, in Venice. Besides, the Ancona banker speaks of you as an ecclesiastic in his letter of advice to M. Orsi." "Very well, Monsignor. Your Excellency compels me to agree to my being the same Casanova, but I entreat you not to ask me any more questions, as I am bound in honor to observe the strictest reserve." "That is enough for me, and I am satisfied. Let us talk of something else." I was amused at the false reports which were being circulated about me, and I became from that moment a thorough skeptic on the subject of historical truth. I enjoyed, however, very great pleasure in thinking that my reserve had fed the belief of my being the Casanova mentioned in the newspaper. I felt certain that the prelate would write the whole affair to Venice, where it would do me great honor, at least until the truth should be known, and in that case my reserve would be justified. Besides, I should then most likely be far away. I made up my mind to go to Venice as soon as I heard from Therese, as I thought that I could wait for her there more comfortably than in Bologna, and in my native place there was nothing to hinder me from marrying her openly. In the meantime, the fable from Pesaro amused me a good deal, and I expected every day to see it denied in some newspaper. The real officer Casanova must have laughed at the accusation brought against him of having run away with the horse, as much as I laughed at the caprice which had metamorphosed me into an officer in Bologna, just as if I had done it for the very purpose of giving to the affair every appearance of truth. On the 4th day of my stay in Bologna, I received by express a long letter from Therese. She informed me that, on the day after my escape from Rimini, Baron Vyse had presented to her the Duke de Castropignano, who, having heard her sing, had offered her 1,000 ounces a year, and all traveling expenses paid, if she would accept an engagement as prima donna at the San Carlo Theatre, at Naples, where she would have to go immediately after her Rimini engagement. She had requested and obtained a week to come to a decision. She enclosed 2 documents. The first was the written memorandum of the Duke's proposals, which she sent in order that I should peruse it, as she did not wish to sign it without my consent. The second was a formal engagement, written by herself, to remain all her life devoted to me and at my service. She added in her letter that, if I wished to accompany her to Naples, she would meet me anywhere I might appoint, but that, if I had any objection to return to that city, she would immediately refuse the brilliant offer, for her only happiness was to please me in all things. For the first time in my life, I found myself in need of thoughtful consideration before I could make up my mind. Theres's letter had entirely upset all my ideas, and, feeling that I could not answer it at once, I told the messenger to call the next day. Two motives of equal weight kept the balance wavering: self-love and love for Theres. I felt that I ought not to require Theres to give up such prospects of fortune, but I could not take upon myself either to let her go to Naples without me or to accompany her there. On one side, I shuddered at the idea that my love might ruin Theres's prospects. On the other side, the idea of the blow inflicted on my self-love, on my pride, if I went to Naples with her, sickened me. How could I make up my mind to reappear in that city, in the guise of a cowardly fellow living at the expense of his mistress or his wife? What would my cousin Antonio, Don Polo and his dear son, Don Lelio Carafa, and all the patricians who knew me have said? The thought of Lucrezia and of her husband sent a cold shiver through me. I considered that, in spite of my love for Theres, I should become very miserable if everyone despised me. Linked to her destiny as a lover or as a husband, I would be a degraded, humbled, and mean sycophant. Then came the thought, is this to be the end of all my hopes? The die was cast, my head had conquered my heart. I fancied that I had hit upon an excellent expedient, which at all events made me gain time, and I resolved to act upon it. I wrote to Theres, advising her to accept the engagement for Naples, where she might expect me to join her in the month of July, or after my return from Constantinople. I cautioned her to engage an honest-looking waiting woman, so as to appear respectably in the world, and to lead such a life as would permit me to make her my wife, on my return, without being ashamed of myself. I foresaw that her success would be ensured by her beauty even more than by her talent, and, with my nature, I knew that I could never assume the character of an easygoing lover or of a compliant husband. Had I received Theres's letter 1 week sooner, it is certain that she would not have gone to Naples, for my love would then have proved stronger than my reason. But in matters of love, as well as in all others, time is a great teacher. I told Theres to direct her answer to Bologna, and 3 days after, I received from her a letter loving, and at the same time sad, in which she informed me that she had signed the engagement. She had secured the services of a woman whom she could present as her mother. She would reach Naples towards the middle of May, and she would wait for me there till she heard from me that I no longer wanted her. 4 days after the receipt of that letter, the last but one that Theres wrote me, I left Bologna for Venice. Before my departure, I had received an answer from the French officer, advising me that my passport had reached Pesaro, and that he was ready to forward it to me with my trunk, if I would pay M. Marcello Berna, the proveditore of the Spanish army, whose address he enclosed, the sum of 50 doubloons for the horse which I had run away with, or which had run away with me. I repaired at once to the house of the proveditore, well pleased to settle that affair, and I received my trunk and my passport a few hours before leaving Bologna. But as my paying for the horse was known all over the town, Monsignor Cornaro was confirmed in his belief that I had killed my captain in a duel. To go to Venice, it was necessary to submit to a quarantine, which had been adhered to only because the two governments had fallen out. The Venetians wanted the Pope to be the first in giving free passage through his frontiers, and the Pope insisted that the Venetians should take the initiative. The result of this trifling pique between the two governments was great hindrance to commerce, but very often that which bears only upon the private interest of the people is lightly treated by the rulers. I did not wish to be quarantined and determined on evading it. It was rather a delicate undertaking, for in Venice the sanitary laws are very strict, but in those days I delighted in doing, if not everything that was forbidden, at least everything which offered real difficulties. I knew that between the state of Mantua and that of Venice the passage was free, and I knew likewise that there was no restriction in the communication between Mantua and Modena. If I could therefore penetrate into the state of Mantua by stating that I was coming from Modena, my success would be certain, because I could then cross the Po and go straight to Venice. I got a carrier to drive me to Rivero, a city situated on the river Po and belonging to the state of Mantua. The driver told me that, if he took the crossroads, he could go to Rivero and say that we came from Mantua, and that the only difficulty would be in the absence of the sanitary certificate which is delivered in Mantua, and which was certain to be asked for in Rivero. I suggested that the best way to manage would be for him to say that he had lost it, and a little money removed every objection on his part. When we reached the gates of Rivero, I represented myself as a Spanish officer going to Venice to meet the Duke of Modena, whom I knew to be there, on business of the greatest importance. The sanitary certificate was not even demanded. Military honors were duly paid to me, and I was most civilly treated. A certificate was immediately delivered to me, setting forth that I was traveling from Rivero, and with it I crossed the Po, without any difficulty, at Ostiglia, from which place I proceeded to Legnago. There I left my carrier as much pleased with my generosity as with the good luck which had attended our journey, and, taking post-horses, I reached Venice in the evening. I remarked that it was the end of April, 1744, the anniversary of my birth, which, 10 times during my life, has been marked by some important event. The very next morning I went to the exchange in order to procure a passage to Constantinople. But I could not find any passenger ship sailing before 2 or 3 months, and I engaged a berth in a Venetian ship called Our Lady of the Rosary, Commander Zane, which was to sail for Corfu in the course of the month. Having thus prepared myself to obey my destiny, which, according to my superstitious feelings, called me imperiously to Constantinople, I went to St. Mark's Square in order to see and to be seen, enjoying by anticipation the surprise of my acquaintances at not finding me any longer an abbé. I must not forget to state that at Rivero I had decorated my hat with a red cockade. I thought that my first visit was, by right, due to the Abbé Grimani. The moment he saw me, he raised a perfect shriek of astonishment, for he thought I was still with Cardinal Acquaviva, on the road to a political career, and he saw standing before him a son of Mars. He had just left the dinner table as I entered, and he had company. I observed amongst the guests an officer wearing the Spanish uniform, but I was not put out of countenance. I told the Abbé Grimani that I was only passing through Venice, and that I had felt it a duty and a pleasure to pay my respects to him. I did not expect to see you in such a costume. I have resolved to throw off the garb, which could not procure me a fortune likely to satisfy my ambition. Where are you going? To Constantinople, and I hope to find a quick passage to Corfu, as I have dispatches from Cardinal Acquaviva. Where do you come from now? From the Spanish army, which I left 10 days ago. These words were hardly spoken, when I heard the voice of a young nobleman exclaiming, "That is not true." "The profession to which I belong," I said to him with great animation, "does not permit me to let anyone give me the lie." And upon that, bowing all round, I went away, without taking any notice of those who were calling me back. I wore an uniform. It seemed to me that I was right in showing that sensitive and haughty pride which forms one of the characteristics of military men. I was no longer a priest. I could not bear being given the lie, especially when it had been given to me in so public a manner. I called upon Madame Manzoni, whom I was longing to see. She was very happy to see me, and did not fail to remind me of her prediction. I told her my history, which amused her much, but she said that if I went to Constantinople, I should most likely never see her again. After my visit to Madame Manzoni, I went to the house of Madame Orio, where I found worthy M. Rosa, Nanette, and Martin. They were all greatly surprised, indeed petrified at seeing me. The 2 lovely sisters looked more beautiful than ever, but I did not think it necessary to tell them the history of my 9 months' absence, for it would not have edified the aunt or pleased the nieces. I satisfied myself with telling them as much as I thought fit, and amused them for 3 hours. Seeing that the good old lady was carried away by her enthusiasm, I told her that I should be very happy to pass under her roof the 4 or 5 weeks of my stay in Venice, if she could give me a room and supper, but on condition that I should not prove a burden to her or to her charming nieces. "I should be only too happy," she answered, "to have you so long, but I have no room to offer you." "Yes, you have one, my dear," exclaimed M. Rosa, "and I undertake to put it to rights within 2 hours." It was the room adjoining the chamber of the 2 sisters. Nanette said immediately that she would come downstairs with her sister, but Madame Orio answered that it was unnecessary, as they could lock themselves in their room. "There would be no need for them to do that, madam," I said, with a serious and modest air. and if I am likely to occasion the slightest disturbance, I can remain at the inn. There will be no disturbance whatever. But forgive my nieces, they are young prudes and have a very high opinion of themselves. Everything being satisfactorily arranged, I forced upon Madame Oriot a payment of 15 sequins in advance, assuring her that I was rich, and that I had made a very good bargain, as I should spend a great deal more if I kept my room at the inn. I added that I would send my luggage and take up my quarters in her house on the following day. During the whole of the conversation, I could see the eyes of my two dear little wives sparkling with pleasure, and they reconquered all their influence over my heart in spite of my love for Therese, whose image was, all the same, brilliant in my soul. This was a passing infidelity, but not inconstancy. On the following day I called at the War Office, but, to avoid every chance of unpleasantness, I took care to remove my cockade. I found in the office Major Pelotero, who could not control his joy when he saw me in a military uniform and hugged me with delight. As soon as I had explained to him that I wanted to go to Constantinople, and that, although in uniform, I was free, he advised me earnestly to seek the favor of going to Turkey with the Bailo, who intended to leave within 2 months, and even to try to obtain service in the Venetian army. His advice suited me exactly, and the Secretary of War, who had known me the year before, happening to see me, summoned me to him. He told me that he had received letters from Bologna, which had informed him of a certain adventure entirely to my honor, adding that he knew that I would not acknowledge it. He then asked me if I had received my discharge before leaving the Spanish army. I could not receive my discharge, as I was never in the service. And how did you manage to come to Venice without performing quarantine? Persons coming from Mantua are not subject to it. True, but I advise you to enter the Venetian service, like Major Pelotero. As I was leaving the ducal palace, I met the Abbé Grimani, who told me that the abrupt manner in which I had left his house had displeased everybody. Even the Spanish officer. No, for he remarked that, if you had truly been with the army, you could not act differently, and he has himself assured me that you were there. And to prove what he asserted, he made me read an article in the newspaper, in which it is stated that you killed your captain in a duel. Of course it is only a fable. How do you know that it is not a fact? Is it true, then? I do not say so, but it may be true, quite as true as my having been with the Spanish army 10 days ago. But that is impossible, unless you have broken through the quarantine. I have broken nothing. I have openly crossed the Po at Rivero, and here I am. I am sorry not to be able to present myself at your Excellency's palace, but I cannot do so until I have received the most complete satisfaction from the person who has given me the lie. I could put up with an insult when I wore the livery of humility, but I cannot bear one now that I wear the garb of honor. You are wrong to take it in such a high tone. The person who attacked your veracity is M. Valmarana, the proveditore of the sanitary department, and he contends that, as nobody can pass through the cordon, it would be impossible for you to be here. Satisfaction, indeed. Have you forgotten who you are? No, I know who I am, and I know likewise that, if I was taken for a coward before leaving Venice, now that I have returned no one shall insult me without repenting it. Come and dine with me. No, because the Spanish officer would know it. He would even see you, for he dines with me every day. Very well, then I will go, and I will let him be the judge of my quarrel with M. Valmarana. I dined that day with Major Pelotero and several other officers, who agreed in advising me to enter the service of the Republic, and I resolved to do so. I am acquainted, said the Major, with a young lieutenant whose health is not sufficiently strong to allow him to go to the East, and who would be glad to sell his commission, for which he wants 100 sequins. But it would be necessary to obtain the consent of the Secretary of War. Mention the matter to him, I replied. The 100 sequins are ready. The Major undertook the commission. In the evening I went to Madame Oriot, and I found myself very comfortably lodged. After supper, the aunt told her nieces to show me to my room, and, as may well be supposed, we spent a most delightful night. After that they took the agreeable duty by turns, and in order to avoid any surprise in case the aunt should take it into her head to pay them a visit, we skillfully displaced a part of the partition, which allowed them to come in and out of my room without opening the door. But the good lady believed us 3 living specimens of virtue and never thought of putting us to the test. 2 or 3 days afterwards, M. Grimani contrived an interview between me and M. Valmarana, who told me that, if he had been aware that the sanitary line could be eluded, he would never have impugned my veracity, and thanked me for the information I had given him. The affair was thus agreeably arranged, and until my departure I honored M. Grimani's excellent dinner with my presence every day. Towards the end of the month I entered the service of the Republic in the capacity of ensign in the Bala regiment, then at Corfu. The young man who had left the regiment through the magical virtue of my 100 sequins was lieutenant, but the Secretary of War objected to my having that rank for reasons to which I had to submit if I wished to enter the army. But he promised me that, at the end of the year, I would be promoted to the grade of lieutenant, and he granted me a furlough to go to Constantinople. I accepted, for I was determined to serve in the army. M. Pierre Vendramin, an illustrious senator, obtained me the favor of a passage to Constantinople with the Chevalier Venier, who was proceeding to that city in the quality of bailo. But as he would arrive in Corfu a month after me, the Chevalier very kindly promised to take me as he called at Corfu. A few days before my departure, I received a letter from Therese, who informed me that the Duke de Castropignano escorted her everywhere. "The Duke is old," she wrote, "but even if he were young, you would have no cause for uneasiness on my account. Should you ever want any money, draw upon me from any place where you may happen to be, and be quite certain that your letters of exchange will be paid, even if I had to sell everything I possess to honor your signature." There was to be another passenger on board the ship of the line on which I had engaged my passage, namely, a noble Venetian, who was going to Zante in the quality of counselor, with a numerous and brilliant retinue. The captain of the ship told me that, if I was obliged to take my meals alone, I was not likely to fare very well, and he advised me to obtain an introduction to the nobleman, who would not fail to invite me to share his table. His name was Antonio Dolphin, and he had been nicknamed Bucentoro, in consequence of his air of grandeur and the elegance of his toilet. Fortunately, I did not require to beg an introduction, for M. Grimani offered, of his own accord, to present me to the magnificent counselor, who received me in the kindest manner, and invited me at once to take my meals at his table. He expressed a desire that I should make the acquaintance of his wife, who was to accompany him in the journey. I called upon her the next day, and I found a lady perfect in manners, but already of a certain age and completely deaf. I had therefore but little pleasure to expect from her conversation. She had a very charming young daughter whom she left in a convent. She became celebrated afterwards, and she is still alive, I believe, the widow of Procurator Iron, whose family is extinct. I have seldom seen a finer-looking man or a man of more imposing appearance than M. Dolphin. He was eminently distinguished for his wit and politeness. He was eloquent, always cheerful when he lost at cards, the favorite of ladies, whom he endeavored to please in everything, always courageous, and of an equal temper, whether in good or in adverse fortune. He had ventured on traveling without permission, and had entered a foreign service, which had brought him into disgrace with the government, for a noble son of Venice cannot be guilty of a greater crime. For this offense, he had been imprisoned in the Liedza favor which destiny kept also in reserve for me. Highly gifted, generous, but not wealthy, M. Dolphin had been compelled to solicit from the Grand Council a lucrative governorship, and had been appointed to Zante. But he started with such a splendid suite that he was not likely to save much out of his salary. Such a man as I have just portrayed could not make a fortune in Venice, because an aristocratic government cannot obtain a state of lasting, steady peace at home unless equality is maintained amongst the nobility. And equality, either moral or physical, cannot be appreciated in any other way than by appearances. The result is that the man who does not want to lay himself open to persecution, and who happens to be superior or inferior to the others, must endeavor to conceal it by all possible means. If he is ambitious, he must feign great contempt for dignities. If he seeks employment, he must not appear to want any. If his features are handsome, he must be careless of his physical appearance. He must dress badly, wear nothing in good taste, ridicule every foreign importation, make his bow without grace, be careless in his manner, care nothing for the fine arts, conceal his good breeding, have no foreign cook, wear an uncombed wig, and look rather dirty. M. Dolphin was not endowed with any of those eminent qualities, and therefore he had no hope of a great fortune in his native country. The day before my departure from Venice I did not go out. I devoted the whole of the day to friendship. Madame Oriot and her lovely nieces shed many tears, and I joined them in that delightful employment. During the last night that I spent with both of them, the sisters repeated over and over, in the midst of the raptures of love, that they never would see me again. They guessed rightly, but if they had happened to see me again, they would have guessed wrongly. Observe how wonderful prophets are. I went on board, on the 5th of May, with a good supply of clothing, jewels, and ready cash. Our ship carried 24 guns and 200 Sclavonian soldiers. We sailed from Malamaca to the shores of Istria during the night, and we came to anchor in the harbor of Orsera to take ballast. I landed with several others to take a stroll through the wretched place where I had spent 3 days 9 months before, a recollection which caused me a pleasant sensation when I compared my present position to what it was at that time. What a difference in everything: health, social condition, and money. I felt quite certain that in the splendid uniform I was now wearing nobody would recognize the miserable-looking abbé who, but for Friar Stefano, would have become God knows what. Chapter 14. An amusing meeting in Orsera. Journey to Corfu. My stay in Constantinople. Bonneville. My return to Corfu. Madame F. The false prince. I run away from Corfu. My frolics at Casopo. I surrender myself a prisoner. My speedy release and triumph. My success with Madame F. I affirm that a stupid servant is more dangerous than a bad one, and a much greater plague, for one can be on one's guard against a wicked person, but never against a fool. You can punish wickedness but not stupidity, unless you send away the fool, male or female, who is guilty of it, and if you do so, you generally find out that the change has only thrown you out of the frying pan into the fire. This chapter and the 2 following ones were written. They gave at full length all the particulars which I must now abridge, for my silly servant has taken the 3 chapters for her own purposes. She pleaded as an excuse that the sheets of paper were old, written upon, covered with scribbling and erasures, and that she had taken them in preference to nice, clean paper, thinking that I would care much more for the last than for the first. I flew into a violent passion, but I was wrong, for the poor girl had acted with a good intent. Her judgment alone had misled her. It is well known that the first result of anger is to deprive the angry man of the faculty of reason, for anger and reason do not belong to the same family. Luckily, passion does not keep me long under its sway. Irasci, celerem tamen et placabilem esse. After I had wasted my time in hurling at her bitter reproaches, the force of which did not strike her, and in proving to her that she was a stupid fool, she refuted all my arguments by the most complete silence. There was nothing to do but to resign myself, and, although not yet in the best of tempers, I went to work. What I am going to write will probably not be so good as what I had composed when I felt in the proper humor, but my readers must be satisfied with it. They will, like the engineer, gain in time what they lose in strength. I landed at Orsera while our ship was taking ballast, as a ship cannot sail well when she is too light, and I was walking about when I remarked a man who was looking at me very attentively. As I had no dread of any creditor, I thought that he was interested by my fine appearance. I could not find fault with such a feeling, and kept walking on, but as I passed him, he addressed me. Might I presume to inquire whether this is your first visit to Orsera, Captain? No, sir, it is my second visit to this city. Were you not here last year? I was. But you were not in uniform then. True again, but your questions begin to sound rather indiscreet. Be good enough to forgive me, sir, for my curiosity is the offspring of gratitude. I am indebted to you for the greatest benefits, and I trust that Providence has brought you here again only to give me the opportunity of making greater still my debt of gratitude to you. What on earth have I done, and what can I do for you? I am at a loss to guess your meaning. Will you be so kind as to come and breakfast with me? My house is near at hand. My refosco is delicious, please to taste it, and I will convince you in a few words that you are truly my benefactor, and that I have a right to expect that you have returned Orsera to load me with fresh benefits. I could not suspect the man of insanity, but as I could not make him out, I fancied that he wanted to make me purchase some of his Rafosco, and I accepted his invitation. We went up to his room, and he left me for a few moments to order breakfast. I observed several surgical instruments, which made me suppose that he was a surgeon, and I asked him when he returned. "Yes, Captain, I have been practicing surgery in this place for 20 years, and in a very poor way, for I had nothing to do except a few cases of bleeding of cupping, and occasionally some slight excoriation to dress or a sprained ankle to put to rights. I did not earn even the poorest living. But since last year a great change has taken place. I have made a good deal of money, I have laid it out advantageously, and it is to you, Captain, to you may God bless you, that I am indebted for my present comforts." "But how so?" "In this way, Captain. You had a connection with Don Jerome's housekeeper, and you left her, when you went away, a certain souvenir which she communicated to a friend of hers, who, in perfect good faith, made a present of it to his wife. This lady did not wish, I suppose, to be selfish, and she gave the souvenir to a libertine who, in his turn, was so generous with it that, in less than a month, I had about 50 clients. The following months were not less fruitful, and I gave the benefit of my attendance to everybody, of course, for a consideration. There are a few patients still under my care, but in a short time there will be no more, as the souvenir left by you has now lost all its virtue. You can easily realize now the joy I felt when I saw you. You are a bird of good omen. May I hope that your visit will last long enough to enable you to renew the source of my fortune." I laughed heartily, but he was grieved to hear that I was in excellent health. He remarked, however, that I was not likely to be so well off on my return, because, in the country to which I was going, there was abundance of damaged goods, but that no one knew better than he did how to root out the venom left by the use of such bad merchandise. He begged that I would depend upon him, and not trust myself in the hands of quacks, who would be sure to palm their remedies upon me. I promised him everything, and, taking leave of him with many thanks, I returned to the ship. I related the whole affair to M. Dolphin, who was highly amused. We sailed on the following day, but on the fourth day, on the other side of Curzola, we were visited by a storm which very nearly cost me my life. This is how it happened. The chaplain of the ship was a Sclavonian priest, very ignorant, insolent, and coarse-mannered, and, as I turned him into ridicule whenever the opportunity offered, he had naturally become my sworn enemy. Tant de fil intratil dans l'âme d'un devote. When the storm was at its height, he posted himself on the quarterdeck, and with book in hand, proceeded to exorcise all the spirits of hell whom he thought he could see in the clouds, and to whom he pointed for the benefit of the sailors who, believing themselves lost, were crying, howling, and giving way to despair, instead of attending to the working of the ship, then in great danger on account of the rocks and of the breakers which surrounded us. Seeing the peril of our position and the evil effect of his stupid incantations upon the minds of the sailors whom the ignorant priest was throwing into the apathy of despair, instead of keeping up their courage, I thought it prudent to interfere. I went up the rigging, calling upon the sailors to do their duty cheerfully, telling them that there were no devils, and that the priest who pretended to see them was a fool. But it was in vain that I spoke in the most forcible manner, in vain that I went to work myself, and showed that safety was only to be ensured by active means. I could not prevent the priest declaring that I was an atheist, and he managed to rouse against me the anger of the greatest part of the crew. The wind continued to lash the sea into fury for the 2 following days, and the knave contrived to persuade the sailors who listened to him that the hurricane would not abate as long as I was on board. Imbued with that conviction, one of the men, thinking he had found a good opportunity of fulfilling the wishes of the priest, came up to me as I was standing at the extreme end of the forecastle, and pushed me so roughly that I was thrown over. I should have been irretrievably lost, but the sharp point of an anchor, hanging along the side of the ship, catching in my clothes, prevented me from falling in the sea, and proved truly my sheet-anchor. Some men came to my assistance, and I was saved. A corporal then pointed out to me the sailor who had tried to murder me, and taking a stout stick I treated the scoundrel to a sound thrashing. But the sailors, headed by the furious priest, rushed towards us when they heard his screams, and I should have been killed if the soldiers had not taken my part. The commander and M. Dolphin then came on deck, but they were compelled to listen to the chaplain, and to promise, in order to pacify the vile rabble, that they would land me at the first opportunity. But even this was not enough. The priest demanded that I should give up to him a certain parchment that I had purchased from a Greek at Malamaco just before sailing. I had no recollection of it, but it was true. I laughed and gave it to M. Dolphin. He handed it to the fanatic chaplain, who, exulting in his victory, called for a large pan of live coals from the cook's galley and made an autodafy of the document. The unlucky parchment, before it was entirely consumed, kept writhing on the fire for half an hour, and the priest did not fail to represent those contortions as a miracle, and all the sailors were sure that it was an infernal manuscript given to me by the devil. The virtue claimed for that piece of parchment by the man who had sold it to me was that it ensured its lucky possessor the love of all women, but I trust my readers will do me the justice to believe that I had no faith whatever in amorous philters, talismans, or amulets of any kind. I had purchased it only for a joke. You can find throughout Italy, in Greece, and generally in every country the inhabitants of which are yet wrapped up in primitive ignorance, a tribe of Greeks, of Jews, of astronomers, and of exorcists, who sell their dupes rags and toys to which they boastingly attach wonderful virtues and properties. Amulets which render invulnerable, scraps of cloth which defend from witchcraft, small bags filled with drugs to keep away goblins, and 1,000 gewgaws of the same description. These wonderful goods have no marketable value whatever in France, in England, in Germany, and throughout the north of Europe generally. But, in revenge, the inhabitants of those countries indulge in knavish practices of a much worse kind. The storm abated just as the innocent parchment was writhing on the fire, and the sailors, believing that the spirits of hell had been exorcised, thought no more of getting rid of my person, and after a prosperous voyage of a week, we cast anchor at Corfu. As soon as I had found a comfortable lodging, I took my letters to His Eminence the Proveditore Generale, and to all the naval commanders to whom I was recommended. And after paying my respects to my colonel, and making the acquaintance of the officers of my regiment, I prepared to enjoy myself until the arrival of the Chevalier Venier, who had promised to take me to Constantinople. He arrived towards the middle of June, but in the meantime I had been playing basset and had lost all my money and sold or pledged all my jewelry. Such must be the fate awaiting every man who has a taste for gambling, unless he should know how to fix fickle fortune by playing with a real advantage derived from calculation or from adroitness, which defies chance. I think that a cool and prudent player can manage both without exposing himself to censure or deserving to be called a cheat. During the month that I spent in Corfu, waiting for the arrival of M. Venier, I did not devote any time to the study, either moral or physical, of the country, for, excepting the days on which I was on duty, I passed my life at the coffee-house, intent upon the game, and sinking, as a matter of course, under the adverse fortune which I braved with obstinacy. I never won, and I had not the moral strength to stop till all my means were gone. The only comfort I had, and a sorry one truly, was to hear the banker himself call me perhaps sarcastically a fine player every time I lost a large stake. My misery was at its height, when new life was infused in me by the booming of the guns fired in honor of the arrival of the Bailo. He was on board the Europa, a frigate of 72 guns, and he had taken only 8 days to sail from Venice to Corfu. The moment he cast anchor, the Bailo hoisted his flag of Captain General of the Venetian Navy, and the Proveditore hauled down his own colors. The Republic of Venice has not on the sea any authority greater than that of Bailo to the port. The Chevalier Venier had with him a distinguished and brilliant suite. Count Annibal Gambara, Count Charles Zenobio, both Venetian noblemen of the first class, and the Marquis d'Ancetti of Bressan, accompanied him to Constantinople for their own amusement. The Bailo remained a week in Corfu, and all the naval authorities entertained him and his suite in turn, so that there was a constant succession of balls and suppers. When I presented myself to His Excellency, he informed me that he had already spoken to the Proveditore, who had granted me a furlough of 6 months to enable me to accompany him to Constantinople as his adjutant. And as soon as the official document for my furlough had been delivered to me, I sent my small stock of worldly goods on board the Europa, and we weighed anchor early the next day. We sailed with a favorable wind which remained steady and brought us in 6 days to Saragossa, where we stopped to take in some water. Feeling some curiosity to visit the ancient Cythera, I went on shore with the sailors on duty, but it would have been better for me if I had remained on board, for in Sarago I made a bad acquaintance. I was accompanied by the captain of Marines. The moment we set foot on shore, two men, very poorly dressed and of unprepossessing appearance, came to us and begged for assistance. I asked them who they were, and one, quicker than the other, answered, "We are sentenced to live, and perhaps to die, in this island by the despotism of the Council of 10. There are 40 others as unfortunate as ourselves, and we are all born subjects of the Republic. The crime of which we have been accused, which is not considered a crime anywhere, is that we were in the habit of living with our mistresses, without being jealous of our friends, when, finding our ladies handsome, they obtained their favors with our ready consent. As we were not rich, we felt no remorse in availing ourselves of the generosity of our friends in such cases, but it was said that we were carrying on an illicit trade, and we have been sent to this place, where we receive every day 10 sous in moneta lunga. We are called Mangium Roni, and are worse off than galley slaves, for we are dying of ennui, and we are often starving without knowing how to stay our hunger. My name is Don Antonio Picchini. I am of a noble Paduan family, and my mother belongs to the illustrious family of Campo San Piero. We gave them some money and went about the island, returning to the ship after we had visited the fortress. I shall have to speak of that Picchini in a few years. The wind continued in our favor, and we reached the Dardanelles in 8 or 10 days. The Turkish barges met us there to carry us to Constantinople. The sight offered by that city at the distance of a league is truly wonderful, and I believe that a more magnificent panorama cannot be found in any part of the world. It was that splendid view which was the cause of the fall of the Roman and of the rise of the Greek Empire. Constantine the Great, arriving at Byzantium by sea, was so much struck with the wonderful beauty of its position that he exclaimed, "Here is the proper seat of the empire of the whole world." And in order to secure the fulfillment of his prediction, he left Rome for Byzantium. If he had known the prophecy of Horace, or rather if he had believed in it, he would not have been guilty of such folly. The poet had said that the downfall of the Roman Empire would begin only when one of the successors of Augustus bethought him removing the capital of the empire to where it had originated. The road is not far distant from Thrace. We arrived at the Venetian embassy in Pera towards the middle of July, and, for a wonder, there was no talk of the plague in Constantinople just then. We were all provided with very comfortable lodgings, but the intensity of the heat induced the baillie to seek for a little coolness in a country mansion which had been hired by the Bailo Donna. It was situated at Bauyoudir. The very first order laid upon me was never to go out unknown to the Bailo, and without being escorted by a janissary, and this order I obeyed to the letter. In those days, the Russians had not tamed the insolence of the Turkish people. I am told that foreigners can now go about as much as they please in perfect security. The day after our arrival, I took a janissary to accompany me to Osman Pacha, of Caramania, the name assumed by Count de Bonneville ever since he had adopted the turban. I sent in my letter and was immediately shewn into an apartment on the ground floor, furnished in the French fashion, where I saw a stout elderly gentleman, dressed like a Frenchman, who, as I entered the room, rose, came to meet me with a smiling countenance, and asked me how he could serve the protégé of a cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church, which he could no longer call his mother. I gave him all the particulars of the circumstances, which, in a moment of despair, had induced me to ask the cardinal for letters of introduction for Constantinople. And I added that, the letters once in my possession, my superstitious feelings had made me believe that I was bound to deliver them in person. "Then, without this letter," he said, "you never would have come to Constantinople, and you have no need of me." True, but I consider myself fortunate in having thus made the acquaintance of a man who has attracted the attention of the whole of Europe, and who still commands that attention. His Excellency made some remark respecting the happiness of young men who, like me, without care, without any fixed purpose, abandon themselves to fortune with that confidence which knows no fear. And telling me that the cardinal's letter made it desirable that he should do something for me, he promised to introduce me to 3 or 4 of his Turkish friends who deserved to be known. He invited me to dine with him every Thursday, and undertook to send me a janissary who would protect me from the insults of the rabble and show me everything worth seeing. The cardinal's letter representing me as a literary man, the Pacha observed that I ought to see his library. I followed him through the garden, and we entered a room furnished with grated cupboards. Curtains could be seen behind the wirework. The books were most likely behind the curtains. Taking a key out of his pocket, he opened one of the cupboards, and, instead of folios, I saw long rows of bottles of the finest wines. We both laughed heartily. "Here are," said the Pacha, "my library and my harem. I am old, women would only shorten my life, but good wine will prolong it, or at least make it more agreeable. I imagine Your Excellency has obtained a dispensation from the Mufti." "You are mistaken, for the Pope of the Turks is very far from enjoying as great a power as the Christian Pope. He cannot in any case permit what is forbidden by the Quran, but everyone is at liberty to work out his own damnation if he likes. The Turkish devotees pity the libertines, but they do not persecute them. There is no inquisition in Turkey. Those who do not know the precepts of religion, say the Turks, will suffer enough in the life to come. There is no need to make them suffer in this life. The only dispensation I have asked and obtained has been respecting circumcision, although it can hardly be called so, because, at my age, it might have proved dangerous. That ceremony is generally performed, but it is not compulsory." During the 2 hours that we spent together, the Pacha inquired after several of his friends in Venice, and particularly after Marc Antonio Diodo. I told him that his friends were still faithful to their affection for him, and did not find fault with his apostasy. He answered that he was a Mahometan as he had been a Christian, and that he was not better acquainted with the Quran than he had been with the Gospel. "I am certain," he added, "that I shall die calmer and much happier than Prince Eugene. I have had to say that God is God, and that Mahomet is the prophet. I have said it, and the Turks care very little whether I believe it or not. I wear the turban as the soldier wears the uniform. I was nothing but a military man. I could not have turned my hand to any other profession, and I made up my mind to become Lieutenant General of the Grand Turk only when I found myself entirely at a loss how to earn my living. When I left Venice, the pitcher had gone too often to the well, it was broken at last, and if the Jews had offered me the command of an army of 50,000 men, I would have gone and besieged Jerusalem. Bonneville was handsome, but too stout. He had received a saber cut in the lower part of the abdomen, which compelled him to wear constantly a bandage supported by a silver plate. He had been exiled to Asia, but only for a short time, for, as he told me, the cabals are not so tenacious in Turkey as they are in Europe, and particularly at the court of Vienna. As I was taking leave of him, he was kind enough to say that, since his arrival in Turkey, he had never passed 2 hours as pleasantly as those he had just spent with me, and that he would compliment the Bailo about me. The Bailo Dona, who had known him intimately in Venice, desired me to be the bearer of all his friendly compliments for him, and M. Venier expressed his deep regret at not being able to make his acquaintance. The second day after my first visit to him being a Thursday, the Pacha did not forget to send a janissary according to his promise. It was about 11 in the morning when the janissary called for me. I followed him, and this time I found Bonneville dressed in the Turkish style. His guests soon arrived, and we sat down to dinner, 8 of us, all well disposed to be cheerful and happy. The dinner was entirely French, in cooking and service. His steward and his cook were both worthy French renegades. He had taken care to introduce me to all his guests, and at the same time to let me know who they were, but he did not give me an opportunity of speaking before dinner was nearly over. The conversation was entirely kept up in Italian, and I remarked that the Turks did not utter a single word in their own language, even to say the most ordinary thing. Each guest had near him a bottle which might have contained either white wine or hydromel. All I know is that I drank, as well as M. de Bonneville, next to whom I was seated, some excellent white Burgundy. The guests got me on the subject of Venice, and particularly of Rome, and the conversation very naturally fell upon religion, but not upon dogmatic questions. The discipline of religion and liturgical questions were alone discussed. One of the guests, who was addressed as Effendi, because he had been secretary for foreign affairs, said that the ambassador from Venice to Rome was a friend of his, and he spoke of him in the highest manner. I told him that I shared his admiration for that ambassador, who had given me a letter of introduction for a Turkish nobleman, whom he had represented as an intimate friend. He inquired for the name of the person to whom the letter was addressed, but I could not recollect it, and took the letter out of my pocketbook. The Effendi was delighted when he found that the letter was for himself. He begged leave to read it at once, and after he had perused it, he kissed the signature and came to embrace me. This scene pleased M. de Bonneville and all his friends. The Effendi, whose name was Ismail, entreated the Pacha to come to dine with him, and to bring me. Bonneville accepted and fixed a day. Notwithstanding all the politeness of the Effendi, I was particularly interested during our charming dinner in a fine elderly man of about 60, whose countenance breathed at the same time the greatest sagacity and the most perfect kindness. 2 years afterwards, I found again the same features on the handsome face of M. de Bragadin, a Venetian senator of whom I shall have to speak at length when we come to that period of my life. That elderly gentleman had listened to me with the greatest attention, but without uttering one word. In society, a man whose face and general appearance excite your interest stimulates strongly your curiosity if he remains silent. When we left the dining room, I inquired from de Bonneville who he was. He answered that he was wealthy, a philosopher, a man of acknowledged merit, of great purity of morals, and strongly attached to his religion. He advised me to cultivate his acquaintance if he made any advances to me. I was pleased with his advice, and when, after a walk under the shady trees of the garden, we returned to a drawing-room furnished in the Turkish fashion, I purposely took a seat near Yusuf Ali. Such was the name of the Turk for whom I felt so much sympathy. He offered me his pipe in a very graceful manner. I refused it politely, and took one brought to me by one of M. de Bonneville's servants. Whenever I have been amongst smokers, I have smoked or left the room. Otherwise, I would have fancied that I was swallowing the smoke of the others, and that idea, which is true and unpleasant, disgusted me. I have never been able to understand how in Germany the ladies, otherwise so polite and delicate, could inhale the suffocating fumes of a crowd of smokers. Yusuf, pleased to have me near him, at once led the conversation to subjects similar to those which had been discussed at table, and particularly to the reasons which had induced me to give up the peaceful profession of the Church and to choose a military life. And in order to gratify his curiosity without losing his good opinion, I gave him, but with proper caution, some of the particulars of my life, for I wanted him to be satisfied that, if I had at first entered the career of the holy priesthood, it had not been through any vocation of mine. He seemed pleased with my recital, spoke of natural vocations as a Stoic philosopher, and I saw that he was a fatalist. But as I was careful not to attack his system openly, he did not dislike my objections, most likely because he thought himself strong enough to overthrow them. I must have inspired the honest Mussulman with very great esteem, for he thought me worthy of becoming his disciple. It was not likely that he could entertain the idea of becoming himself the disciple of a young man of 19, lost, as he thought, in a false religion. After spending an hour in examining me, in listening to my principles, he said that he believed me fit to know the real truth, because he saw that I was seeking for it, and that I was not certain of having obtained it so far. He invited me to come and spend a whole day with him, naming the days when I would be certain to find him at home, but he advised me to consult the Pacha Osman before accepting his invitation. I told him that the Pacha had already mentioned him to me and had spoken very highly of his character. He seemed much pleased. I fixed a day for my visit and left him. I informed M. de Bonneville of all that had occurred. He was delighted and promised that his janissary would be every day at the Venetian palace, ready to execute my orders. I received the congratulations of the Bailly upon the excellent acquaintances I had already made, and M. Venier advised me not to neglect such friends in a country where weariness of life was more deadly to foreigners than the plague. On the day appointed, I went early to Yusuf's palace, but he was out. His gardener, who had received his instructions, showed me every attention and entertained me very agreeably for 2 hours in doing the honors of his master's splendid garden, where I found the most beautiful flowers. This gardener was a Neapolitan and had belonged to Yusuf for 30 years. His manners made me suspect that he was well born and well educated, but he told me frankly that he had never been taught even to read, that he was a sailor when he was taken in slavery, and that he was so happy in the service of Yusuf that liberty would be a punishment to him. Of course, I did not venture to address him any questions about his master, for his reserve might have put my curiosity to the blush. Yusuf had gone out on horseback. He returned, and after the usual compliments, we dined alone in a summer house from which we had a fine view of the sea, and in which the heat was cooled by a delightful breeze which blows regularly at the same hour every day from the northwest, and is called the Mistral. We had a good dinner. There was no prepared dish except the koroman, a peculiar delicacy of the Turks. I drank water and hydromel, and I told Yusuf that I preferred the last to wine, of which I never took much at that time. Your hydromel, I said, is very good, and the Mussulmans who offend against the law by drinking wine do not deserve any indulgence. I believe they drink wine only because it is forbidden. Many of the true believers, he answered, think that they can take it as a medicine. The Grand Turk's physician has brought it into vogue as a medicine, and it has been the cause of his fortune, for he has captivated the favor of his master, who is in reality constantly ill, because he is always in a state of intoxication. I told Yusuf that in my country drunkards were scarce, and that drunkenness was a vice to be found only among the lowest people. He was much astonished. I cannot understand, he said, why wine is allowed by all religions when its use deprives man of his reason. All religions, I answered, forbid excess in drinking wine, and the crime is only in the abuse. I proved him the truth of what I had said by telling him that opium produced the same results as wine, but more powerfully, and consequently Mahomet ought to have forbidden the use of it. He observed that he had never taken either wine or opium in the course of his life. After dinner, pipes were brought in and we filled them ourselves. I was smoking with pleasure, but at the same time was expectorating. Yusuf, who smoked like a Turk, that is to say, without spitting, said, "The tobacco you are now smoking is of a very fine quality, and you ought to swallow its balsam, which is mixed with the saliva." I suppose you are right. Smoking cannot be truly enjoyed without the best tobacco. That is true to a certain extent, but the enjoyment found in smoking good tobacco is not the principal pleasure, because it only pleases our senses. True enjoyment is that which works upon the soul and is completely independent of the senses. I cannot realize pleasures enjoyed by the soul without the instrumentality of the senses. Listen to me. When you fill your pipe, do you feel any pleasure? Yes. Whence does that pleasure arise, if it is not from your soul? Let us go further. Do you not feel pleased when you give up your pipe after having smoked all the tobacco in it when you see that nothing is left but some ashes? It is true. Well, there are two pleasures in which your senses have certainly nothing to do, but I want you to guess the third, and the most essential. The most essential, it is the perfume. No, that is a pleasure of the organ of smelling, a sensual pleasure. Then I do not know. Listen, the principal pleasure derived from tobacco smoking is the sight of a smoke itself. You must never see it go out of the bowl of your pipe but only from the corner of your mouth, at regular intervals which must not be too frequent. It is so truly the greatest pleasure connected with the pipe that you cannot find anywhere a blind man who smokes. Try yourself the experiment of smoking a pipe in your room, at night, and without a light. You will soon lay the pipe down. It is all perfectly true, yet you must forgive me if I give the preference to several pleasures, in which my senses are interested, over those which afford enjoyment only to my soul. 40 years ago I was of the same opinion, and in 40 years, if you succeed in acquiring wisdom, you will think like me. Pleasures which give activity to our senses, my dear son, disturb the repose of our soul, a proof that they do not deserve the name of real enjoyments. But if I feel them to be real enjoyments, it is enough to prove that they are truly so. Granted, but if you would take the trouble of analyzing them after you have tasted them, you would not find them unalloyed. It may be so, but why should I take a trouble which would only lessen my enjoyment? A time will come when you will feel pleasure in that very trouble. It strikes me, dear father, that you prefer mature age to youth. You may boldly say old age. You surprise me. Must I believe that your early life has been unhappy? Far from it. I was always fortunate in good health, and the master of my own passions, but all I saw in my equals was for me a good school in which I have acquired the knowledge of man and learned the real road to happiness. The happiest of men is not the most voluptuous, but the one who knows how to choose the highest standards of voluptuousness, which can be found, I say again, not in the pleasures which excite our senses, but in those which give greater repose to the soul. That is the voluptuousness which you consider unalloyed. Yes, and such is the sight of a vast prairie all covered with grass. The green color, so strongly recommended by our divine prophet, strikes my eyes, and at the same moment I feel that my soul is wrapped up in a calm so delightful that I fancy myself nearer the Creator. I enjoy the same peace, the same repose, when I am seated on the banks of a river, when I look upon the water so quiet, yet always moving, which flows constantly, yet never disappears from my sight, never loses any of its clearness in spite of its constant motion. It strikes me as the image of my own existence, and of the calm which I require for my life in order to reach, like the water I am gazing upon, the goal which I do not see, and which can only be found at the other end of the journey. Thus did the Turk reason, and we passed 4 hours in this sort of conversation. He had buried 2 wives, and he had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, having received his patrimony, had established himself in the city of Salonika, where he was a wealthy merchant. The other was in the Seraglio, in the service of the Grand Turk, and his fortune was in the hands of a trustee. His daughter, Zelmi, then 15 years of age, was to inherit all his remaining property. He had given her all the accomplishments which could minister to the happiness of the man whom heaven had destined for her husband. We shall hear more of that daughter anon. The mother of the 3 children was dead, and 5 years previous to the time of my visit, Yusuf had taken another wife, a native of Sayo, young and very beautiful, but he told me himself that he was now too old and could not hope to have any child by her. Yet he was only 60 years of age. Before I left, he made me promise to spend at least 1 day every week with him. At supper, I told the Bailey how pleasantly the day had passed. "We envy you," they said, "the prospect you have before you of spending agreeably 3 or 4 months in this country, while, in our quality of ministers, we must pine away with melancholy." A few days afterwards, M. de Bonneville took me with him to dine at Ismail's house, where I saw Asiatic luxury on a grand scale, but there were a great many guests, and the conversation was held almost entirely in the Turkish language, a circumstance which annoyed me and M. de Bonneville also. Ismail saw it, and he invited me to breakfast whenever I felt disposed, assuring me that he would have much pleasure in receiving me. I accepted the invitation, and I went 10 or 12 days afterwards. When we reach that period, my readers must kindly accompany me to the breakfast. For the present, I must return to Yusuf, who, during my second visit, displayed a character which inspired me with the greatest esteem and the warmest affection. We had dined alone as before, and, conversation happening to turn upon the fine arts, I gave my opinion upon one of the precepts in the Quran, by which the Mahometans are deprived of the innocent enjoyment of paintings and statues. He told me that Mahomet, a very sagacious legislator, had been right in removing all images from the sight of the followers of Islam. Recollect, my son, that the nations to which the prophet brought the knowledge of the true God were all idolaters. Men are weak. If the disciples of the prophet had continued to see the same objects, they might have fallen back into their former errors. No one ever worshipped an image as an image. The deity of which the image is a representation is what is worshipped. I may grant that, but God cannot be matter, and it is right to remove from the thoughts of the vulgar the idea of a material divinity. You are the only men, you Christians, who believe that you see God. It is true, we are sure of it, but observe that faith alone gives us that certainty. I know it, but you are idolaters, for you see nothing but a material representation, and yet you have a complete certainty that you see God, unless you should tell me that faith disaffirms it. God forbid I should tell you such a thing. Faith, on the contrary, affirms our certainty. We thank God that we have no need of such self-delusion, and there is not one philosopher in the world who could prove to me that you require it. That would not be the province of philosophy, dear father, but of theology, a very superior science. You are now speaking the language of our theologians, who differ from yours only in this. They use their science to make clearer the truths we ought to know, whilst your theologians try to render those truths more obscure. Recollect, dear father, that they are mysteries. The existence of God is a sufficiently important mystery to prevent men from daring to add anything to it. God can only be simple. Any kind of combination would destroy his essence. Such is the God announced by our prophet, who must be the same for all men and in all times. Agree with me that we can add nothing to the simplicity of God. We say that God is one, that is the image of simplicity. You say that he is one and three at the same time, and such a definition strikes us as contradictory, absurd, and impious. It is a mystery. Do you mean God or the definition? I am speaking only of the definition, which ought not to be a mystery or absurd. Common sense, my son, must consider as absurd an assertion which is substantially nonsensical. Prove to me that three is not a compound, that it cannot be a compound, and I will become a Christian at once. My religion tells me to believe without arguing, and I shudder, my dear Yusuf, when I think that, through some specious reasoning, I might be led to renounce the creed of my fathers. I first must be convinced that they lived in error. Tell me whether, respecting my father's memory, I ought to have such a good opinion of myself as to sit in judgment over him, with the intention of giving my sentence against him. My lively remonstrance moved Yusuf deeply, but after a few instants of silence, he said to me, "With such feelings, my son, you are sure to find grace in the eyes of God, and you are, therefore, one of the elect. If you are in error, God alone can convince you of it, for no just man on earth can refute the sentiment you have just given expression to." We spoke of many other things in a friendly manner, and in the evening we parted with the often repeated assurance of the warmest affection and of the most perfect devotion. But my mind was full of our conversation, and as I went on pondering over the matter, I thought that Yusuf might be right in his opinion as to the essence of God, for it seemed evident that the Creator of all beings ought to be perfectly simple. But I thought at the same time how impossible it would be for me, because the Christian religion had made a mistake, to accept the Turkish creed, which might perhaps have just a conception of God, but which caused me to smile when I recollected that the man who had given birth to it had been an arrant impostor. I had not the slightest idea, however, that Yusuf wished to make a convert of me. The third time I dined with him, religion was again the subject of conversation. Do you believe, dear father, that the religion of Mahomet is the only one in which salvation can be secured? No, my dear son, I am not certain of it, and no man can have such a certainty. But I am sure that the Christian religion is not the true one, because it cannot be universal. Why not? Because there is neither bread nor wine to be found in 3/4 of the world. Observe that the precepts of the Quran can be followed everywhere. I did not know how to answer, and I would not equivocate. If God cannot be matter, I said, then he must be a spirit. We know what he is not, but we do not know what he is. Man cannot affirm that God is a spirit, because he can only realize the idea in an abstract manner. God is immaterial, that is the extent of our knowledge, and it can never be greater. I was reminded of Plato, who had said exactly the same, and most certainly Yusuf never read Plato. He added that the existence of God could be useful only to those who did not entertain a doubt of that existence, and that, as a natural consequence, atheists must be the most miserable of men. God has made in man his own image in order that, amongst all the animals created by him, there should be one that can understand and confess the existence of the Creator. Without man, God would have no witness of his own glory, and man must therefore understand that his first and highest duty is to glorify God by practicing justice and trusting to his providence. Observe, my son, that God never abandons the man who, in the midst of misfortunes, falls down in prayer before him, and that he often allows the wretch who has no faith in prayer to die miserably. Yet we meet with atheists who are fortunate and happy. True, but in spite of their tranquility, I pity them because they have no hope beyond this life and are on a level with animals. Besides, if they are philosophers, they must linger in dark ignorance, and if they never think, they have no consolation, no resource, when adversity reaches them. God has made man in such a manner that he cannot be happy unless he entertains no doubt of the existence of his divine Creator. In all stations of life, man is naturally prone to believe in that existence. Otherwise, man would never have admitted one God, Creator of all beings and of all things. I should like to know why atheism has only existed in the systems of the learned, and never as a national creed. Because the poor feel their wants much more than the rich, there are amongst us a great many impious men who deride the true believers because they have faith in the pilgrimage to Mecca. Wretches that they are, they ought to respect the ancient customs which, exciting the devotion of fervent souls, feed religious principles, and impart courage under all misfortunes. Without such consolation, people would give way to all the excess of despair. Much pleased with the attention I gave to all he said, Yusuf would thus yield to the inclination he felt to instruct me, and on my side, feeling myself drawn towards him by the charm which amiable goodness exerts upon all hearts, I would often go and spend the day with him, even without any previous invitation, and Yusuf's friendship soon became one of my most precious treasures. One morning, I told my janissary to take me to the palace of Ismail Effendi in order to fulfill my promise to breakfast with him. He gave me the most friendly welcome, and after an excellent breakfast, he invited me to take a walk in his garden. We found there a pretty summer house which we entered, and Ismail attempted some liberties which were not at all to my taste, and which I resented by rising in a very abrupt manner. Seeing that I was angry, the Turk affected to approve my reserve and said that he had only been joking. I left him after a few minutes with the intention of not visiting him again, but I was compelled to do so, as I will explain by and by. When I saw M. de Bonneville, I told him what had happened, and he said that, according to Turkish manners, Ismail had intended to give me a great proof of his friendship, but that I need not be afraid of the offense being repeated. He added that politeness required that I should visit him again, and that Ismail was, in spite of his failing, a perfect gentleman who had at his disposal the most beautiful female slaves in Turkey. 5 or 6 weeks after the commencement of our intimacy, Yusuf asked me one day whether I was married. I answered that I was not. The conversation turned upon several moral questions, and at last fell upon chastity, which, in his opinion, could be accounted a virtue only if considered from one point of view, namely, that of total abstinence, but he added that it could not be acceptable to God, because it transgressed against the very first precept he had given to man. I would like to know, for instance, he said, what name can be given to the chastity of your Knights of Malta? They take a vow of chastity, but it does not mean that they will renounce women altogether, they renounce marriage only. Their chastity, and therefore chastity in general, is violated only by marriage, yet I observe that marriage is one of your sacraments. Therefore, those Knights of Malta promise not to give way to lustful incontinence in the only case in which God might forgive it, but they reserve the license of being lustful unlawfully as often as they please, and whenever an opportunity may offer itself. And that immoral, illicit license is granted to them to such an extent that they are allowed to acknowledge legally a child, which can be born to them only through a double crime. The most revolting part of it all is that these children of crime, who are of course perfectly innocent themselves, are called natural children, as if children born in wedlock came into the world in an unnatural manner. In one word, my dear son, the vow of chastity is so much opposed to divine precepts and to human nature that it can be agreeable neither to God nor to society, nor to those who pledge themselves to keep it, and being in such opposition to every divine and human law, it must be a crime. He inquired for the second time whether I was married. I replied in the negative, and added that I had no idea of ever getting married. "What?" he exclaimed. "I must then believe that you are not a perfect man, or that you intend to work out your own damnation, unless you should tell me that you are a Christian only outwardly. I am a man in the very strongest sense of the word, and I am a true Christian. I must even confess that I adore women, and that I have not the slightest idea of depriving myself of the most delightful of all pleasures. According to your religion, damnation awaits you. I feel certain of the contrary, because, when we confess our sins, our priests are compelled to give us absolution. I know it, but you must agree with me that it is absurd to suppose that God will forgive a crime which you would, perhaps, not commit, if you did not think that, after confession, a priest, a man like you, will give you absolution. God forgives only the repenting sinner. No doubt of it, and confession supposes repentance. Without it, absolution has no effect. Is onanism a crime amongst you? Yes, even greater than lustful and illegitimate copulation. I was aware of it, and it has always caused me great surprise, For the legislator who enacts a law, the execution of which is impossible, is a fool. A man in good health, if he cannot have a woman, must necessarily have recourse to onanism, whenever imperious nature demands it, and the man who, from fear of polluting his soul, would abstain from it, would only draw upon himself a mortal disease. We believe exactly the reverse. We think that young people destroy their constitutions and shorten their lives through self-abuse. In several communities, they are closely watched and are as much as possible deprived of every opportunity of indulging in that crime. Those who watch them are ignorant fools, and those who pay the watchers for such a service are even more stupid, because prohibition must excite the wish to break through such a tyrannical law, to set at naught an interdiction so contrary to nature. Yet it seems to me that self-abuse in excess must be injurious to health, for it must weaken and enervate. Certainly, because excess in everything is prejudicial and pernicious, but all such excess is the result of our severe prohibition. If girls are not interfered with in the matter of self-abuse, I do not see why boys should be. Because girls are very far from running the same risk. They do not lose a great deal in the action of self-abuse, and what they lose does not come from the same source whence flows the germinal liquid in men. I do not know, but we have some physicians who say that chlorosis in girls is the result of that pleasure indulged in to excess. After many such conversations, in which he seemed to consider me as endowed with reason and talent, even when I was not of his opinion, Yusuf Ali surprised me greatly one day by the following proposition. I have 2 sons and a daughter. I no longer think of my sons because they have received their share of my fortune. As far as my daughter is concerned, she will, after my death, inherit all my possessions, and I am, besides, in a position while I am alive to promote the fortune of the man who may marry her. 5 years ago I took a young wife, but she has not given me any progeny, and I know to a certainty that no offspring will bless our union. My daughter, whose name is Zelmi, is now 15. She is handsome, her eyes are black and lovely like her mother. Her hair is of the color of the raven's wing, her complexion is animated alabaster. She is tall, well-made, and of a sweet disposition. I have given her an education which would make her worthy of our master, the Sultan. She speaks Greek and Italian fluently. She sings delightfully and accompanies herself on the harp. She can draw and embroider and is always contented and cheerful. No living man can boast of having seen her features, and she loves me so dearly that my will is hers. My daughter is a treasure, and I offer her to you if you will consent to go for 1 year to Adrianople to reside with a relative of mine, who will teach you our religion, our language, and our manners. You will return at the end of 1 year, and as soon as you have become a Mussulman, my daughter shall be your wife. You will find a house ready furnished, slaves of your own, and an income which will enable you to live in comfort. I have no more to say at present. I do not wish you to answer me either today, or tomorrow, or on any fixed day. You will give me your decision whenever you feel yourself called upon by your genius to give it, and you need not give me any answer unless you accept my offer, for, should you refuse it, it is not necessary that the subject should be again mentioned. I do not ask you to give full consideration to my proposal, for now that I have thrown the seed in your soul it must fructify. Without hurry, without delay, without anxiety, you can but obey the decrees of God and follow the immutable decision of fate. Such as I know you, I believe that you only require the possession of Zelmi to be completely happy, and that you will become one of the pillars of the Ottoman Empire. Saying those words, Yusuf pressed me affectionately in his arms and left me by myself to avoid any answer I might be inclined to make. I went away in such wonder at all I had just heard, that I found myself at the Venetian embassy without knowing how I had reached it. The baillie thought me very pensive and asked whether anything was the matter with me, but I did not feel disposed to gratify their curiosity. I found that Yusuf had indeed spoken truly. His proposal was of such importance that it was my duty, not only not to mention it to anyone, but even to abstain from thinking it over, until my mind had recovered its calm sufficiently to give me the assurance that no external consideration would weigh in the balance and influence my decision. I had to silence all my passions, prejudices, principles already formed, love, and even self-interest were to remain in a state of complete inaction. When I awoke the next morning, I began to think the matter over, and I soon discovered that, if I wanted to come to a decision, I ought not to ponder over it, as the more I considered, the less likely I should be to decide. This was truly a case for the sequer diem of the Stoics. I did not visit Yusuf for 4 days, and when I called on him on the 5th day, we talked cheerfully without once mentioning his proposal, although it was very evident that we were both thinking of it. We remained thus for a fortnight, without ever alluding to the matter which engrossed all our thoughts, but our silence was not caused by dissimulation, or by any feeling contrary to our mutual esteem and friendship. And one day Yusuf suggested that very likely I had communicated his proposal to some wise friend, in order to obtain good advice. I immediately assured him it was not so, and that in a matter of so delicate a nature I thought I ought not to ask anybody's advice. I have abandoned myself to God, dear Yusuf, and full of confidence in him, I feel certain that I shall decide for the best, whether I make up my mind to become your son, or believe that I ought to remain what I am now. In the meantime, my mind ponders over it day and night, whenever I am quiet and feel myself composed and collected. When I come to a decision, I will impart it to you alone, and from that moment you shall have over me the authority of a father." At these words, the worthy Yusuf, his eyes wet with tears, placed his left hand over my head, and the first 2 fingers of the right hand on my forehead, saying, "Continue to act in that way, my dear son, and be certain that you can never act wrongly." "But," I said to him, "one thing might happen, Zelmi might not accept me." "Have no anxiety about that. My daughter loves you. She, as well as my wife and her nurse, sees you every time that we dine together, and she listens to you with pleasure. Does she know that you are thinking of giving her to me as my wife? She knows that I ardently wish you to become a true believer, so as to enable me to link her destiny to yours. I am glad that your habits do not permit you to let me see her, because she might dazzle me with her beauty, and then passion would soon have too much weight in the scale. I could no longer flatter myself that my decision had been taken in all the unbiased purity of my soul." Yusuf was highly delighted at hearing me speak in that manner, and I spoke in perfect good faith. The mere idea of seeing Zelmi caused me to shudder. I felt that, if I had fallen in love with her, I would have become a Mussulman in order to possess her, and that I might soon have repented such a step, for the religion of Mahomet presented to my eyes and to my mind nothing but a disagreeable picture, as well for this life as for a future one. As for wealth, I did not think it deserved the immense sacrifice demanded from me. I could find equal wealth in Europe, without stamping my forehead with the shameful brand of apostasy. I cared deeply for the esteem of the persons of distinction who knew me, and did not want to render myself unworthy of it. Besides, I felt an immense desire to obtain fame amongst civilized and polite nations, either in the fine arts or in literature, or in any other honorable profession, and I could not reconcile myself to the idea of abandoning to my equals the triumph which I might win if I lived amongst them. It seemed to me, and I am still of the same opinion, that the decision of wearing the turban befits only a Christian despairing of himself and at the end of his wits, and fortunately I was lost not in that predicament. My greatest objection was to spend a year in Adrianople to learn a language for which I did not feel any liking, and which I should therefore have learned but imperfectly. How could I, at my age, renounce the prerogative, so pleasant to my vanity, of being reputed a fine talker? And I had secured that reputation wherever I was known. Then, I would often think that Zelmi, the 8th wonder of creation in the eyes of her father, might not appear such in my eyes, and it would have been enough to make me miserable. For Yusuf was likely to live 20 years longer, and I felt that gratitude, as well as respect, would never have permitted me to give that excellent man any cause for unhappiness by ceasing to show myself a devoted and faithful husband to his daughter. Such were my thoughts, and, as Yusuf could not guess them, it was useless to make a confidant of him. A few days afterwards, I dined with the Pacha Osman and met my Effendi Ismail. He was very friendly to me, and I reciprocated his attentions, though I paid no attention to the reproaches he addressed to me for not having come to breakfast with him for such a long time. I could not refuse to dine at his house with Bonneville, and he treated me to a very pleasing sight. Neapolitan slaves, men and women, performed a pantomime and some Calabrian dances. M. de Bonneville happened to mention the dance called Forlana, and Ismail expressing a great wish to know it, I told him that I could give him that pleasure if I had a Venetian woman to dance with and a fiddler who knew the time. I took a violin and played the forlana, but even if the partner had been found, I could not play and dance at the same time. Ismail whispered a few words to one of his eunuchs, who went out of the room and returned soon with some message that he delivered to him. The Effendi told me that he had found the partner I wanted, and I answered that the musician could be had easily if he would send a note to the Venetian embassy, which was done at once. The Bello Donna sent one of his men who played the violin well enough for dancing purposes. As soon as the musician was ready, a door was thrown open, and a fine-looking woman came in, her face covered with a black velvet mask, such as we call morta in Venice. The appearance of that beautiful masked woman surprised and delighted every one of the guests, for it was impossible to imagine a more interesting object, not only on account of the beauty of that part of the face which the mask left exposed, but also for the elegance of her shape, the perfection of her figure, and the exquisite taste displayed in her costume. The nymph took her place, I did the same, and we danced the forlana 6 times without stopping. I was in perspiration and out of breath, for the forlana is the most violent of our national dances, but my beautiful partner stood near me without betraying the slightest fatigue and seemed to challenge me to a new performance. At the round of the dance, which is the most difficult step, she seemed to have wings. I was astounded, for I had never seen anyone, even in Venice, dance the forlana so splendidly. After a few minutes' rest, rather ashamed of my feeling tired, I went up to her and said, "Ancora sei, a poi basta, si non volit vedermi a morir." She would have answered me if she had been able, but she wore one of those cruel masks which forbid speech. But a pressure of her hand which nobody could see made me guess all I wanted to know. The moment we finished dancing, the eunuch opened the door, and my lovely partner disappeared. Ismail could not thank me enough, but it was I who owed him my thanks, for it was the only real pleasure which I enjoyed in Constantinople. I asked him whether the lady was from Venice, but he only answered by a significant smile. "The worthy Ismail," said M. de Bonneville to me, as we were leaving the house late in the evening, "has been today the dupe of his vanity, and I have no doubt that he is sorry already for what he has done. To bring out his beautiful slave to dance with you. According to the prejudices of this country, it is injurious to his dignity, for you are sure to have kindled an amorous flame in the poor girl's breast. I would advise you to be careful and to keep on your guard, because she will try to get up some intrigue with you. But be prudent, for intrigues are always dangerous in Turkey." I promised to be prudent, but I did not keep my promise. For 3 or 4 days afterwards, an old slave woman met me in the street, and offered to sell me for 1 piastre a tobacco bag embroidered in gold. And as she put it in my hand, she contrived to make me feel that there was a letter in the bag. I observed that she tried to avoid the eyes of the janissary who was walking behind me. I gave her 1 piastre, she left me, and I proceeded toward Yusuf's house. He was not at home, and I went to his garden to read the letter with perfect freedom. It was sealed and without any address, and the slave might have made a mistake, but my curiosity was excited to the highest pitch. I broke the seal, and found the following note written in good enough Italian. "Should you wish to see the person with whom you dance the forlana, take a walk towards evening in the garden beyond the fountain, and contrive to become acquainted with the old servant of the gardener by asking her for some lemonade. You may perchance manage to see your partner in the forlana without running any risk, even if you should happen to meet Ismail. She is a native of Venice. Be careful not to mention this invitation to any human being." "I am not such a fool, my lovely countrywoman," I exclaimed, as if she had been present, and put the letter in my pocket. But at that very moment, a fine-looking elderly woman came out of a thicket, pronounced my name, and inquired what I wanted and how I had seen her. I answered that I had been speaking to the wind, not supposing that anyone could hear me, and without any more preparation, she abruptly told me that she was very glad of the opportunity of speaking with me, that she was from Rome, that she had brought up Zelmi, and had taught her to sing and to play the harp. She then praised highly the beauty and the excellent qualities of her pupil, saying that, if I saw her, I would certainly fall in love with her, and expressing how much she regretted that the law should not allow it. "She sees us at this very moment," she added, "from behind that green window blind, and we love you ever since Yusuf has informed us that you may, perhaps, become Zelmi's husband. May I mention our conversation to Yusuf? I inquired. No. Her answering in the negative made me understand that, if I had pressed her a little, she would have allowed me to see her lovely pupil, and perhaps it was with that intention that she had contrived to speak to me, but I felt great reluctance to do anything to displease my worthy host. I had another reason of even greater importance. I was afraid of entering an intricate maze in which the sight of a turban hovering over me made me shudder. Yusuf came home, and far from being angry when he saw me with the woman, he remarked that I must have found much pleasure in conversing with a native of Rome, and he congratulated me upon the delight I must have felt in dancing with one of the beauties from the harem of the voluptuous Ismail. Then it must be a pleasure seldom enjoyed, if it is so much talked of. Very seldom indeed, for there is amongst us an invincible prejudice against exposing our lovely women to the eyes of other men, but everyone may do as he pleases in his own house. Ismail is a very worthy and a very intelligent man. Is the lady with whom I danced known? I believe not. She wore a mask, and everybody knows that Ismail possesses half a dozen slaves of surpassing beauty. I spent a pleasant day with Yusuf, and when I left him, I ordered my janissary to take me to Ismail's. As I was known by his servants, they allowed me to go in, and I proceeded to the spot described in the letter. The eunuch came to me, informed me that his master was out, but that he would be delighted to hear of my having taken a walk in the garden. I told him that I would like a glass of lemonade, and he took me to the summer house, where I recognized the old woman who had sold me the tobacco pouch. The eunuch told her to give me a glass of some liquid which I found delicious, and would not allow me to give her any money. We then walked together towards the fountain, but he told me abruptly that we were to go back, as he saw 3 ladies to whom he pointed, adding that, for the sake of decency, it was necessary to avoid them. I thanked him for his attentions, left my compliments for Ismail, and went away not dissatisfied with my first attempt, and with the hope of being more fortunate another time. The next morning I received a letter from Ismail inviting me to go fishing with him on the following day, and stating that he intended to enjoy the sport by moonlight. I immediately gave way to my suppositions, and I went so far as to fancy that Ismail might be capable of arranging an interview between me and the lovely Venetian. I did not mind his being present. I begged permission of Chevalier Venier to stop out of the palace for one night, but he granted it with the greatest difficulty, because he was afraid of some love affair and of the results it might have. I took care to calm his anxiety as much as I could, but without acquainting him with all the circumstances of the case, for I thought I was wise in being discreet. I was exact to the appointed time, and Ismail received me with the utmost cordiality, but I was surprised when I found myself alone with him in the boat. We had 2 rowers and a man to steer. We took some fish, fried in oil, and ate it in the summer house. The moon shone brightly, and the night was delightful. Alone with Ismail, and knowing his unnatural tastes, I did not feel very comfortable for, in spite of what M. de Bonneville had told me, I was afraid lest the Turk should take a fancy to give me too great a proof of his friendship, and I did not relish our tete-a-tete. But my fears were groundless. "Let us leave this place quietly," said Ismail. "I have just heard a slight noise which heralds something that will amuse us." He dismissed his attendants, and took my hand, saying, "Let us go to a small room, the key of which I luckily have with me, but let us be careful not to make any noise. That room has a window overlooking the fountain where I think that 2 or 3 of my beauties have just gone to bathe. We will see them and enjoy a very pleasing sight, for they do not imagine that anyone is looking at them. They know that the place is forbidden to everybody except me." We entered the room, we went to the window, and the moon shining right over the basin of the fountain, we saw 3 nymphs who, now swimming, now standing or sitting on the marble steps, offered themselves to our eyes in every possible position, and in all the attitudes of graceful voluptuousness. Dear reader, I must not paint in too vivid colors the details of that beautiful picture. But if nature has endowed you with an ardent imagination, and with equally ardent senses, you will easily imagine the fearful havoc which that unique, wonderful, and enchanting sight must have made upon my poor body. A few days after that delightful fishing and bathing party by moonlight, I called upon Yusuf early in the morning. As it was raining, I could not go to the garden, and I went into the dining room, in which I had never seen anyone. The moment I entered the room, a charming female form rose, covering her features with a thick veil which fell to the feet. A slave was sitting near the window, doing some tambour work, but she did not move. I apologized and turned to leave the room, but the lady stopped me, observing with a sweet voice that Yusuf had commanded her to entertain me before going out. She invited me to be seated, pointing to a rich cushion placed upon two larger ones, and I obeyed, while, crossing her legs, she sat down upon another cushion opposite to me. I thought I was looking upon Zelmi, and fancied that Yusuf had made up his mind to show me that he was not less courageous than Ismail. Yet I was surprised, for by such a proceeding he strongly contradicted his maxims, and ran the risk of impairing the unbiased purity of my consent by throwing love in the balance. But I had no fear of that, because, to become enamored, I should have required to see her face. "I suppose," said the veiled beauty, "that you do not know who I am." I could not guess if I tried. "I have been for the last 5 years the wife of your friend, and I am a native of Sayo. I was 13 years of age when I became his wife." I was greatly astonished to find that my Mussulman philosopher had gone so far as to allow me to converse with his wife, but I felt more at ease after I had received that information, and fancied that I might carry the adventure further, but it would be necessary to see the lady's face, for a finely dressed body, the head of which is not seen, excites but feeble desires. The fire lighted by amorous desires is like a fire of straw. The moment it burns up, it is near its end. I had before me a magnificent appearance, but I could not see the soul of the image, for a thick gauze concealed it from my hungry gaze. I could see arms as white as alabaster, and hands like those of Alcina, dovni noto apicis ni vena exceed, and my active imagination fancied that all the rest was in harmony with those beautiful specimens, for the graceful folds of the muslin, leaving the outline all its perfection, hid from me only the living satin of the surface. There was no doubt that everything was lovely, but I wanted to see, in the expression of her eyes, that all that my imagination created had life and was endowed with feeling. The Oriental costume is a beautiful varnish placed upon a porcelain vase to protect from the touch the colors of the flowers and of the design without lessening the pleasure of the eyes. Yusuf's wife was not dressed like a sultana. She wore the costume of Sayo, with a short skirt which concealed neither the perfection of the leg, nor the round form of the thigh, nor the voluptuous plump fall of the hips, nor the slender, well-made waist encompassed in a splendid band embroidered in silver and covered with arabesques. Above all those beauties, I could see the shape of 2 globes which Apelles would have taken for the model of those of his lovely Venus, and the rapid, unequal movement of which proved to me that those ravishing hillocks were animated. The small valley left between them, and which my eyes greedily feasted upon, seemed to me a lake of nectar, in which my burning lips longed to quench their thirst with more ardor than they would have drunk from the cup of the gods. Enraptured, unable to control myself, I thrust my arm forward by a movement almost independent of my will, and my hand, too audacious, was on the point of lifting the hateful veil. But she prevented me by raising herself quickly on tiptoe, upbraiding me at the same time for my perfidious boldness, with a voice as commanding as her attitude. "Dost thou deserve," she said, "Yusuf's friendship, when thou abusest the sacred laws of hospitality by insulting his wife? Madam, you must kindly forgive me, for I never had any intention to insult you. In my country, the lowest of men may fix his eyes upon the face of a queen. Yes, but he cannot tear off her veil if she chooses to wear it. Yusuf shall avenge me." The threat and the tone in which it was pronounced frightened me. I threw myself at her feet and succeeded in calming her anger. "Take a seat," she said. And she sat down herself, crossing her legs with so much freedom that I caught a glimpse of charms which would have caused me to lose all control over myself if the delightful sight had remained one moment longer exposed to my eyes. I then saw that I had gone the wrong way to work, and I felt vexed with myself, but it was too late. "Art thou excited?" she said. "How could I be otherwise," I answered, "when thou art scorching me with an ardent fire?" I had become more prudent, and I seized her hand without thinking any more of her face. "Here is my husband," she said, and Yusuf came into the room. We rose, Yusuf embraced me, I complimented him, the slave left the room. Yusuf thanked his wife for having entertained me and offered her his arm to take her to her own apartment. She took it, but when she reached the door, she raised her veil, and kissing her husband, she allowed me to see her lovely face as if it had been done unwittingly. I followed her with my eyes as long as I could, and Yusuf, coming back to me, said with a laugh that his wife had offered to dine with us. "I thought," I said to him, "that I had Zelmi before me. That would have been too much against our established rules. What I have done is not much, but I do not know an honest man who would be bold enough to bring his daughter into the presence of a stranger. I think your wife must be handsome. Is she more beautiful than Zelmi?" "My daughter's beauty is cheerful, sweet, and gentle. That of Sophia is proud and haughty. She will be happy after my death. The man who will marry her will find her a virgin." I gave an account of my adventure to M. de Bonneville, somewhat exaggerating the danger I had run in trying to raise the veil of the handsome daughter of Scio. "She was laughing at you," said the Count, "and you ran no danger. She felt very sorry, believe me, to have to deal with a novice like you. You have been playing the comedy in the French fashion when you ought to have gone straight to the point. What on earth did you want to see her nose for? She knew very well that she would have gained nothing by allowing you to see her. You ought to have secured the essential point. If I were young, I would perhaps manage to give her a revenge and to punish my friend Yusuf. You have given that lovely woman a poor opinion of Italian valor. The most reserved of Turkish women has no modesty except on her face, and, with her veil over it, she knows to a certainty that she will not blush at anything. I am certain that your beauty keeps her face covered whenever our friend Yusuf wishes to joke with her. She is yet a virgin. Rather a difficult thing to admit, my good friend, but I know the daughters of Scio. They have a talent for counterfeiting virginity." Yusuf never paid me a similar compliment again, and he was quite right. A few days after, I happened to be in the shop of an Armenian merchant looking at some beautiful goods when Yusuf entered the shop and praised my taste. But although I had admired a great many things, I did not buy because I thought they were too dear. I said so to Yusuf, but he remarked that they were, on the contrary, very cheap, and he purchased them all. We parted company at the door, and the next morning I received all the beautiful things he had bought. It was a delicate attention of my friend, and to prevent my refusal of such a splendid present, he had enclosed a note stating that, on my arrival in Corfu, he would let me know to whom the goods were to be delivered. He had thus sent me gold and silver filigrees from Damascus, portfolios, scarfs, belts, handkerchiefs, and pipes, the whole worth 400 or 500 piastres. When I called to thank him, I compelled him to confess that it was a present offered by his friendship. The day before my departure from Constantinople, the excellent man burst into tears as I bade him adieu, and my grief was as great as his own. He told me that, by not accepting the offer of his daughter's hand, I had so strongly captivated his esteem that his feelings for me could not have been warmer if I had become his son. When I went on board ship with the Belo Jean Dona, I found another case given to me by him, containing 2 quintals of the best mocha coffee, 100 pounds of tobacco leaves, 2 large flagons filled, one with Zabandi tobacco, the other with Camasa, and a magnificent pipe tube of jessamine wood, covered with gold filigrane, which I sold in Corfu for 100 sequins. I had not it in my power to give my generous Turk any mark of my gratitude until I reached Corfu, but their eye did not fail to do so. I sold all his beautiful presents, which made me the possessor of a small fortune. Ismail gave me a letter for the Chevalier de Les, but I could not forward it to him because I unfortunately lost it. He presented me with a barrel of hydromel, which I turned likewise into money. M. de Bonneville gave me a letter for Cardinal Acquaviva, which I sent to Rome with an account of my journey, but His Eminence did not think fit to acknowledge the receipt of either. Bonneville made me a present of 12 bottles of Momsey from Ragusa and of 12 bottles of genuine Scopoloa great rarity, with which I made a present in Corfu which proved very useful to me, as the reader will discover. The only foreign minister I saw much in Constantinople was the Lord Marshal of Scotland, the celebrated Keith, who represented the King of Prussia, and who, 6 years later, was of great service to me in Paris. We sailed from Constantinople in the beginning of September in the same man o' war which had brought us, and we reached Corfu in 14 days. The Belladonna did not land. He had with him 8 splendid Turkish horses. I saw 2 of them still alive in Gorizia in the year 1773. As soon as I had landed with my luggage and had engaged a rather mean lodging, I presented myself to M. André Dolphin, the Proveditore Generale, who promised me again that I should soon be promoted to a lieutenancy. After my visit to him, I called upon M. Campors, my captain, and was well received by him. My third visit was to the commander of galleasses, M.D.R., to whom M. Antonio Dolphin, with whom I had traveled from Venice to Corfu, had kindly recommended me. After a short conversation, he asked me if I would remain with him with the title of adjutant. I did not hesitate one instant, but accepted, saying how deeply honored I felt by his offer, and assuring him that he would always find me ready to carry out his orders. He immediately had me taken to my room, and, the next day, I found myself established in his house. I obtained from my captain a French soldier to serve me, and I was well pleased when I found that the man was a hairdresser by trade and a great talker by nature, for he could take care of my beautiful head of hair, and I wanted to practice French conversation. He was a good-for-nothing fellow, a drunkard and a debauchee, a peasant from Picardy, and he could hardly read or write, but I did not mind all that. All I wanted from him was to serve me, and to talk to me, and his French was pretty good. He was an amusing rogue, knowing by heart a quantity of erotic songs and of smutty stories which he could tell in the most laughable manner. When I had sold my stock of goods from Constantinople, except the wines, I found myself the owner of nearly 500 sequins. I redeemed all the articles which I had pledged in the hands of Jews, and turned into money everything of which I had no need. I was determined not to play any longer as a dupe, but to secure in gambling all the advantages which a prudent young man could obtain without sullying his honor. I must now make my readers acquainted with the sort of life we were at that time leading in Corfu. As to the city itself, I will not describe it, because there are already many descriptions better than the one I could offer in these pages. We had then in Corfu the Proveditore Generale who had sovereign authority and lived in a style of great magnificence. That post was then filled by M. André Dolphin, a man 60 years of age, strict, headstrong, and ignorant. He no longer cared for women, but liked to be courted by them. He received every evening, and the supper table was always laid for 24 persons. We had 3 field officers of the Marines who did duty on the galleys, and 3 field officers for the troops of the line on board the men of war. Each galleass had a captain called sopracomito, and we had 10 of those captains. We had likewise 10 commanders, 1 for each man of war, including 3 capi di mare, or admirals. They all belonged to the nobility of Venice. 10 young Venetian noblemen, from 20 to 22 years of age, were at Corfu as midshipmen in the navy. We had, besides, about a dozen civil clerks in the police of the island, or in the administration of justice, entitled grandi officiali di terra. Those who were blessed with handsome wives had the pleasure of seeing their houses very much frequented by admirers who aspired to win the favors of the ladies. But there was not much heroic love-making, perhaps for the reason that there were then in Corfu many Aspasias whose favors could be had for money. Gambling was allowed everywhere, and that all-absorbing passion was very prejudicial to the emotions of the heart. The lady who was then most eminent for beauty and gallantry was Madame F. Her husband, captain of a galley, had come to Corfu with her the year before, and Madame had greatly astonished all the naval officers. Thinking that she had the privilege of the choice, she had given the preference to M.D.R. and had dismissed all the suitors who presented themselves. M.F. had married her on the very day she had left the convent. She was only 17 years of age then, and he had brought her on board his galley immediately after the marriage ceremony. I saw her for the first time at the dinner table on the very day of my installation at MDRS, and she made a great impression upon me. I thought I was gazing at a supernatural being, so infinitely above all the women I had ever seen, that it seemed impossible to fall in love with her. She appeared to me of a nature different and so greatly superior to mine that I did not see the possibility of rising up to her. I even went so far as to persuade myself that nothing but a platonic friendship could exist between her and MDR, and that MF was quite right now not to show any jealousy. Yet, that MF was a perfect fool, and certainly not worthy of such a woman. The impression made upon me by Madame F was too ridiculous to last long, and the nature of it soon changed, but in a novel manner, at least as far as I was concerned. My position as adjutant procured me the honor of dining at MDR's table, but nothing more. The other adjutant, like me, an ensign in the army, but the greatest fool I had ever seen, shared that honor with me. We were not, however, considered as guests, for nobody ever spoke to us, and, what is more, no one ever honored us with a look. It used to put me in a rage. I knew very well that people acted in that manner through no real contempt for us, but it went very hard with me. I could very well understand that my colleague, Sanzonio, should not complain of such treatment, because he was a blockhead, but I did not feel disposed to allow myself to be put on a par with him. At the end of 8 or 10 days, Madame F, not having condescended to cast one glance upon my person, began to appear disagreeable to me. I felt piqued, vexed, provoked, and the more so because I could not suppose that the lady acted in that manner willfully and purposely. I would have been highly pleased if there had been premeditation on her part. I felt satisfied that I was a nobody in her estimation, and as I was conscious of being somebody, I wanted her to know it. At last a circumstance offered itself in which, thinking that she could address me, she was compelled to look at me. MDR, having observed that a very, very fine turkey had been placed before me, told me to carve it, and I immediately went to work. I was not a skillful carver, and Madame F, laughing at my want of dexterity, told me that, if I had not been certain of performing my task with credit to myself, I ought not to have undertaken it. Full of confusion, and unable to answer her as my anger prompted, I sat down, with my heart overflowing with spite and hatred against her. To crown my rage, having one day to address me, she asked me what was my name. She had seen me every day for a fortnight, ever since I had been the adjutant of MDR, therefore she ought to have known my name. Besides, I had been very lucky at the gaming table, and I had become rather famous in Corfu. My anger against Madame F was at its height. I had placed my money in the hands of a certain Merali, a major in the army and a gamester by profession, who held the faro bank at the coffee house. We were partners. I helped him when he dealt, and he rendered me the same office when I held the cards, which was often the case, because he was not generally liked. He used to hold the cards in a way which frightened the punters. My manners were very different, and I was very lucky. Besides, I was easy and smiling when my bank was losing, and I won without showing any avidity, and that is a manner which always pleases the punters. This Merali was the man who had won all my money during my first stay in Corfu, and finding, when I returned, that I was resolved not to be duped any more, he judged me worthy of sharing the wise maxims without which gambling must necessarily ruin all those who meddle with it. But as Merali had won my confidence only to a very slight extent, I was very careful. We made up our accounts every night as soon as playing was over. The cashier kept the capital of the bank, the winnings were divided, and each took his share away. Lucky at play, enjoying good health and the friendship of my comrades, who, whenever the opportunity offered, always found me generous and ready to serve them, I would have been well pleased with my position if I had been a little more considered at the table of MDR, and treated with less haughtiness by his lady, who, without any reason, seemed disposed to humiliate me. My self-love was deeply hurt. I hated her, and, with such a disposition of mind, the more I admired the perfection of her charms, the more I found her deficient in wit and intelligence. She might have made the conquest of my heart without bestowing hers upon me, for all I wanted was not to be compelled to hate her, and I could not understand what pleasure it could be for her to be detested, while with only a little kindness she could have been adored. I could not ascribe her manner to a spirit of coquetry, for I had never given her the slightest proof of the opinion I entertained of her beauty, and I could not therefore attribute her behavior to a passion which might have rendered me disagreeable in her eyes. MDR seemed to interest her only in a very slight manner, and as to her husband, she cared nothing for him. In short, that charming woman made me very unhappy, and I was angry with myself because I felt that, if it had not been for the manner in which she treated me, I would not have thought of her, and my vexation was increased by the feeling of hatred entertained by my heart against her, a feeling which until then I had never known to exist in me, and the discovery of which overwhelmed me with confusion. One day, a gentleman handed me, as we were leaving the dinner table, a roll of gold that he had lost upon trust. Madame F. saw it, and she said to me very abruptly, "What do you do with your money?" "I keep it, madam, as a provision against possible losses." "But as you do not indulge in any expense, it would be better for you not to play. It is time wasted." "Time given to pleasure is never time lost, madam. The only time which a young man wastes is that which is consumed in weariness, because when he is a prey to ennui, he is likely to fall a prey to love, and to be despised by the object of his affection." "Very likely, but you amuse yourself with hoarding up your money and show yourself to be a miser, and a miser is not less contemptible than a man in love. Why do you not buy yourself a pair of gloves?" You may be sure that at these words the laughter was all on her side, and my vexation was all the greater because I could not deny that she was quite right. It was the adjutant's business to give the ladies an arm to their carriages, and it was not proper to fulfill that duty without gloves. I felt mortified, and the reproach of avarice hurt me deeply. I would 1,000 times rather that she had laid my error to a want of education. And yet, so full of contradictions is the human heart, instead of making amends by adopting an appearance of elegance which the state of my finances enabled me to keep up. I did not purchase any gloves, and I resolved to avoid her, and to abandon her to the insipid and dull gallantry of Sansonio, who sported gloves, but whose teeth were rotten, whose breath was putrid, who wore a wig, and whose face seemed to be covered with shriveled yellow parchment. I spent my days in a continual state of rage and spite, and the most absurd part of it all was that I felt unhappy because I could not control my hatred for that woman whom, in good conscience, I could not find guilty of anything. She had for me neither love nor dislike, which was quite natural. But being young and disposed to enjoy myself, I had become, without any willful malice on her part, an eyesore to her and the butt of her bantering jokes, which my sensitiveness exaggerated greatly. For all that I had an ardent wish to punish her and to make her repent, I thought of nothing else. At one time, I would think of devoting all my intelligence and all my money to kindling an amorous passion in her heart, and then to revenge myself by treating her with contempt. But I soon realized the impracticability of such a plan, for even supposing that I should succeed in finding my way to her heart, was I the man to resist my own success with such a woman? I certainly could not flatter myself that I was so strong-minded. But I was the pet child of fortune, and my position was suddenly altered. MDR having sent me with dispatches to M. de Condulmer, captain of a galeza, I had to wait until midnight to deliver them, and when I returned I found that MDR had retired to his apartment for the night. As soon as he was visible in the morning, I went to him to render an account of my mission. I had been with him only a few minutes when his valet brought a letter saying that Madame F.'s adjutant was waiting for an answer. MDR read the note, tore it to pieces, and in his excitement stamped with his foot upon the fragments. He walked up and down the room for a little time, then wrote an answer and rang for the adjutant, to whom he delivered it. He then recovered his usual composure, concluded the perusal of the dispatch sent by M. de Condulmer, and told me to write a letter. He was looking it over when the valet came in, telling me that Madame F. desired to see me. MDR told me that he did not require my services any more for the present, and that I might go. I left the room, but I had not gone 10 yards when he called me back to remind me that my duty was to know nothing. I begged to assure him that I was well aware of that. I ran to Madame F.'s house, very eager to know what she wanted with me. I was introduced immediately, and I was greatly surprised to find her sitting up in bed, her countenance flushed and excited, and her eyes red from the tears she had evidently just been shedding. My heart was beating quickly, yet I did not know why. "Pray be seated," she said. "I wish to speak with you." "Madam," I answered, "I am not worthy of so great a favor, and I have not yet done anything to deserve it. Allow me to remain standing." She very likely recollected that she had never been so polite before, and dared not press me any further. She collected her thoughts for an instant or two, and said to me, "Last evening my husband lost 200 sequins upon trust at your faro bank. He believed that amount to be in my hands, and I must therefore give it to him immediately, as he is bound in honor to pay his losses today. Unfortunately, I have disposed of the money, and I am in great trouble. I thought you might tell merrily that I have paid you the amount lost by my husband. Here is a ring of some value. Keep it until the 1st of January, when I will return the 200 sequins for which I am ready to give you my note of hand. I accept the note of hand, madam, but I cannot consent to deprive you of your ring. I must also tell you that M.F. must go himself to the bank or send someone there to redeem his debt. Within 10 minutes you shall have the amount you require. I left her without waiting for an answer, and I returned within a few minutes with the 200 ducats, which I handed to her, and putting in my pocket her note of hand which she had just written, I bowed to take my leave, but she addressed to me these precious words. I believe, sir, that if I had known that you were so well disposed to oblige me, I could not have made up my mind to beg that service from you. Well, madam, for the future be quite certain that there is not a man in the world capable of refusing you such an insignificant service, whenever you will condescend to ask for it in person. What you say is very complimentary, but I trust never to find myself again under the necessity of making such a cruel experiment. I left Madame F., thinking of the shrewdness of her answer. She had not told me that I was mistaken, as I had expected she would, for that would have caused her some humiliation. She knew that I was with M.D.R. when the adjutant had brought her letter, and she could not doubt that I was aware of the refusal she had met with. The fact of her not mentioning it proved to me that she was jealous of her own dignity. It afforded me great gratification, and I thought her worthy of adoration. I saw clearly that she could have no love for M.D.R., and that she was not loved by him, and the discovery made me leap for joy. From that moment, I felt I was in love with her, and I conceived the hope that she might return my ardent affection. The first thing I did, when I returned to my room, was to cross out with ink every word of her note of hand, except her name, in such a manner that it was impossible to guess at the contents, and putting it in an envelope carefully sealed, I deposited it in the hands of a public notary who stated, in the receipt he gave me of the envelope, that he would deliver it only to Madame F., whenever she should request its delivery. The same evening M.F. came to the bank, paid me, played with cash in hand, and won some 50 ducats. What caused me the greatest surprise was that M.D.R. continued to be very gracious to Madame F., and that she remained exactly the same towards him as she used to be before. He did not even inquire what she wanted when she had sent for me. But if she did not seem to change her manner towards my master, it was a very different case with me, for whenever she was opposite to me at dinner, she often addressed herself to me, and she thus gave me many opportunities of showing my education and my wit in amusing stories or in remarks, in which I took care to blend instruction with witty jests. At that time, F. had the great talent of making others laugh, while I kept a serious countenance myself. I had learnt that accomplishment from M. de Malapiro, my first master in the art of good breeding, who used to say to me, "If you wish your audience to cry, you must shed tears yourself, but if you wish to make them laugh, you must contrive to look as serious as a judge." In everything I did, in every word I uttered, in the presence of Madame F., the only aim I had was to please her, but I did not wish her to suppose so, and I never looked at her unless she spoke to me. I wanted to force her curiosity, to compel her to suspect, nay, to guess my secret, but without giving her any advantage over me. It was necessary for me to proceed by slow degrees. In the meantime, and until I should have a greater happiness, I was glad to see that my money, that magic talisman, and my good conduct, obtained me a consideration much greater than I could have hoped to obtain either through my position, or from my age, or in consequence of any talent I might have shewn in the profession I had adopted. Towards the middle of November, the soldier who acted as my servant was attacked with inflammation of the chest. I gave notice of it to the captain of his company, and he was carried to the hospital. On the 4th day I was told that he would not recover, and that he had received the last sacraments. In the evening, I happened to be at his captain's when the priest who had attended him came to announce his death, and to deliver a small parcel which the dying man had entrusted to him to be given up to his captain only after his death. The parcel contained a brass seal engraved with ducal arms, a certificate of baptism, and a sheet of paper covered with writing in French. Captain Campors, who only spoke Italian, begged me to translate the paper, the contents of which were as follows. "My will is that this paper, which I have written and signed with my own hand, shall be delivered to my captain only after I have breathed my last. Until then, my confessor shall not make any use of it, for I entrust it to his hands only under the seal of confession. I entreat my captain to have me buried in a vault from which my body can be exhumed in case the Duke, my father, should request its exhumation. I entreat him likewise to forward my certificate of baptism, the seal with the armorial bearings of my family, and a legal certificate of my birth to the French ambassador in Venice, who will send the whole to the Duke, my father, my rights of primogeniture belonging, after my demise, to the Prince, my brother. In faith of which I have signed and sealed these presents, François Roman VI, Charles Philippe Louis Foucaud, Prince de la Rochefoucauld. The certificate of baptism, delivered at Saint Sulpice, gave the same names, and the title of the father was François V, the name of the mother was Gabrielle Duplessis. As I was concluding my translation, I could not help bursting into loud laughter. But the foolish captain, who thought my mirth out of place, hurried out to render an account of the affair to the Procureur General, and I went to the coffee-house, not doubting for one moment that His Excellency would laugh at the captain, and that the post-mortem buffoonery would greatly amuse the whole of Corfu. I had known in Rome, at Cardinal Acquaviva's, the Abbé de Liancourt, great-grandson of Charles, whose sister, Gabrielle Duplessis, had been the wife of François V, but that dated from the beginning of the last century. I had made a copy from the records of the cardinal of the account of certain circumstances which the Abbé de Liancourt wanted to communicate to the court of Spain, and in which there were a great many particulars respecting the house of Duplessis. I thought at the same time that the singular imposture of La Valeur, such was the name by which my soldier generally went, was absurd and without a motive, since it was to be known only after his death, and could not therefore prove of any advantage to him. Half an hour afterwards, as I was opening a fresh pack of cards, the adjutant Sanzonio came in and told the important news in the most serious manner. He had just come from the office of the Procureur, where Captain Campors had run in the utmost hurry to deposit in the hands of His Excellency the seal and the papers of the deceased prince. His Excellency had immediately issued his orders for the burial of the prince in a vault with all the honors due to his exalted rank. Another half-hour passed, and M. Minolto, adjutant of the Procureur General, came to inform me that His Excellency wanted to see me. I passed the cards to Major Merelli and went to His Excellency's house. I found him at supper with several ladies, 3 or 4 naval commanders, Madame F. and M.D.R. "So, your servant was a prince," said the old general to me. "Your Excellency, I never would have suspected it, and even now that he is dead I do not believe it." "Why, he is dead, but he was not insane. You have seen his armorial bearings, his certificate of baptism, as well as what he wrote with his own hand. When a man is so near death, he does not fancy practical jokes. If your Excellency is satisfied of the truth of the story, my duty is to remain silent. The story cannot be anything but true, and your doubts surprise me." "I doubt, Monseigneur, because I happen to have positive information respecting the families of La Rochefoucauld and Duplessis. Besides, I have seen too much of the man. He was not a madman, but he certainly was an extravagant jester. I have never seen him write, and he has told me himself a score of times that he had never learned. The paper he has written proves the contrary. His arms have the ducal bearings, but perhaps you are not aware that M. de la Rochefoucauld is a duke and peer of the French realm." "I beg your Eminence's pardon, I know all about it. I know even more, for I know that François Roman VI married a daughter of the house of Vivonne." "You know nothing." When I heard this remark, as foolish as it was rude, I resolved on remaining silent, and it was with some pleasure that I observed the joy felt by all the male guests at what they thought an insult and a blow to my vanity. An officer remarked that the deceased was a fine man, a witty man, and had shewn wonderful cleverness in keeping up his assumed character so well that no one ever had the faintest suspicion of what he really was. A lady said that, if she had known him, she would have been certain to find him out. Another flatterer, belonging to that mean, contemptible race always to be found near the great and wealthy of the earth, assured us that the late prince had always shewn himself cheerful, amiable, obliging, devoid of haughtiness towards his comrades, and that he used to sing beautifully. He was only 25 years of age, said Madame Sagredo, looking me full in the face. "And if he was endowed with all those qualities, you must have discovered them." "I can only give you, madam, a true likeness of the man, such as I have seen him. Always gay, often even to folly, for he could throw a somersault beautifully, singing songs of a very erotic kind, full of stories and of popular tales of magic, miracles, and ghosts, and 1,000 marvelous feats which common sense refused to believe, and which, for that very reason, provoked the mirth of his hearers. His faults were that he was drunken, dirty, quarrelsome, dissolute, and somewhat of a cheat. I put up with all his deficiencies, because he dressed my hair to my taste, and his constant chattering offered me the opportunity of practicing the colloquial French which cannot be acquired from books. He has always assured me that he was born in Picardy, the son of a common peasant, and that he had deserted from the French army. He may have deceived me when he said that he could not write." Just then Campors rushed into the room and announced that La Valeur was yet breathing. The general, looking at me significantly, said that he would be delighted if the man could be saved. "And I likewise, Monseigneur, but his confessor will certainly kill him tonight." "Why should the father confessor kill him?" "To escape the galleys, to which your excellency would not fail to send him for having violated the secrecy of the confessional." Everybody burst out laughing, but the foolish old general knitted his brows. The guests retired soon afterwards, and Madame F., whom I had preceded to the carriage, MDR having offered her his arm, invited me to get in with her, saying that it was raining. It was the first time that she had bestowed such an honor upon me. "I am of your opinion about that, prince," she said, "but you have incurred the displeasure of the prouvedeter." "I am very sorry, madam, but it could not have been avoided, for I cannot help speaking the truth openly." "You might have spared him," remarked MDR, "the cutting jest of the confessor killing the false prince." "You are right, sir, but I thought it would make him laugh as well as it made madam and your excellency. In conversation, people generally do not object to a witty jest causing merriment and laughter." "True, only those who have not wit enough to laugh do not like the jest." "I bet 100 sequins that the madman will recover, and that, having the general on his side, he will reap all the advantages of his imposture. I long to see him treated as a prince and making love to Madame Sagredo." Hearing the last words, Madame F., who did not like Madame Sagredo, laughed heartily, and, as we were getting out of the carriage, MDR invited me to accompany them upstairs. He was in the habit of spending half an hour alone with her at her own house when they had taken supper together with the general, for her husband never showed himself. It was the first time that the happy couple admitted a third person to their tete-a-tete. I felt very proud of the compliment thus paid to me, and I thought it might have important results for me. My satisfaction, which I concealed as well as I could, did not prevent me from being very gay and from giving a comic turn to every subject brought forward by the lady or by her lord. We kept up our pleasant trio for 4 hours, and returned to the mansion of MDR only at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was during that night that Madame F. and MDR really made my acquaintance. Madame F. told him that she had never laughed so much, and that she had never imagined that a conversation, in appearance so simple, could afford so much pleasure and merriment. On my side, I discovered in her so much wit and cheerfulness that I became deeply enamored, and went to bed fully satisfied that, in the future, I could not keep up the show of indifference which I had so far assumed towards her. When I woke up the next morning, I heard from the new soldier who served me that La Valeur was better, and had been pronounced out of danger by the physician. At dinner the conversation fell upon him, but I did not open my lips. 2 days afterwards, the general gave orders to have him removed to a comfortable apartment, sent him a servant, clothed him, and the over-credulous prouvedeter having paid him a visit, all the naval commanders and officers thought it their duty to imitate him and to follow his example. The general curiosity was excited, there was a rush to see the new prince. MDR followed his leaders, and Madame Sagredo, having set the ladies in motion, they all called upon him, with the exception of Madame F., who told me laughingly that she would not pay him a visit unless I would consent to introduce her. I begged to be excused. The knave was called Your Highness, and the wonderful prince styled Madame Sagredo his princess. MDR tried to persuade me to call upon the rogue, but I told him that I had said too much, and that I was neither courageous nor mean enough to retract my words. The whole imposture would soon have been discovered if anyone had possessed a peerage, but it just happened that there was not a copy in Corfu, and the French consul, a fat blockhead, like many other consuls, knew nothing of family trees. The madcap La Valeur began to walk out a week after his metamorphosis into a prince. He dined and had supper every day with the general, and every evening he was present at the reception, during which, owing to his intemperance, he always went fast asleep. Yet there were two reasons which kept up the belief of his being a prince. The first was that he did not seem afraid of the news expected from Venice, where the proveditore had written immediately after the discovery. The second was that he solicited from the bishop the punishment of the priest who had betrayed his secret by violating the seal of confession. The poor priest had already been sent to prison, and the proveditore had not the courage to defend him. The new prince had been invited to dinner by all the naval officers, but MDR had not made up his mind to imitate them so far, because Madame F had clearly warned him that she would dine at her own house on the day he was invited. I had likewise respectfully intimated that, on the same occasion, I would take the liberty of dining somewhere else. I met the prince one day as I was coming out of the old fortress leading to the esplanade. He stopped and reproached me for not having called upon him. I laughed and advised him to think of his safety before the arrival of the news which would expose all the imposture, in which case the proveditore was certain to treat him very severely. I offered to help him in his flight from Corfu and to get a Neapolitan captain, whose ship was ready to sail, to conceal him on board. But the fool, instead of accepting my offer, loaded me with insults. He was courting Madame Sagredo, who treated him very well, feeling proud that a French prince should have given her the preference over all the other ladies. One day that she was dining in great ceremony at MDR's house, she asked me why I had advised the prince to run away. "I have it from his own lips," she added, "and he cannot make out your obstinacy in believing him an impostor." "I have given him that advice, madam, because my heart is good and my judgment sane." "Then we are all of us as many fools, the proveditore included." "That deduction would not be right, madam. An opinion contrary to that of another does not necessarily make a fool of the person who entertains it. It might possibly turn out, in 10 or 12 days, that I have been entirely mistaken myself, but I should not consider myself a fool in consequence. In the meantime, a lady of your intelligence must have discovered whether that man is a peasant or a prince by his education and manners. For instance, does he dance well? He does not know one step, but he is the first to laugh about it. He says he never would learn dancing. Does he behave well at table? Well, he doesn't stand on ceremony. He does not want his plate to be changed. He helps himself with his spoon out of the dishes. He does not know how to check an eructation or a yawn, and if he feels tired, he leaves the table. It is evident that he has been very badly brought up. And yet he is very pleasant, I suppose. Is he clean and neat? No, but then he is not yet well provided with linen. I am told that he is very sober. You are joking. He leaves the table intoxicated twice a day, but he ought to be pitied, for he cannot drink wine and keep his head clear. Then he swears like a trooper, and we all laugh, but he never takes offense. Is he witty? He has a wonderful memory, for he tells us new stories every day. Does he speak of his family? Very often of his mother, whom he loved tenderly. She was a Duplessis. If his mother is still alive, she must be 150 years old. What nonsense! Not at all. She was married in the days of Marie de Medicis. But the certificate of baptism names the prince's mother, and his seal. Does he know what armorial bearings he has on that seal? Do you doubt it? Very strongly, or rather I am certain that he knows nothing about it. We left the table and the prince was announced. He came in and Madame Sagredo lost no time in saying to him, "Prince, here is M. Casanova. He pretends that you do not know your own armorial bearings." Hearing these words, he came up to me, sneering, called me a coward, and gave me a smack on the face which almost stunned me. I left the room very slowly, not forgetting my hat and my cane, and went downstairs, while MDR was loudly ordering the servants to throw the madman out of the window. I left the palace and went to the esplanade in order to wait for him. The moment I saw him, I ran to meet him, and I beat him so violently with my cane that one blow alone ought to have killed him. He drew back and found himself brought to a stand between two walls, where, to avoid being beaten to death, his only resource was to draw his sword. But the cowardly scoundrel did not even think of his weapon, and I left him on the ground, covered with blood. The crowd formed a line for me to pass, and I went to the coffee house, where I drank a glass of lemonade, without sugar to precipitate the bitter saliva which rage had brought up from my stomach. In a few minutes, I found myself surrounded by all the young officers of the garrison, who joined in the general opinion that I ought to have killed him, and they at last annoyed me, for it was not my fault if I had not done so, and I would certainly have taken his life if he had drawn his sword. I had been in the coffee house for half an hour when the general's adjutant came to tell me that His Excellency ordered me to put myself under arrest on board the Bastarda, a galley on which the prisoners had their legs in irons like galley slaves. The dose was rather too strong to be swallowed, and I did not feel disposed to submit to it. "Very good, adjutant," I replied. "It shall be done." He went away, and I left the coffee house a moment after him, but when I reached the end of the street, instead of going towards the esplanade, I proceeded quickly towards the sea. I walked along the beach for a quarter of an hour, and finding a boat empty, but with a pair of oars, I got in her, and unfastening her, I rowed as hard as I could towards a large caicco, sailing against the wind with 6 oars. As soon as I had come up to her, I went on board and asked the caraboucherie to sail before the wind and to take me to a large wherry which could be seen at some distance, going towards Vido Rock. I abandoned the rowboat, and after paying the master of the caicco generously, I got into the wherry, made a bargain with the skipper who unfurled 3 sails, and in less than 2 hours we were 15 miles away from Corfu. The wind having died away, I made the men row against the current, but towards midnight they told me that they could not row any longer. They were worn out with fatigue. They advised me to sleep until daybreak, but I refused to do so, and for a trifle I got them to put me on shore without asking where I was, in order not to raise their suspicions. It was enough for me to know that I was at a distance of 20 miles from Corfu, and in a place where nobody could imagine me to be. The moon was shining, and I saw a church with a house adjoining, a long barn opened on both sides, a plain of about 100 yards confined by hills and nothing more. I found some straw in the barn, and laying myself down, I slept until daybreak in spite of the cold. It was the 1st of December, and although the climate is very mild in Corfu, I felt benumbed when I awoke, as I had no cloak over my thin uniform. The bells begin to toll, and I proceed towards the church. The long-bearded papa, surprised at my sudden apparition, inquires whether I am Romeo, a Greek. I tell him that I am Fragico, Italian, but he turns his back upon me and goes into his house, the door of which he shuts without condescending to listen to me. I then turned towards the sea and saw a boat leaving a tartan lying at anchor within 100 yards of the island. The boat had 4 oars and landed her passengers. I come up to them and meet a good-looking Greek, a woman and a young boy 10 or 12 years old. Addressing myself to the Greek, I ask him whether he has had a pleasant passage and where he comes from. He answers in Italian that he has sailed from Cephalonia with his wife and his son, and that he is bound for Venice. He had landed to hear Mass at the Church of Our Lady of Casopo in order to ascertain whether his father-in-law was still alive, and whether he would pay the amount he had promised him for the dowry of his wife. But how can you find it out? The Papa del Dimapilo will tell me. He will communicate faithfully the oracle of the Holy Virgin. I say nothing and follow him into the church. He speaks to the priest and gives him some money. The Papa says the Mass, enters the Sanctum Sanctorum, comes out again in a quarter of an hour, ascends the steps of the altar, turns towards his audience, and after meditating for a minute and stroking his long beard, he delivers his oracle in a dozen words. The Greek of Cephalonia, who certainly could not boast of being as wise as Ulysses, appears very well pleased and gives more money to the impostor. We leave the church, and I ask him whether he feels satisfied with the oracle. "Oh, quite satisfied. I know now that my father-in-law is alive, and that he will pay me the dowry if I consent to leave my child with him. I am aware that it is his fancy, and I will give him the boy." "Does the Papa know you?" "No, he is not even acquainted with my name." "Have you any fine goods on board your tartan?" "Yes, come and breakfast with me. You can see all I have." "Very willingly." Delighted at hearing that oracles were not yet defunct, and satisfied that they will endure as long as there are in this world simple-minded men and deceitful, cunning priests, I follow the good man, who took me to his tartan and treated me to an excellent breakfast. His cargo consisted of cotton, linen, currants, oil, and excellent wines. He had also a stock of nightcaps, stockings, cloaks in the Eastern fashion, umbrellas, and sea biscuits, of which I was very fond. In those days I had 30 teeth, and it would have been difficult to find a finer set. Alas, I have but 2 left now, the other 28 are gone with other tools quite as precious, but dum vita super est bene est. I bought a small stock of everything he had except cotton, for which I had no use, and without discussing his price, I paid him the 35 or 40 sequins he demanded, and seeing my generosity, he made me a present of 6 beautiful botargos. I happened during our conversation to praise the wine of Zant, which he called Generoids, and he told me that if I would accompany him to Venice, he would give me a bottle of that wine every day, including the quarantine. Always superstitious, I was on the point of accepting, and that for the most foolish reason, namely, that there would be no premeditation in that strange resolution, and it might be the impulse of fate. Such was my nature in those days. Alas, it is very different now. They say that it is because wisdom comes with old age, but I cannot reconcile myself to cherish the effect of a most unpleasant cause. Just as I was going to accept his offer, he proposes to sell me a very fine gun for 10 sequins, saying that in Corfu anyone would be glad of it for 12. The word Corfu upsets all my ideas on the spot. I fancy I hear the voice of my genius telling me to go back to that city. I purchased the gun for the 10 sequins, and my honest Cephalonian, admiring my fair dealing, gives me, over and above our bargain, a beautiful Turkish pouch well filled with powder and shot. Carrying my gun, with a good warm cloak over my uniform, and with a large bag containing all my purchases, I take leave of the worthy Greek and am landed on the shore, determined on obtaining a lodging from the cheating papa, by fair means or foul. The good wine of my friend the Cephalonian had excited me just enough to make me carry my determination into immediate execution. I had in my pockets 400 or 500 copper gazette, which were very heavy, but which I had procured from the Greek, foreseeing that I might want them during my stay on the island. I store my bag away in the barn, and I proceed, gun in hand, towards the house of the priest. The church was closed. I must give my readers some idea of the state I was in at that moment. I was quietly hopeless. The 300 or 400 sequins I had with me did not prevent me from thinking that I was not in very great security on the island. I could not remain long, I would soon be found out, and, being guilty of desertion, I should be treated accordingly. I did not know what to do, and that is always an unpleasant predicament. It would be absurd for me to return to Corfu of my own accord. My flight would then be useless, and I should be thought a fool, for my return would be a proof of cowardice or stupidity. Yet I did not feel the courage to desert altogether. The chief cause of my decision was not that I had 1,000 sequins in the hands of the Pharaoh banker, or my well-stocked wardrobe, or the fear of not getting a living somewhere else, but the unpleasant recollection that I should leave behind me a woman whom I loved to adoration, and from whom I had not yet obtained any favor, not even that of kissing her hand. In such distress of mind I could not do anything else but abandon myself to chance, whatever the result might be, and the most essential thing for the present was to secure a lodging and my daily food. I knock at the door of the priest's dwelling. He looks out of a window and shuts it without listening to me. I knock again, I swear, I call out loudly, all in vain, giving way to my rage. I take aim at a poor sheep grazing with several others at a short distance and kill it. The herdsman begins to scream, the papa shows himself at the window, calling out, "Thieves, murder," and orders the alarm bell to be rung. 3 bells are immediately set in motion. I foresee a general gathering. What is going to happen? I do not know, but happen what will, I load my gun and await coming events. In less than 8 or 10 minutes, I see a crowd of peasants coming down the hills, armed with guns, pitchforks, or cudgels. I withdraw inside of the barn, but without the slightest fear, for I cannot suppose that, seeing me alone, these men will murder me without listening to me. The first 10 or 12 peasants come forward, gun in hand and ready to fire. I stop them by throwing down my gazette, which they lose no time in picking up from the ground, and I keep on throwing money down as the men come forward, until I had no more left. The clowns were looking at each other in great astonishment, not knowing what to make out of a well-dressed young man, looking very peaceful, and throwing his money to them with such generosity. I could not speak to them until the deafening noise of the bells should cease. I quietly sit down on my large bag and keep still, but as soon as I can be heard, I begin to address the men. The priest, however, assisted by his beadle and by the herdsman, interrupts me, and all the more easily that I was speaking Italian. My three enemies, who talked all at once, were trying to excite the crowd against me. One of the peasants, an elderly and reasonable-looking man, comes up to me and asks me in Italian why I have killed the sheep. To eat it, my good fellow, but not before I have paid for it. But His Holiness, the Papa, might choose to charge 1 sequin for it. Here is 1 sequin. The priest takes the money and goes away. War is over. The peasant tells me that he has served in the campaign of 1716 and that he was at the defense of Corfu. I compliment him and ask him to find me a lodging and a man able to prepare my meals. He answers that he will procure me a whole house, that he will be my cook himself, but I must go up the hill. No matter. He calls 2 stout fellows, one takes my bag, the other shoulders my sheep and forward. As we are walking along, I tell him, "My good man, I would like to have in my service 24 fellows like these under military discipline. I would give each man 20 gazette a day, and you would have 40 as my lieutenant." "I will," says the old soldier, "raise for you this very day a bodyguard of which you will be proud." We reach a very convenient house, containing on the ground floor 3 rooms and a stable, which I immediately turned into a guardroom. My lieutenant went to get what I wanted, and particularly a needlewoman to make me some shirts. In the course of the day I had furniture, bedding, kitchen utensils, a good dinner, 24 well-equipped soldiers, a superannuated sempstress, and several young girls to make my shirts. After supper, I found my position highly pleasant, being surrounded with some 30 persons who looked upon me as their sovereign, although they could not make out what had brought me to their island. The only thing which struck me as disagreeable was that the young girls could not speak Italian, and I did not know Greek enough to enable me to make love to them. The next morning my lieutenant had the guard relieved, and I could not help bursting into a merry laugh. They were like a flock of sheep, all fine men, well-made and strong, but without uniform and without discipline the finest band is but a herd. However, they quickly learned how to present arms and to obey the orders of their officer. I caused 3 sentinels to be placed, one before the guardroom, one at my door, and the third where he could have a good view of the sea. This sentinel was to give me warning of the approach of any armed boat or vessel. For the first 2 or 3 days I considered all this as mere amusement, but thinking that I might really want the men to repel force by force, I had some idea of making my army take an oath of allegiance. I did not do so, however, although my lieutenant assured me that I had only to express my wishes, for my generosity had captivated the love of all the islanders. My sempstress, who had procured some young needlewomen to sew my shirts, had expected that I would fall in love with one and not with all, but my amorous zeal overstepped her hopes, and all the pretty ones had their turn. They were all well satisfied with me, and the sempstress was rewarded for her good offices. I was leading a delightful life, for my table was supplied with excellent dishes, juicy mutton, and snipe so delicious that I have never tasted their like except in St. Petersburg. I drank Scopolo wine or the best muscatel of the archipelago. My lieutenant was my only table companion. I never took a walk without him and 2 of my bodyguard, in order to defend myself against the attacks of a few young men who had a spite against me because they fancied, not without some reason, that my needlewomen, their mistresses, had left them on my account. I often thought while I was rambling about the island that without money I should have been unhappy, and that I was indebted to my gold for all the happiness I was enjoying. But it was right to suppose at the same time that, if I had not felt my purse pretty heavy, I would not have been likely to leave Corfu. I had thus been playing the petty king with success for a week or 10 days, when towards 10 o'clock at night I heard the sentinel's challenge. My lieutenant went out, and returned announcing that an honest-looking man, who spoke Italian, wished to see me on important business. I had him brought in, and, in the presence of my lieutenant, he told me in Italian, "Next Sunday, the Papa del Dimipiolo will fulminate against you the Cataramanacea. If you do not prevent him, a slow fever will send you into the next world in 6 weeks." I have never heard of such a drug. It is not a drug. It is a curse pronounced by a priest with the host in his hands, and it is sure to be fulfilled. What reason can that priest have to murder me? You disturb the peace and discipline of his parish. You have seduced several young girls, and now their lovers refuse to marry them. I made him drink, and thanking him heartily, wished him good night. His warning struck me as deserving my attention, for if I had no fear of the cataramonacea, in which I had not the slightest faith, I feared certain poisons which might be by far more efficient. I passed a very quiet night, but at daybreak I got up, and without saying anything to my lieutenant, I went straight to the church where I found the priest, and addressed him in the following words, uttered in a tone likely to enforce conviction. On the first symptom of fever, I will shoot you like a dog. Throw over me a curse which will kill me instantly, or make your will. Farewell. Having thus warned him, I returned to my royal palace. Early on the following Monday, the Papa called on me. I had a slight headache. He inquired after my health, and when I told him that my head felt rather heavy, he made me laugh by the air of anxiety with which he assured me that it could be caused by nothing else than the heavy atmosphere of the island of Casopo. 3 days after his visit, the advanced sentinel gave the war cry. The lieutenant went out to reconnoiter, and after a short absence, he gave me notice that the long boat of an armed vessel had just landed an officer. Danger was at hand. I go out myself, I call my men to arms, and advancing a few steps, I see an officer, accompanied by a guide, who was walking towards my dwelling. As he was alone, I had nothing to fear. I returned to my room, giving orders to my lieutenant to receive him with all military honors and to introduce him. Then, girding my sword, I wait for my visitor. In a few minutes, Adjutant Minolto, the same who had brought me the order to put myself under arrest, makes his appearance. You are alone, I say to him, and therefore you come as a friend. Let us embrace. I must come as a friend, for, as an enemy, I should not have enough men. But what I see seems a dream. Take a seat and dine with me. I will treat you splendidly. Most willingly, and after dinner we will leave the island together. You may go alone, if you like, but I will not leave this place until I have the certainty, not only that I shall not be sent to the bastarda, but also that I shall have every satisfaction from the knave whom the general ought to send to the galleys. Be reasonable and come with me of your own accord. My orders are to take you by force, but as I have not enough men to do so, I shall make my report, and the general will, of course, send a force sufficient to arrest you. Never, I will not be taken alive. You must be mad. Believe me, you are in the wrong. You have disobeyed the order I brought you to go to the bastarda. In that you have acted wrongly, and in that alone, for in every other respect you were perfectly right, the general himself says so. Then I ought to have put myself under arrest. Certainly, obedience is necessary in our profession. Would you have obeyed if you had been in my place? I cannot and will not tell you what I would have done, but I know that if I had disobeyed orders I should have been guilty of a crime. But if I surrendered now, I should be treated like a criminal, and much more severely than if I had obeyed that unjust order. I think not. Come with me and you will know everything. What? Go without knowing what fate may be in store for me? Do not expect it. Let us have dinner. If I am guilty of such a dreadful crime that violence must be used against me, I will surrender only to irresistible force. I cannot be worse off, but there may be blood spilled. You are mistaken. Such conduct would only make you more guilty. But I say like you, let us have dinner. A good meal will very likely render you more disposed to listen to reason. Our dinner was nearly over, when we heard some noise outside. The lieutenant came in, and informed me that the peasants were gathering in the neighborhood of my house to defend me, because a rumor had spread through the island that the felucca had been sent with orders to arrest me and take me to Corfu. I told him to undeceive the good fellows and to send them away, but to give them first a barrel of wine. The peasants went away satisfied, but to show their devotion to me, they all fired their guns. It is all very amusing, said the adjutant, but it will turn out very serious if you let me go away alone, for my duty compels me to give an exact account of all I have witnessed. I will follow you, if you will give me your word of honor to land me free in Corfu. I have orders to deliver your person to M. Foscari, on board the bastarda. Well, you shall not execute your orders this time. If you do not obey the commands of the general, his honor will compel him to use violence against you, and of course he can do it. But tell me, what would you do if the general should leave you in this island for the sake of the joke? There is no fear of that, however, and, after the report which I must give, the general will certainly make up his mind to stop the affair without shedding blood. Without a fight, it will be difficult to arrest me, for with 500 peasants in such a place as this I would not be afraid of 3,000 men. One man will prove enough. You will be treated as a leader of rebels. All these peasants may be devoted to you, but they cannot protect you against one man who will shoot you for the sake of earning a few pieces of gold. I can tell you more than that. Amongst all those men who surround you, there is not one who would not murder you for 20 sequins. Believe me, go with me. Come to enjoy the triumph which is awaiting you in Corfu. You will be courted and applauded. You will narrate yourself all your mad frolics. People will laugh, and at the same time will admire you for having listened to reason the moment I came here. Everybody feels esteem for you, and MDR thinks a great deal of you. He praises very highly the command you have shewn over your passion in refraining from thrusting your sword through that insolent fool, in order not to forget the respect you owed to his house. The general himself must esteem you, for he cannot forget what you told him of that knave. What has become of him? 4 days ago, Major Sardina's frigate arrived with dispatches, in which the general must have found all the proof of the imposture, for he has caused the false duke or prince to disappear very suddenly. Nobody knows where he has been sent to, and nobody ventures to mention the fellow before the general, for he made the most egregious blunder respecting him. But was the man received in society after the thrashing I gave him? God forbid. Do you not recollect that he wore a sword? From that moment no one would receive him. His arm was broken and his jaw shattered to pieces. But in spite of the state he was in spite of what he must have suffered, His Excellency had him removed a week after you had treated him so severely. But your flight is what everyone has been wondering over. It was thought for 3 days that MDR had concealed you in his house, and he was openly blamed for doing so. He had to declare loudly at the general's table that he was in the most complete ignorance of your whereabouts. His Excellency even expressed his anxiety about your escape, and it was only yesterday that your place of refuge was made known by a letter addressed by the priest of this island to the Proto-Papa Bulgari, in which he complained that an Italian officer had invaded the island of Casopo a week before and had committed unheard-of violence. He accused you of seducing all the girls and of threatening to shoot him if he dared to pronounce Cataramonatia against you. This letter, which was read publicly at the evening reception, made the general laugh, but he ordered me to arrest you all the same. Madame Sagredo is the cause of it all. True, but she is well punished for it. You ought to call upon her with me tomorrow. Tomorrow? Are you then certain that I shall not be placed under arrest? Yes, for I know that the general is a man of honor. I am of the same opinion. Well, let us go on board your felucca. We will embark together after midnight. Why not now? Because I will not run the risk of spending the night on board M. Foscari's Bastarda. I want to reach Corfu by daylight so as to make your victory more brilliant. But what shall we do for the next 8 hours? We will pay a visit to some beauties of a species unknown in Corfu and have a good supper. I ordered my lieutenant to send plenty to eat and to drink to the men on board the felucca, to prepare a splendid supper and to spare nothing, as I should leave the island at midnight. I made him a present of all my provisions, except such as I wanted to take with me. These I sent on board. My janissaries, to whom I gave a week's pay, insisted upon escorting me, fully equipped, as far as the boat, which made the adjutant laugh all the way. We reached Corfu by 8 o'clock in the morning, and we went alongside the Bastarda. The adjutant consigned me to M. Foscari, assuring me that he would immediately give notice of my arrival to MDR, send my luggage to his house, and report the success of his expedition to the general. M. Foscari, the commander of the Bastarda, treated me very badly. If he had been blessed with any delicacy of feeling, he would not have been in such a hurry to have me put in irons. He might have talked to me, and have thus delayed for a quarter of an hour that operation which greatly vexed me. But without uttering a single word, he sent me to the Capo di Scalo, who made me sit down, and told me to put my foot forward to receive the irons, which, however, do not dishonor anyone in that country, not even the galley slaves, for they are better treated than soldiers. My right leg was already in irons, and the left one was in the hands of the man for the completion of that unpleasant ceremony, when the adjutant of His Excellency came to tell the executioner to set me at liberty and to return me my sword. I wanted to present my compliments to the noble M. Foscari, but the adjutant, rather ashamed, assured me that His Excellency did not expect me to do so. The first thing I did was to pay my respects to the general without saying one word to him, but he told me with a serious countenance to be more prudent for the future, and to learn that a soldier's first duty was to obey, and above all to be modest and discreet. I understood perfectly the meaning of the two last words and acted accordingly. When I made my appearance at M. d'Ars, I could see pleasure on everybody's face. Those moments have always been so dear to me that I have never forgotten them. They have afforded me consolation in the time of adversity. If you would relish pleasure, you must endure pain, and delights are in proportion to the privations we have suffered. M.D.R. was so glad to see me that he came up to me and warmly embraced me. He presented me with a beautiful ring which he took from his own finger, and told me that I had acted quite rightly in not letting anyone, and particularly himself, know where I had taken refuge. You can't think, he added frankly, how interested Madame F. was in your fate. She would be really delighted if you called on her immediately. How delightful to receive such advice from his own lips. But the word immediately annoyed me, because, having passed the night on board the felucca, I was afraid that the disorder of my toilet might injure me in her eyes. Yet I could neither refuse M.D.R., nor tell him the reason of my refusal, and I bethought myself that I could make a merit of it in the eyes of Madame F. I therefore went at once to her house. The goddess was not yet visible, but her attendant told me to come in, assuring me that her mistress's bell would soon be heard, and that she would be very sorry if I did not wait to see her. I spent half an hour with that young and indiscreet person, who was a very charming girl, and learned from her many things which caused me great pleasure, and particularly all that had been said respecting my escape. I found that throughout the affair my conduct had met with general approbation. As soon as Madame F. had seen her maid, she desired me to be shewn in. The curtains were drawn aside, and I thought I saw Aurora surrounded with the roses and the pearls of morning. I told her that, if it had not been for the order I received from M.D.R., I would not have presumed to present myself before her in my traveling costume. And in the most friendly tone, she answered that M.D.R., knowing all the interest she felt in me, had been quite right to tell me to come, and she assured me that M.D.R. had the greatest esteem for me. I do not know, madam, how I have deserved such great happiness, for all I dared aim at was toleration. We all admired the control you kept over your feelings when you refrained from killing that insolent madman on the spot. He would have been thrown out of the window if he had not beat a hurried retreat. I should certainly have killed him, madam, if you had not been present. A very pretty compliment, but I can hardly believe that you thought of me in such a moment. I did not answer, but cast my eyes down and gave a deep sigh. She observed my new ring, and in order to change the subject of conversation, she praised M.D.R. very highly, as soon as I had told her how he had offered it to me. She desired me to give her an account of my life on the island, and I did so, but allowed my pretty needlewoman to remain under a veil, for I had already learnt that in this world the truth must often remain untold. All my adventures amused her much, and she greatly admired my conduct. Would you have the courage, she said, to repeat all you have just told me, and exactly in the same terms, before the Proveditore Generale? Most certainly, madam, provided he asked me himself. Well then, prepare to redeem your promise. I want our excellent general to love you and to become your warmest protector, so as to shield you against every injustice and to promote your advancement. Leave it all to me. Her reception fairly overwhelmed me with happiness, and on leaving her house, I went to Major Merrill to find out the state of my finances. I was glad to hear that after my escape, he had no longer considered me a partner in the Faro Bank. I took 400 sequins from the cashier, reserving the right to become again a partner, should circumstances prove at any time favorable. In the evening, I made a careful toilet, and called for the adjutant Minolto in order to pay with him a visit to Madame Sagredo, the general's favorite. With the exception of Madame F, she was the greatest beauty of Corfu. My visit surprised her, because, as she had been the cause of all that had happened, she was very far from expecting it. She imagined that I had a spite against her. I undeceived her, speaking to her very candidly, and she treated me most kindly, inviting me to come now and then to spend the evening at her house. But I neither accepted nor refused her amiable invitation, knowing that Madame F disliked her. And how could I be a frequent guest at her house with such a knowledge? Besides, Madame Sagredo was very fond of gambling, and to please her, it was necessary either to lose or make her win. But to accept such conditions, one must be in love with the lady or wish to make her conquest, and I had not the slightest idea of either. The adjutant Minolto never played, but he had captivated the lady's good graces by his services in the character of Mercury. When I returned to the palace, I found Madame F alone, MDR being engaged with his correspondence. She asked me to sit near her and to tell her all my adventures in Constantinople. I did so, and I had no occasion to repent it. My meeting with Yusuf's wife pleased her extremely, but the bathing scene by moonlight made her blush with excitement. I veiled as much as I could the two brilliant colors of my picture, but if she did not find me clear, she would oblige me to be more explicit, and if I made myself better understood by giving to my recital a touch of voluptuousness, which I borrowed from her looks more than from my recollection, she would scold me and tell me that I might have disguised a little more. I felt that the way she was talking would give her a liking for me, and I was satisfied that the man who can give birth to amorous desires is easily called upon to gratify them. It was the reward I was ardently longing for, and I dared to hope it would be mine, although I could see it only looming in the distance. It happened that, on that day, MDR had invited a large company to supper. I had, as a matter of course, to engross all conversation, and to give the fullest particulars of all that had taken place from the moment I received the order to place myself under arrest up to the time of my release from the bastarda. M. Foscari was seated next to me, and the last part of my narrative was not, I suppose, particularly agreeable to him. The account I gave of my adventures pleased everybody, and it was decided that the Proveditore Generale must have the pleasure of hearing my tale from my own lips. I mentioned that hay was very plentiful in Casopo, and as that article was very scarce in Corfu, MDR told me that I ought to seize the opportunity of making myself agreeable to the general by informing him of that circumstance without delay. I followed his advice the very next day and was very well received, for His Excellency immediately ordered a squad of men to go to the island and bring large quantities of hay to Corfu. A few days later, the adjutant Minolto came to me in the coffee house and told me that the general wished to see me. This time I promptly obeyed his commands. Chapter 15. Progress of my amour, my journey to Otrantois, enter the service of Madame F.A. Fortunate excoriation. The room I entered was full of people. His Excellency, seeing me, smiled and drew upon me the attention of all his guests by saying aloud, "Here comes the young man who is a good judge of princes." My lord, I have become a judge of nobility by frequenting the society of men like you. The ladies are curious to know all you have done from the time of your escape from Corfu up to your return. Then you sentence me, Monseigneur, to make a public confession. Exactly, but as it is to be a confession, be careful not to omit the most insignificant circumstance, and suppose that I am not in the room. On the contrary, I wish to receive absolution only from your Excellency, but my history will be a long one. If such is the case, your confessor gives you permission to be seated. I gave all the particulars of my adventures, with the exception of my dalliance with the nymphs of the island. Your story is a very instructive one, observed the general. Yes, my lord, for the adventures show that a young man is never so near his utter ruin than when, excited by some great passion, he finds himself able to minister to it, thanks to the gold in his purse. I was preparing to take my leave, when the majordomo came to inform me that His Excellency desired me to remain to supper. I had therefore the honor of a seat at his table, but not the pleasure of eating, for I was obliged to answer the questions addressed to me from all quarters, and I could not contrive to swallow a single mouthful. I was seated next to the Proto-Papa Bulgari, and I entreated his pardon for having ridiculed Deldimopulo's oracle. "It is nothing else but regular cheating," he said, "but it is very difficult to put a stop to it. It is an old custom." A short time afterwards, Madame F. whispered a few words to the general, who turned to me and said that he would be glad to hear me relate what had occurred to me in Constantinople with the wife of the Turk Yusuf, and at another friend's house, where I had seen bathing by moonlight. I was rather surprised at such an invitation, and told him that such frolics were not worth listening to, and the general not pressing me no more was said about it. But I was astonished at Madame F.'s indiscretion. She had no business to make my confidences public. I wanted her to be jealous of her own dignity, which I loved even more than her person. 2 or 3 days later, she said to me, "Why did you refuse to tell your adventures in Constantinople before the general?" "Because I do not wish everybody to know that you allow me to tell you such things. What I may dare, madam, to say to you when we are alone, I would certainly not say to you in public." "And why not? It seems to me, on the contrary, that if you are silent in public out of respect for me, you ought to be all the more silent when we are alone." I wanted to amuse you, and have exposed myself to the danger of displeasing you, but I can assure you, madam, that I will not run such a risk again. I have no wish to pry into your intentions, but it strikes me that if your wish was to please me, you ought not to have run the risk of obtaining the opposite result. We take supper with the general this evening, and MDR has been asked to bring you. I feel certain that the general will ask you again for your adventures in Constantinople, and this time you cannot refuse him. MDR came in and we went to the general's. I thought as we were driving along that, although Madame F. seemed to have intended to humiliate me, I ought to accept it all as a favor of fortune, because, by compelling me to explain my refusal to the general, Madame F. had, at the same time, compelled me to a declaration of my feelings, which was not without importance. The Proveditore Generale gave me a friendly welcome and kindly handed me a letter which had come with the official dispatches from Constantinople. I bowed my thanks and put the letter in my pocket, but he told me that he was himself a great lover of news and that I could read my letter. I opened it. It was from Yusuf, who announced the death of Count de Bonneval. Hearing the name of the worthy Yusuf, the general asked me to tell him my adventure with his wife. I could not now refuse, and I began a story which amused and interested the general and his friends for an hour or so, but which was from beginning to end the work of my imagination. Thus I continued to respect the privacy of Yusuf, to avoid implicating the good fame of Madame F., and to show myself in a light which was tolerably advantageous to me. My story, which was full of sentiment, did me a great deal of honor, and I felt very happy when I saw from the expression of Madame F.'s face that she was pleased with me, although somewhat surprised. When we found ourselves again in her house, she told me, in the presence of MDR, that the story I had related to the general was certainly very pretty, although purely imaginary, that she was not angry with me because I had amused her, but that she could not help remarking my obstinacy in refusing compliance with her wishes. Then, turning to MDR, she said, Casanova pretends that if he had given an account of his meeting with Yusuf's wife, without changing anything, everybody would think that I allowed him to entertain me with indecent stories. I want you to give your opinion about it. Will you, she added, speaking to me, be so good as to relate immediately the adventure in the same words which you have used when you told me of it? Yes, madam, if you wish me to do so. Stung to the quick by an indiscretion which, as I did not yet know women thoroughly, seemed to me without example, I cast all fears of displeasing to the winds, related the adventure with all the warmth of an impassioned poet, and without disguising or attenuating in the least the desires which the charms of the Greek beauty had inspired me with. Do you think, said MDR to Madame F., that he ought to have related that adventure before all our friends as he has just related it to us? If it be wrong for him to tell it in public, it is also wrong to tell it to me in private. You are the only judge of that. Yes, if he has displeased you. No, if he has amused you. As for my own opinion, here it is. He has just now amused me very much, but he would have greatly displeased me if he had related the same adventure in public. Then, exclaimed Madame F., I must request you never to tell me in private anything that you cannot repeat in public. I promise, madam, to act always according to your wishes. It being understood," added MDR, smiling, "that Madame reserves all rights of repealing that order whenever she may think fit." I was vexed, but I contrived not to show it. A few minutes more, and we took leave of Madame F. I was beginning to understand that charming woman, and to dread the ordeal to which she would subject me. But love was stronger than fear, and, fortified with hope, I had the courage to endure the thorns, so as to gather the rose at the end of my sufferings. I was particularly pleased to find that MDR was not jealous of me, even when she seemed to dare him to it. This was a point of the greatest importance. A few days afterwards, as I was entertaining her on various subjects, she remarked how unfortunate it had been for me to enter the lazaretto at Ancona without any money. "In spite of my distress," I said, "I fell in love with a young and beautiful Greek slave, who very nearly contrived to make me break through all the sanitary laws." "How so?" "You are alone, madam, and I have not forgot your orders." "Is it a very improper story?" "No, yet I would not relate it to you in public." "Well," she said, laughing, "I repeal my order as MDR said I would. Tell me all about it." I told my story, and, seeing that she was pensive, I exaggerated the misery I had felt at not being able to complete my conquest. "What do you mean by your misery? I think that the poor girl was more to be pitied than you. You have never seen her since." "I beg your pardon, madam. I met her again, but I dare not tell you when or how." "Now you must go on. It is all nonsense for you to stop. Tell me all. I expect you have been guilty of some black deed." "Very far from it, madam, for it was a very sweet, although incomplete, enjoyment." "Go on, but do not call things exactly by their names. It is not necessary to go into details." Emboldened by the renewal of her order, I told her, without looking her in the face, of my meeting with the Greek slave in the presence of Bellino, and of the act which was cut short by the appearance of her master. When I had finished my story, Madame F. remained silent, and I turned the conversation into a different channel. For though I felt myself on an excellent footing with her, I knew likewise that I had to proceed with great prudence. She was too young to have lowered herself before, and she would certainly look upon a connection with me as a lowering of her dignity. Fortune, which had always smiled upon me in the most hopeless cases, did not intend to ill-treat me on this occasion, and procured me, on that very same day, a favor of a very peculiar nature. My charming ladylove, having pricked her finger rather severely, screamed loudly, and stretched her hand towards me, entreating me to suck the blood flowing from the wound. You may judge, dear reader, whether I was long in seizing that beautiful hand, and if you are, or if you have ever been in love, you will easily guess the manner in which I performed my delightful work. What is a kiss? Is it not an ardent desire to inhale a portion of the being we love? Was not the blood I was sucking from that charming wound a portion of the woman I worshipped? When I had completed my work, she thanked me affectionately, and told me to spit out the blood I had sucked. "It is here," I said, placing my hand on my heart, "and God alone knows what happiness it has given me." "You have drunk my blood with happiness. Are you then a cannibal?" "I believe not, madam, but it would have been sacrilege in my eyes if I had suffered one single drop of your blood to be lost." One evening, there was an unusually large attendance at MDR's assembly, and we were talking of the carnival which was near at hand. Everybody was regretting the lack of actors and the impossibility of enjoying the pleasures of the theater. I immediately offered to procure a good company at my expense if the boxes were at once subscribed for and the monopoly of the Faro Bank granted to me. No time was to be lost, for the carnival was approaching, and I had to go to Otranto to engage a troupe. My proposal was accepted with great joy, and the Proveditore Generale placed a felucca at my disposal. The boxes were all taken in 3 days, and a Jew took the pit, 2 nights a week excepted, which I reserved for my own profit. The carnival being very long that year, I had every chance of success. It is said generally that the profession of theatrical manager is difficult, but if that is the case, I have not found it so by experience, and am bound to affirm the contrary. I left Corfu in the evening, and having a good breeze in my favor, I reached Otranto by daybreak the following morning, without the oarsmen having had to row a stroke. The distance from Corfu to Otranto is only about 15 leagues. I had no idea of landing, owing to the quarantine which is always enforced for any ship or boat coming to Italy from the east. I only went to the parlor of the lazaretto, where, placed behind a grating, you can speak to any person who calls, and who must stand behind another grating placed opposite, at a distance of 6 feet. As soon as I announced that I had come for the purpose of engaging a troupe of actors to perform in Corfu, the managers of the 2 companies then in Otranto came to the parlor to speak to me. I told them at once that I wished to see all the performers, 1 company at a time. The 2 rival managers gave me then a very comic scene, each manager wanting the other to bring his troupe first. The harbor master told me that the only way to settle the matter was to say myself which of the 2 companies I would see first. One was from Naples, the other from Sicily. Not knowing either, I gave the preference to the first. Don Fastidio, the manager, was very vexed, while Battipaglia, the director of the second, was delighted because he hoped that, after seeing the Neapolitan troupe, I would engage his own. An hour afterwards, Fastidio returned with all his performers, and my surprise may be imagined when amongst them I recognized Petronio and his sister Marina, who, the moment she saw me, screamed for joy, jumped over the grating, and threw herself in my arms. A terrible hubbub followed, and high words passed between Fastidio and the harbor master. Marina being in the service of Fastidio, the captain compelled him to confine her to the lazaretto, where she would have to perform quarantine at his expense. The poor girl cried bitterly, but I could not remedy her imprudence. I put a stop to the quarrel by telling Fastidio to show me all his people, one after the other. Petronio belonged to his company and performed the lovers. He told me that he had a letter for me from Therese. I was also glad to see a Venetian of my acquaintance who played the pantaloon in the pantomime, 3 tolerably pretty actresses, a Pulcinella, and a Scaramouche. Altogether, the troupe was a decent one. I told Fastidio to name the lowest salary he wanted for all his company, assuring him that I would give the preference to his rival if he should ask me too much. "Sir," he answered, "we are 20, and shall require 6 rooms with 10 beds, 1 sitting room for all of us, and 30 Neapolitan ducats a day, all traveling expenses paid. Here is my stock of plays, and we will perform those that you may choose." Thinking of poor Marina, who would have to remain in the lazaretto before she could reappear on the stage at Otranto, I told Fastidio to get the contract ready, as I wanted to go away immediately. I had scarcely pronounced these words than war broke out again between the manager-elect and his unfortunate competitor. Battipaglia, in his rage, called Marina a harlot, and said that she had arranged beforehand with Fastidio to violate the rules of the lazaretto in order to compel me to choose their troupe. Petronio, taking his sister's part, joined Fastidio, and the unlucky Battipaglia was dragged outside and treated to a generous dose of blows and fisticuffs, which was not exactly the thing to console him for a lost engagement. Soon afterwards, Petronio brought me Therese's letter. She was ruining the Duke, getting rich accordingly, and waiting for me in Naples. Everything being ready towards evening, I left Otranto with 20 actors and 6 large trunks containing their complete wardrobes. A light breeze which was blowing from the south might have carried us to Corfu in 10 hours, but when we had sailed about 1 hour, my Kayaboukery informed me that he could see by the moonlight a ship which might prove to be a corsair and get hold of us. I was unwilling to risk anything, so I ordered them to lower the sails and return to Otranto. At daybreak we sailed again with a good westerly wind, which would also have taken us to Corfu. But after we had gone 2 or 3 hours, the captain pointed out to me a brigantine, evidently a pirate, for she was shaping her course so as to get to windward of us. I told him to change the course and to go by starboard to see if the brigantine would follow us, but she immediately imitated our maneuver. I could not go back to Otranto, and I had no wish to go to Africa, so I ordered the men to shape our course, so as to land on the coast of Calabria by hard rowing and at the nearest point. The sailors, who were frightened to death, communicated their fears to my comedians, and soon I heard nothing but weeping and sobbing. Every one of them was calling earnestly upon some saint, but not one single prayer to God did I hear. The bewailings of Scaramouche, the dull and spiritless despair of Fastidio, offered a picture which would have made me laugh heartily if the danger had been imaginary and not real. Marina alone was cheerful and happy, because she did not realize the danger we were running, and she laughed at the terror of the crew and of her companions. A strong breeze sprang up towards evening, so I ordered them to clap on all sail and scud before the wind, even if it should get stronger. In order to escape the pirate, I had made up my mind to cross the gulf. We took the wind through the night, and in the morning we were 80 miles from Corfu, which I determined to reach by rowing. We were in the middle of the gulf, and the sailors were worn out with fatigue, but I had no longer any fear. A gale began to blow from the north, and in less than an hour it was blowing so hard that we were compelled to sail close to the wind in a fearful manner. The felucca looked every moment as if it must capsize. Everyone looked terrified but kept complete silence, for I had enjoined it on penalty of death. In spite of our dangerous position, I could not help laughing when I heard the sobs of the cowardly Scaramouche. The helmsman was a man of great nerve, and the gale being steady, I felt we would reach Corfu without mishap. At daybreak, we sighted the town, and at 9 in the morning we landed at Mandracia. Everybody was surprised to see us arrive that way. As soon as my company was landed, the young officers naturally came to inspect the actresses, but they did not find them very desirable, with the exception of Marina, who received uncomplainingly the news that I could not renew my acquaintance with her. I felt certain that she would not lack admirers, but my actresses, who had appeared ugly at the landing, produced a very different effect on the stage, and particularly the Pantaloon's wife. M. Duodo, commander of a man-o'-war, called upon her, and, finding Master Pantaloon intolerant on the subject of his better half, gave him a few blows with his cane. Fastidio informed me the next day that the Pantaloon and his wife refused to perform any more, but I made them alter their mind by giving them a benefit night. The Pantaloon's wife was much applauded, but she felt insulted because, in the midst of the applause, the pit called out, "Bravo, Duodo!" She presented herself to the general in his own box, in which I was generally, and complained of the manner in which she was treated. The general promised her, in my name, another benefit night for the close of the carnival, and I was of course compelled to ratify his promise. The fact is that, to satisfy the greedy actors, I abandoned to my comedians, one by one, the 17 nights I had reserved for myself. The benefit I gave to Marina was at the special request of Madame F., who had taken her into great favor since she had had the honor of breakfasting alone with M.D.R. in a villa outside of the city. My generosity cost me 400 sequins, but the Faro Bank brought me 1,000 and more, although I never held the cards, my management of the theater taking up all my time. My manner with the actresses gained me great kindness. It was clearly seen that I carried on no intrigue with any of them, although I had every facility for doing so. Madame F. complimented me, saying that she had not entertained such a good opinion of my discretion. I was too busy through the carnival to think of love, even of the passion which filled my heart. It was only at the beginning of Lent, and after the departure of the comedians, that I could give rein to my feelings. One morning Madame F. sent a messenger who summoned me to her presence. It was 11 o'clock. I immediately went to her and inquired what I could do for her service. "I wanted to see you," she said, "to return the 200 sequins which you lent me so nobly. Here they are, be good enough to give me back my note of hand." "Your note of hand, madam, is no longer in my possession. I have deposited it in a sealed envelope with the notary who, according to this receipt of his, can return it only to you." "Why did you not keep it yourself?" "Because I was afraid of losing it, or of having it stolen. And in the event of my death I did not want such a document to fall into any other hands but yours." "A great proof of your extreme delicacy, certainly, but I think you ought to have reserved the right of taking it out of the notary's custody yourself." "I did not foresee the possibility of calling for it myself." "Yet it was a very likely thing. Then I can send word to the notary to transmit it to me." "Certainly, madam, you alone can claim it." She sent to the notary, who brought the note himself. She tore the envelope open and found only a piece of paper besmeared with ink, quite illegible except her own name, which had not been touched. "You have acted," she said, "most nobly, but you must agree with me that I cannot be certain that this piece of paper is really my note of hand, although I see my name on it." "True, madam, and if you are not certain of it, I confess myself in the wrong." "I must be certain of it, and I am so, but you must grant that I could not swear to it." Granted, madam. During the following days, it struck me that her manner towards me was singularly altered. She never received me in her dishabille, and I had to wait with great patience until her maid had entirely dressed her before being admitted into her presence. If I related any story, any adventure, she pretended not to understand and affected not to see the point of an anecdote or a jest. Very often she would purposely not look at me, and then I was sure to relate badly. If MDR laughed at something I had just said, she would ask what he was laughing for, and when he had told her, she would say it was insipid or dull. If one of her bracelets became unfastened, I offered to fasten it again, but either she would not give me so much trouble, or I did not understand the fastening, and the maid was called to do it. I could not help showing my vexation, but she did not seem to take the slightest notice of it. If MDR excited me to say something amusing or witty, and I did not speak immediately, she would say that my budget was empty, laughing, and adding that the wit of poor M. Casanova was worn out. Full of rage, I would plead guilty by my silence to her taunting accusation, but I was thoroughly miserable, for I did not see any cause for that extraordinary change in her feelings, being conscious that I had not given her any motive for it. I wanted to show her openly my indifference and contempt, but whenever an opportunity offered, my courage would forsake me, and I would let it escape. One evening MD asking me whether I had often been in love, I answered, 3 times, my lord. And always happily, of course. Always unhappily. The first time, perhaps, because, being an ecclesiastic, I durst not speak openly of my love. The second, because a cruel, unexpected event compelled me to leave the woman I loved at the very moment in which my happiness would have been complete. The third time, because the feeling of pity, with which I inspired the beloved object, induced her to cure me of my passion, instead of crowning my felicity. But what specific remedies did she use to effect your cure? She has ceased to be kind. I understand she has treated you cruelly, and you call that pity, do you? You are mistaken. Certainly, said Madame F., a woman may pity the man she loves, but she would not think of ill-treating him to cure him of his passion. That woman has never felt any love for you. I will not believe it, madam. But are you cured? Oh, thoroughly, for when I happen to think of her, I feel nothing but indifference and coldness. But my recovery was long. Your convalescence lasted, I suppose, until you fell in love with another. With another, madam? I thought I had just told you that the third time I loved was the last. A few days after that conversation, MDR told me that Madame F. was not well, that he could not keep her company, and that I ought to go to her, as he was sure she would be glad to see me. I obeyed and told Madame F. what MDR had said. She was lying on a sofa. Without looking at me, she told me she was feverish and would not ask me to remain with her because I would feel weary. I could not experience any weariness in your society, madam. At all events, I can leave you only by your express command, and in that case, I must spend the next 4 hours in your anteroom, for MDR has told me to wait for him here. If so, you may take a seat. Her cold and distant manner repelled me, but I loved her, and I had never seen her so beautiful, a slight fever animating her complexion which was then truly dazzling in its beauty. I kept where I was, dumb and as motionless as a statue, for a quarter of an hour. Then she rang for her maid and asked me to leave her alone for a moment. I was called back soon after, and she said to me, "What has become of your cheerfulness? If it has disappeared, madam, it can only be by your will. Call it back, and you will see it return in full force. What must I do to obtain that result? Only be towards me as you were when I returned from Casopo. I have been disagreeable to you for the last 4 months, and as I do not know why, I feel deeply grieved. I am always the same, in what do you find me changed? Good heavens, in everything except in beauty, but I have taken my decision. And what is it? To suffer in silence, without allowing any circumstance to alter the feelings with which you have inspired me. To wish ardently to convince you of my perfect obedience to your commands, to be ever ready to give you fresh proofs of my devotion. I thank you, but I cannot imagine what you can have to suffer in silence on my account. I take an interest in you, and I always listen with pleasure to your adventures. As a proof of it, I am extremely curious to hear the history of your 3 loves. I invented on the spot 3 purely imaginary stories, making a great display of tender sentiments and of ardent love, but without alluding to amorous enjoyment, particularly when she seemed to expect me to do so. Sometimes delicacy, sometimes respect or duty, interfered to prevent the crowning pleasure, and I took care to observe, at such moments of disappointment, that a true lover does not require that all-important item to feel perfectly happy. I could easily see that her imagination was traveling farther than my narrative, and that my reserve was agreeable to her. I believed I knew her nature well enough to be certain that I was taking the best road to induce her to follow me where I wished to lead her. She expressed a sentiment which moved me deeply, but I was careful not to show it. We were talking of my third love, of the woman who, out of pity, had undertaken to cure me, and she remarked, "If she truly loved you, she may have wished not to cure you, but to cure herself." On the day following this partial reconciliation, M.F., her husband, begged my commanding officer, D.R., to let me go with him to Butintro for an excursion of 3 days, his own adjutant being seriously ill. Butintro is 7 miles from Corfu, almost opposite to that city. It is the nearest point to the island from the mainland. It is not a fortress, but only a small village of Epirus, or Albania, as it is now called, and belonging to the Venetians. Acting on the political axiom that neglected right is lost right, the Republic sends every year 4 galleys to Butintro with a gang of galley slaves to fell trees, cut them, and load them on the galleys, while the military keep a sharp lookout to prevent them from escaping to Turkey and becoming Mussulmans. One of the 4 galleys was commanded by M.F. who, wanting an adjutant for the occasion, chose me. I went with him, and on the 4th day we came back to Corfu with a large provision of wood. I found M.D.R. alone on the terrace of his palace. It was Good Friday. He seemed thoughtful, and after a silence of a few minutes, he spoke the following words, which I can never forget. M.F., whose adjutant died yesterday, has just been entreating me to give you to him until he can find another officer. I have told him that I had no right to dispose of your person, and that he ought to apply to you, assuring him that, if you asked me leave to go with him, I would not raise any objection, although I require 2 adjutants. Has he not mentioned the matter to you? No, Monsignor. He has only tendered me his thanks for having accompanied him to Butintro, nothing else. He is sure to speak to you about it. What do you intend to say? Simply that I will never leave the service of your Excellency without your express command to do so. I never will give you such an order. As M.D.R. was saying the last word, M. and Madame F. came in. Knowing that the conversation would most likely turn upon the subject which had just been broached, I hurried out of the room. In less than a quarter of an hour I was sent for, and M.F. said to me, confidentially, "Well, M. Casanova, would you not be willing to live with me as my adjutant? Does His Excellency dismiss me from his service?" "Not at all," observed M.D.R., "but I leave you the choice." "My lord, I could not be guilty of ingratitude." And I remained there standing uneasy, keeping my eyes on the ground, not even striving to conceal my mortification, which was, after all, very natural in such a position. I dreaded looking at Madame F., for I knew that she could easily guess all my feelings. An instant after, her foolish husband coldly remarked that I should certainly have a more fatiguing service with him than with M.D.R., and that, of course, it was more honorable to serve the general governor of the Galas than a simple sopracomito. I was on the point of answering when Madame F. said, in a graceful and easy manner, "M. Casanova is right," and she changed the subject. I left the room, revolving in my mind all that had just taken place. My conclusion was that M.F. had asked M.D.R. to let me go with him at the suggestion of his wife, or, at least with her consent, and it was highly flattering to my love and to my vanity. But I was bound in honor not to accept the post, unless I had a perfect assurance that it would not be disagreeable to my present patron. "I will accept," I said to myself, "if M.D.R. tells me positively that I shall please him by doing so. It is for M.F. to make him say it." On the same night, I had the honor of offering my arm to Madame F. during the procession, which takes place in commemoration of the death of our Lord and Savior, which was then attended on foot by all the nobility. I expected she would mention the matter, but she did not. My love was in despair, and through the night I could not close my eyes. I feared she had been offended by my refusal, and was overwhelmed with grief. I passed the whole of the next day without breaking my fast and did not utter a single word during the evening reception. I felt very unwell, and I had an attack of fever which kept me in bed on Easter Sunday. I was very weak on the Monday and intended to remain in my room when a messenger from Madame F came to inform me that she wished to see me. I told the messenger not to say that he had found me in bed, and dressing myself rapidly, I hurried to her house. I entered her room, pale, looking very ill. Yet she did not inquire after my health, and kept silent a minute or two, as if she had been trying to recollect what she had to say to me. "Ah, yes, you are aware that our adjutant is dead, and that we want to replace him. My husband, who has a great esteem for you and feels that MDR leaves you perfectly free to make your choice, has taken the singular fancy that you will come if I ask you myself to do us that pleasure. Is he mistaken? If you would come to us, you would have that room." She was pointing to a room adjoining the chamber in which she slept, and so situated that, to see her in every part of her room, I should not even require to place myself at the window. "MDR," she continued, "will not love you less, and as he will see you here every day, he will not be likely to forget his interest in your welfare. Now, tell me, will you come or not?" "I wish I could, madam, but indeed I cannot." "You cannot, that is singular. Take a seat and tell me what there is to prevent you when, in accepting my offer, you are sure to please MDR as well as us." "If I were certain of it, I would accept immediately. But all I have heard from his lips was that he left me free to make a choice." "Then you are afraid to grieve him, if you come to us." "It might be, and for nothing on earth." "I am certain of the contrary." "Will you be so good as to obtain that he says so to me himself? And then you will come." "Oh, madam, that very minute." But the warmth of my exclamation might mean a great deal, and I turned my head round so as not to embarrass her. She asked me to give her her mantle to go to church, and we went out. As we were going down the stairs, she placed her ungloved hand upon mine. It was the first time that she had granted me such a favor, and it seemed to me a good omen. She took off her hand, asking me whether I was feverish. "Your hand," she said, "is burning." When we left the church, MDR's carriage happened to pass, and I assisted her to get in, and as soon as she had gone, hurried to my room in order to breathe freely and to enjoy all the felicity which filled my soul. For I no longer doubted her love for me, and I knew that, in this case, MDR was not likely to refuse her anything. What is love? I have read plenty of ancient verbiage on that subject. I have read likewise most of what has been said by modern writers, but neither all that has been said, nor what I have thought about it. When I was young and now that I am no longer so, nothing, in fact, can make me agree that love is a trifling vanity. It is a sort of madness, I grant that, but a madness over which philosophy is entirely powerless. It is a disease to which man is exposed at all times, no matter at what age, and which cannot be cured if he is attacked by it in his old age. Love being sentiment which cannot be explained. God of all nature, bitter and sweet feeling. Love, charming monster which cannot be fathomed. God who, in the midst of all the thorns with which thou plaguest us, strewest so many roses on our path that, without thee, existence and death would be united and blended together. 2 days afterwards, MDR told me to go and take orders from MF on board his galley, which was ready for a 5 or 6 days' voyage. I quickly packed a few things and called for my new patron, who received me with great joy. We took our departure without seeing Madame, who was not yet visible. We returned on the 6th day, and I went to establish myself in my new home, for, as I was preparing to go to MDR to take his orders after our landing, he came himself, and after asking MF and me whether we were pleased with each other, he said to me, "Casanova, as you suit each other so well, you may be certain that you will greatly please me by remaining in the service of MF." I obeyed respectfully, and in less than 1 hour I had taken possession of my new quarters. Madame F told me how delighted she was to see that great affair ended according to her wishes, and I answered with a deep reverence. I found myself like the salamander, in the very heart of the fire for which I had been longing so ardently. Almost constantly in the presence of Madame F, dining often alone with her, accompanying her in her walks, even when MDR was not with us, seeing her from my room, or conversing with her in her chamber, always reserved and attentive without pretension. The first night passed by without any change being brought about by that constant intercourse. Yet I was full of hope, and to keep up my courage I imagined that love was not yet powerful enough to conquer her pride. I expected everything from some lucky chance, which I promised myself to improve as soon as it should present itself, for I was persuaded that a lover is lost if he does not catch fortune by the forelock. But there was one circumstance which annoyed me. In public, she seized every opportunity of treating me with distinction, while, when we were alone, it was exactly the reverse. In the eyes of the world, I had all the appearance of a happy lover, but I would rather have had less of the appearance of happiness and more of the reality. My love for her was disinterested. Vanity had no share in my feelings. One day, being alone with me, she said, "You have enemies, but I silenced them last night. They are envious, madam, and they would pity me if they could read the secret pages of my heart. You could easily deliver me from those enemies. How can you be an object of pity for them, and how could I deliver you from them? They believe me happy, and I am miserable. You would deliver me from them by ill-treating me in their presence. Then you would feel my bad treatment less than the envy of the wicked. Yes, madam, provided your bad treatment in public were compensated by your kindness when we are alone, for there is no vanity in the happiness I feel in belonging to you. Let others pity me. I will be happy on condition that others are mistaken. That's a part that I can never play. I would often be indiscreet enough to remain behind the curtain of the window in my room, looking at her when she thought herself perfectly certain that nobody saw her. But the liberty I was thus guilty of never proved of great advantage to me. Whether it was because she doubted my discretion or from habitual reserve, she was so particular that, even when I saw her in bed, my longing eyes never could obtain a sight of anything but her head. One day, being present in her room while her maid was cutting off the points of her long and beautiful hair, I amused myself in picking up all those pretty bits and put them all, one after the other, on her toilet table, with the exception of one small lock which I slipped into my pocket, thinking that she had not taken any notice of my keeping it. But the moment we were alone, she told me quietly, but rather too seriously, to take out of my pocket the hair I had picked up from the floor. Thinking she was going too far, and such rigor appearing to me as cruel as it was unjust and absurd, I obeyed, but threw the hair on the toilet table with an air of supreme contempt. "Sir, you forget yourself." "No, madam, I do not, for you might have feigned not to have observed such an innocent theft. Feigning is tiresome. Was such petty larceny a very great crime?" "No crime, but it was an indication of feelings which you have no right to entertain for me. Feelings which you are at liberty not to return, madam, but which hatred or pride can alone forbid my heart to experience. If you had a heart, you would not be the victim of either of those two fearful passions, but you have only head, and it must be a very wicked head, judging by the care it takes to heap humiliation upon me. You have surprised my secret, madam. You may use it as you think proper, but in the meantime I have learned to know you thoroughly. That knowledge will prove more useful than your discovery, for perhaps it will help me to become wiser." After this violent tirade I left her, and as she did not call me back, retired to my room. In the hope that sleep would bring calm, I undressed and went to bed. In such moments, a lover hates the object of his love, and his heart distills only contempt and hatred. I could not go to sleep, and when I was sent for at supper-time I answered that I was ill. The night passed off without my eyes being visited by sleep, and feeling weak and low, I thought I would wait to see what ailed me, and refused to have my dinner, sending word that I was still very unwell. Towards evening, I felt my heart leap for joy when I heard my beautiful ladylove enter my room. Anxiety, want of food and sleep, gave me truly the appearance of being ill, and I was delighted that it should be so. I sent her away very soon, by telling her with perfect indifference that it was nothing but a bad headache, to which I was subject, and that repose and diet would effect a speedy cure. But at 11 o'clock she came back with her friend, M.D.R., and coming to my bed she said affectionately, "What ails you, my poor Casanova?" "A very bad headache, madam, which will be cured tomorrow." "Why should you wait until tomorrow? You must get better at once. I have ordered a basin of broth and 2 new-laid eggs for you." "Nothing, madam. Complete abstinence can alone cure me." "He is right," said M.D.R. I know those attacks. I shook my head slightly. MDR having just then turned round to examine an engraving, she took my hand, saying that she would like me to drink some broth, and I felt that she was giving me a small parcel. She went to look at the engraving with MDR. I opened the parcel, but feeling that it contained hair, I hurriedly concealed it under the bedclothes. At the same moment, the blood rushed to my head with such violence that it actually frightened me. I begged for some water. She came to me, with MDR, and then were both frightened to see me so red, when they had seen me pale and weak only 1 minute before. Madame F gave me a glass of water in which she put some eau d'escarmes, which instantly acted as a violent emetic. 2 or 3 minutes after I felt better and asked for something to eat. Madame F smiled. The servant came in with the broth and the eggs, and while I was eating I told the history of Pandolfin. MDR thought it was all a miracle, and I could read, on the countenance of the charming woman, love, affection, and repentance. If MDR had not been present, it would have been the moment of my happiness, but I felt certain that I should not have long to wait. MDR told Madame F that, if he had not seen me so sick, he would have believed my illness to be all sham, for he did not think it possible for anyone to rally so rapidly. "It is all owing to my eau d'escarmes," said Madame F, looking at me, "and I will leave you my bottle." "No, madam, be kind enough to take it with you, for the water would have no virtue without your presence." "I am sure of that," said MDR, "so I will leave you here with your patient." "No, no, he must go to sleep now." I slept all night, but in my happy dreams I was with her, and the reality itself would hardly have procured me greater enjoyment than I had during my happy slumbers. I saw I had taken a very long stride forward, for 24 hours of abstinence gave me the right to speak to her openly of my love, and the gift of her hair was an irrefutable confession of her own feelings. On the following day, after presenting myself before MF, I went to have a little chat with the maid, to wait until her mistress was visible, which was not long, and I had the pleasure of hearing her laugh when the maid told her I was there. As soon as I went in, without giving me time to say a single word, she told me how delighted she was to see me looking so well, and advised me to call upon MDR. It is not only in the eyes of a lover, but also in those of every man of taste, that a woman is 1,000 times more lovely at the moment she comes out of the arms of Morpheus than when she has completed her toilet. Around Madame F more brilliant beams were blazing than around the sun when he leaves the embrace of Aurora. Yet the most beautiful woman thinks as much of her toilet as the one who cannot do without it, very likely, because more human creatures possess the more they want. In the order given to me by Madame F to call on MDR, I saw another reason to be certain of approaching happiness, for I thought that, by dismissing me so quickly, she had only tried to postpone the consummation which I might have pressed upon her, and which she could not have refused. Rich in the possession of her hair, I held a consultation with my love to decide what I ought to do with it, for Madame F, very likely in her wish to atone for the miserly sentiment which had refused me a small bit, had given me a splendid lock, full 1.5 yards long. Having thought it over, I called upon a Jewish confectioner whose daughter was a skillful embroiderer, and I made her embroider before me, on a bracelet of green satin, the 4 initial letters of our names, and make a very thin chain with the remainder. I had a piece of black ribbon added to one end of the chain, in the shape of a sliding noose, with which I could easily strangle myself if ever love should reduce me to despair, and I passed it round my neck. As I did not want to lose even the smallest particle of so precious a treasure, I cut with a pair of scissors all the small bits which were left, and devoutly gathered them together. Then I reduced them into a fine powder, and ordered the Jewish confectioner to mix the powder in my presence with a paste made of amber, sugar, vanilla, angelica, alkermes, and storax, and I waited until the comfits prepared with that mixture were ready. I had some more made with the same composition, but without any hair. I put the first in a beautiful sweetmeat box of fine crystal, and the second in a tortoiseshell box. From the day when, by giving me her hair, Madame F had betrayed the secret feelings of her heart, I no longer lost my time in relating stories or adventures. I only spoke to her of my love, of my ardent desires. I told her that she must either banish me from her presence or crown my happiness, but the cruel, charming woman would not accept that alternative. She answered that happiness could not be obtained by offending every moral law and by swerving from our duties. If I threw myself at her feet to obtain by anticipation her forgiveness for the loving violence I intended to use against her, she would repulse me more powerfully than if she had had the strength of a female Hercules. For she would say, in a voice full of sweetness and affection, "My friend, I do not entreat you to respect my weakness, but be generous enough to spare me for the sake of all the love I feel for you." What? You love me, and you refuse to make me happy? It is impossible. It is unnatural. You compel me to believe that you do not love me. Only allow me to press my lips one moment upon your lips, and I ask no more. No, dearest, no. It would only excite the ardor of your desires, shake my resolution, and we should then find ourselves more miserable than we are now. Thus did she every day plunge me in despair, and yet she complained that my wit was no longer brilliant in society, that I had lost that elasticity of spirits which had pleased her so much after my arrival from Constantinople. MDR, who often jestingly waged war against me, used to say that I was getting thinner and thinner every day. Madame F. told me one day that my sickly looks were very disagreeable to her, because wicked tongues would not fail to say that she treated me with cruelty. Strange, almost unnatural thought. On it I composed an idyll which I cannot read, even now, without feeling tears in my eyes. "What?" I answered. "You acknowledge your cruelty towards me? You are afraid of the world guessing all your heartless rigor, and yet you continue to enjoy it. You condemn me unmercifully to the torments of Tantalus. You would be delighted to see me gay, cheerful, happy, even at the expense of a judgment by which the world would find you guilty of a supposed but false kindness towards me, and yet you refuse me even the slightest favors. I do not mind people believing anything, provided it is not true. What a contrast! Would it be possible for me not to love you for you to feel nothing for me? Such contradictions strike me as unnatural. But you are growing thinner yourself, and I am dying. It must be so. We shall both die before long, you of consumption, I of exhausting decline. For I am now reduced to enjoying your shadow during the day, during the night, always, everywhere, except when I am in your presence." At that passionate declaration, delivered with all the ardor of an excited lover, she was surprised, deeply moved, and I thought that the happy hour had struck. I folded her in my arms and was already tasting the first fruits of enjoyment. The sentinel knocked twice. Oh, fatal mischance! I recovered my composure and stood in front of her. MDR made his appearance, and this time he found me in so cheerful a mood that he remained with us until 1 o'clock in the morning. My comfits were beginning to be the talk of our society. MDR, Madame F., and I were the only ones who had a box full of them. I was stingy with them, and no one durst beg any from me, because I had said that they were very expensive, and that in all Corfu there was no confectioner who could make or physician who could analyze them. I never gave one out of my crystal box, and Madame F. remarked it. I certainly did not believe them to be amorous philtre, and I was very far from supposing that the addition of the hair made them taste more delicious. But a superstition, the offspring of my love, caused me to cherish them, and it made me happy to think that a small portion of the woman I worshipped was thus becoming a part of my being. Influenced perhaps by some secret sympathy, Madame F. was exceedingly fond of the comfits. She asserted before all her friends that they were the universal panacea, and knowing herself perfect mistress of the inventor, she did not inquire after the secret of the composition. But having observed that I gave away only the comfits which I kept in my tortoise-shell box, and that I never eat any but those from the crystal box, she one day asked me what reason I had for that. Without taking time to think, I told her that in those I kept for myself, there was a certain ingredient which made the partaker love her. "I do not believe it," she answered, "but are they different from those I eat myself?" "They are exactly the same, with the exception of the ingredient I have just mentioned, which has been put only in mine." "Tell me what the ingredient is." "It is a secret which I cannot reveal to you." "Then I will never eat any of your comfits." Saying which, she rose, emptied her box, and filled it again with chocolate drops, and for the next few days she was angry with me and avoided my company. I felt grieved, I became low-spirited, but I could not make up my mind to tell her that I was eating her hair. She inquired why I looked so sad. "Because you refused to take my comfits." You are master of your secret, and I am mistress of my diet. That is my reward for having taken you into my confidence." And I opened my box, emptied its contents in my hand, and swallowed the whole of them, saying, "2 more doses like this, and I shall die mad with love for you. Then you will be revenged for my reserve. Farewell, madam." She called me back, made me take a seat near her, and told me not to commit follies which would make her unhappy, that I knew how much she loved me, and that it was not owing to the effect of any drug. "To prove to you," she added, "that you do not require anything of the sort to be loved, here is a token of my affection." And she offered me her lovely lips, and upon them mine remained pressed until I was compelled to draw a breath. I threw myself at her feet, with tears of love and gratitude blinding my eyes, and told her that I would confess my crime if she would promise to forgive me. "Your crime, you frighten me. Yes, I forgive you, but speak quickly and tell me all." "Yes, everything. My comfits contain your hair reduced to a powder. Here on my arm, see this bracelet on which our names are written with your hair, and round my neck this chain of the same material, which will help me to destroy my own life when your love fails me. Such is my crime, but I would not have been guilty of it if I had not loved you." She smiled, and bidding me rise from my kneeling position, she told me that I was indeed the most criminal of men, and she wiped away my tears, assuring me that I should never have any reason to strangle myself with the chain. After that conversation, in which I had enjoyed the sweet nectar of my divinity's first kiss, I had the courage to behave in a very different manner. She could see the ardor which consumed me. Perhaps the same fire burned in her veins, but I abstained from any attack. "What gives you," she said one day, "the strength to control yourself?" After the kiss which you granted to me of your own accord, I felt that I ought not to wish any favor unless your heart gave it as freely. You cannot imagine the happiness that kiss has given me. "I not imagine it, you ungrateful man. Which of us has given that happiness?" "Neither you nor I, angel of my soul. That kiss so tender, so sweet was the child of love." "Yes, dearest, of love, the treasures of which are inexhaustible." The words were scarcely spoken, when our lips were engaged in happy concert. She held me so tight against her bosom that I could not use my hands to secure other pleasures, but I felt myself perfectly happy. After that delightful skirmish, I asked her whether we were never to go any further. "Never, dearest friend, never. Love is a child which must be amused with trifles. Too substantial food would kill it. I know love better than you. It requires that substantial food, and unless it can obtain it, love dies of exhaustion. Do not refuse me the consolation of hope. Hope as much as you please, if it makes you happy. What should I do if I had no hope? I hope because I know you have a heart." "Ah, yes. Do you recollect the day when, in your anger, you told me that I had only a head but no heart, thinking you were insulting me grossly?" "Oh yes, I recollect it. How heartily I laughed when I had time to think. Yes, dearest, I have a heart, or I should not feel as happy as I feel now. Let us keep our happiness and be satisfied with it as it is, without wishing for anything more." Obedient to her wishes, but every day more deeply enamored, I was in hope that nature at last would prove stronger than prejudice, and would cause a fortunate crisis. But besides nature, fortune was my friend, and I owed my happiness to an accident. Madame F. was walking one day in the garden, leaning on M.D.R.'s arm, and was caught by a large rose bush, and the prickly thorns left a deep cut on her leg. M.D.R. bandaged the wound with his handkerchief, so as to stop the blood which was flowing abundantly, and she had to be carried home in a palanquin. In Corfu, wounds on the legs are dangerous when they are not well attended to, and very often the wounded are compelled to leave the city to be cured. Madame F. was confined to her bed, and my lucky position in the house condemned me to remain constantly at her orders. I saw her every minute, but during the first 3 days, visitors succeeded each other without intermission, and I never was alone with her. In the evening, after everybody had gone and her husband had retired to his own apartment, M.D.R. remained another hour, and for the sake of propriety, I had to take my leave at the same time that he did. I had much more liberty before the accident, and I told her so half seriously, half jestingly. The next day, to make up for my disappointment, she contrived a moment of happiness for me. An elderly surgeon came every morning to dress her wound. during which operation her maid only was present, but I used to go, in my morning dishabille, to the girl's room, and to wait there, so as to be the first to hear how my dear one was. That morning, the girl came to tell me to go in, as the surgeon was dressing the wound. See whether my leg is less inflamed. To give an opinion, madam, I ought to have seen it yesterday. True, I feel great pain, and I am afraid of erysipelas. Do not be afraid, madam, said the surgeon. Keep your bed, and I answer for your complete recovery. The surgeon being busy preparing a poultice at the other end of the room, and the maid out, I inquired whether she felt any hardness in the calf of the leg, and whether the inflammation went up the limb. And naturally, my eyes and my hands kept pace with my questions. I saw no inflammation, I felt no hardness, but... And the lovely patient hurriedly let the curtain fall, smiling, and allowing me to take a sweet kiss, the perfume of which I had not enjoyed for many days. It was a sweet moment, a delicious ecstasy. From her mouth my lips descended to her wound, and satisfied in that moment that my kisses were the best of medicines, I would have kept my lips there, if the noise made by the maid coming back had not compelled me to give up my delightful occupation. When we were left alone, burning with intense desires, I entreated her to grant happiness at least to my eyes. I feel humiliated, I said to her, by the thought that the felicity I have just enjoyed was only a theft. But supposing you were mistaken. The next day I was again present at the dressing of the wound, and as soon as the surgeon had left, she asked me to arrange her pillows, which I did at once. As if to make that pleasant office easier, she raised the bedclothes to support herself, and she thus gave me a sight of beauties which intoxicated my eyes, and I protracted the easy operation without her complaining of my being too slow. When I had done, I was in a fearful state, and I threw myself in an armchair opposite her bed, half dead, in a sort of trance. I was looking at that lovely being who, almost artless, was continually granting me greater and still greater favors, and yet never allowed me to reach the goal for which I was so ardently longing. "What are you thinking of?" she said. "Of the supreme felicity I have just been enjoying." "You are a cruel man." "No, I am not cruel, for, if you love me, you must not blush for your indulgence. You must know, too, that, loving you passionately, I must not suppose that it is to be a surprise that I am indebted for my happiness in the enjoyment of the most ravishing sights. For if I owed it only to mere chance, I should be compelled to believe that any other man in my position might have had the same happiness, and such an idea would be misery to me. Let me be indebted to you for having proved to me this morning how much enjoyment I can derive from one of my senses. Can you be angry with my eyes? Yes. They belong to you, tear them out. The next day, the moment the doctor had gone, she sent her maid out to make some purchases. "Ah," she said a few minutes after, "my maid has forgotten to change my chemise. Allow me to take her place." "Very well, but recollect that I give permission only to your eyes to take a share in the proceedings." "Agreed." She unlaced herself, took off her stays and her chemise, and told me to be quick and put on the clean one, but I was not speedy enough, being too much engaged by all I could see. "Give me my chemise," she exclaimed. "It is there on that small table." "Where?" "There near the bed. Well, I will take it myself." She leaned over towards the table, and exposed almost everything I was longing for, and turning slowly round, she handed me the chemise which I could hardly hold, trembling all over with fearful excitement. She took pity on me, my hands shared the happiness of my eyes. I fell in her arms, our lips fastened together, and in a voluptuous, ardent pressure, we enjoyed an amorous exhaustion not sufficient to allay our desires, but delightful enough to deceive them for the moment. With greater control over herself than women have generally under similar circumstances, she took care to let me reach only the porch of the temple, without granting me yet a free entrance to the sanctuary.